Part 35. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhong Mao. Chapter 342. What dad? Whose dad? Isn't that the richest man? Why did this man who claimed to be Gu Lingxi's father call him dad? Gu Kui was hit one after another, and now even if she wanted to open her mouth to express some opinions, she had to slow down a little. Lu He saw her face pale and staring straight ahead. He originally thought she was because of the mental patient Edward, but then he looked forward and saw Ji Chang's and Gu Lingxi smiling in front of Ji's father. His expression also changed. After Ji Chang's finished the play, he left it alone and pulled Gu Lingxi to show his courtesy to Ji's father. Why did you ignore me when I asked you for pocket money before? You said you forgot about your son when you have a grandson. I think it's true. Father Ji rolled his eyes. He felt that his son was born to be a debt collector, but even if he was a debt collector, he was still his biological son. When the other party was messing around, he felt that everything was fine. What kind of movie should I invest in? The money at home is not enough for you to spend. Ji Chang's was quite reasonable. This money belongs to Lingxi. It should be left to our family, Lingxi. I will spend it to earn it myself and will never cause any trouble to Lingxi. Good guy, you are quite self-aware. Why didn't you think about not causing trouble to me when you spent my money before? It can be seen that you have forgotten your father after you have a son. Father Ji complained in his heart, but he couldn't stop smiling. To him, it doesn't matter whether he has money or not, as long as his son is doing well. My grandson is also doing well. That's worth it more than anything else. No longer chatting with his foul-mouthed son, Ji's father focused on holding his grandson and asking him how his daily life was lately. Your dad is a loser. He has had trouble with his brain since he was a child. If he does something that makes you feel wrong, don't think it's hard for you to tell him that he is your dad. Tell grandpa directly. Gu Lingxi shook his head. Dad is fine. Even if you occasionally feel a little out of place or out of tune, it's all because you love him. Everything his father did was because he loved him, which was definitely enough for Gu Lingxi. Moreover, it doesn't matter whether dad grows up or not, isn't there still a grandpa? Grandpa is reliable enough, and it doesn't hurt even if dad is a little bit weak every now and then. Good grandson. The more Father Ji looked at his grandson, the more he liked him. He glanced at the assistant behind him. The assistant understood and immediately opened the bag he had been carrying. He dug around and pulled out a solid piece of gold. Father Ji took it with some difficulty, and then handed it to his grandson with difficulty. Gu Lingxi suddenly had a heavy piece of gold in his hand. He held the gold in his hands, with confusion written all over his face. Father Ji was very proud that he was so happy to see how happy my sweet grandson was when he received the gift that he was speechless. Don't you like gold? Grandpa made this specially for you. Last time, Grandpa heard your dad say that you were going to the bathroom in your room and you almost peed your pants without getting there, so Grandpa specially. Gu Lingxi held this huge piece of gold in his hands, looked at his grandfather, and then at the assistant standing behind his grandfather. His mind was still stuck on how on earth did he stuff such a huge piece of gold into his bag. Father Ji, my dear grandson, what are you looking at? Gu Lingxi quickly looked away. No, it's nothing. Grandpa, what did you just say? Ji's father became proud again and reached out to pat the piece of gold. This is my new collection. I brought it here specially for you. When I take it back, let your dad find the friend of that boy Tang Sheng. I remember he has a friend, it's just for making movie props. The previous ones were really normal, until Gu Lingxi heard the following: give him this gold and ask him to help make a golden urinal with this gold. Logically speaking, such a big piece should be able to make several more. By then, put a few on the bed and a few beside the bed to make sure you have enough. Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi. He now knew from whom his father's whims and ideas were inherited. While Ji Chang stood aside and watched his son try to explain to Ji's father, "I'm actually not very used to such a big bed, such a shiny toilet, and such a gold urinal," Gu Kui finally calmed down. So let her summarize what just happened. She thought she had the support of foreign friends, so she thought she might as well leave Liu He now, so she relied on her foreign friends to show off her pity, and successfully made Liu He think she was a cuckold. Then, Liu He became extremely angry and broke up with her. Then the foreign friend changed from a noble duke to a little star who was too involved in the drama, and he was still a kind of psychopath. While she was trying to please foreign friends just now, an adult version of Gu Lingxi came to her and proposed to get married for the sake of her children and build a complete family. She guessed that the other party was a flatterer of Lu Pianran. With the duke in front, she simply refused and divided the relationship. Finally, the adult version of Gu Lingxi called the richest man dad. Still very loud. The key richest man responded. Gu Kui's eyes turned black, her face turned ugly, and she almost fell down while holding her stomach. But even if she falls down now, no one will come to help her. She could only take a strong, deep breath, look at the surrounding environment that seemed particularly unreal because of her dizziness, and try to comfort herself. Fake, all fake. It's all a dream. There are no such coincidences in the world. How could it happen that she saw the mentally ill Edward, the richest man's son was Gu Lingxi's father? She also rejected the richest man's son's proposal and said something unpleasant. Gu Kui still couldn't wake up from her dream. Everything around her told her that this was real. She really rejected the marriage proposal from the richest man's son. Gu Kui has worked hard all her life and is willing to give up anything in order to get greater wealth. Even the child in her belly, she wanted to abort it as soon as the month was not old after realizing that Liu He's family was useless. But in the end, an opportunity came to her door and she let it go with her own hands. But, is it her fault? Don't blame her. How could she have imagined that the richest man's son would actually have melon seed rinds on the corners of his mouth? Aren't they upper class? Shouldn't we learn social etiquette from childhood to adulthood? Shouldn't we pay attention to our appearance at all times? Why is there a melon seed rind at the corner of my mouth? How can there be a melon seed peel? Ji Chang saw that Gu Kui was almost knocked out of his mind from the shock. He smiled and said to Tengsheng Lu Pianran, who came to join in the fun, "Aunt Lu is really strong. Doesn't she plan to become a screenwriter?" Tengsheng told him, "Actually, the script of that TV series was written by my mother. Otherwise, why would the business war in it be so exciting? My mother has experienced it. Of course, it has also been beautified. Anyway, the whole process is the heroine moving forward in a cool and unrestrained way, without any cruelty and straightforwardness." Lu Pianran clicked her tongue in surprise. It was strange enough for him that Gu Kui didn't want his biological child. After all, this child was the one Gu Kui wanted to give birth to. But she could actually identify her child's biological father by mistake, which is really the weirdest thing among weird things. It's a pity that the child in her belly is really pitiful. If Gu Kui leaves Liu He, she will definitely not keep this child. Lu Pianran, who liked children, felt very sorry for that child. "I'm afraid the facial features are already growing now, and in another month's time, even if she is born prematurely, she will be able to survive. But will Gu Kui keep the child alive? Don't think about it. The child is not well now. Gu Kui has already gone to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, he would not have given up on Liu He so quickly. If the child were here, even if the family property was gone, Liu He and the others would still be so skinny that a camel was bigger than a horse. For the sake of their only grandchild, Gu Kui would definitely benefit. But once the child is aborted, she, the daughter-in-law, will really get nothing. This was not Gu Kui's intention, it was just that she was old, Lu He was also old, and the quality of her sperm was average. It was already good to be pregnant for so long, but Gu Kui was still thinking hard about how to be rich every day. Coupled with being angered by Mr. Lu He from time to time, even a healthy fetus will be tortured to an unhealthy state, let alone one that is unhealthy in the first place. Gu Lingxi felt a little inexplicably sad. That child shared his fate in a way. The same mother doesn't like to treat her as just a tool. The difference is that he was lucky, and Gu Kui's face changed after he was born. However, this child has not been born yet, and Gu Kui is afraid that he will not be willing to leave such a burden. Gu Lingxi pursed his lips, retracted his softness, and only said, "What a pity." Lu Pianran was jealous. He liked children, especially children who were rejected by their parents. Speaking of which, I have to thank Lu Shuren. Originally, Lu Pianran simply liked children, but Lu Shuren, a white-eyed wolf, forced him to change his view of children by himself. Children who have a father or mother to rely on are still unreliable, because the child is likely to be closer to his father or mother as he grows up. Yes, Lu Pianran still feels that Lu Shuren was just trying to please the old man. After all, wasn't the whole family working hard to please the old man at that time? Since then, he has been more partial to dolls without fathers and beautiful mothers. Only he can rely on these dolls, and they will not betray him. When they grow up and have their own families, Lu Pianran will also have new dolls around him. The two stared at Gu Kui's abdomen and sighed together. Even though his sense was still there, no one offered to save the child. Gu Kui was greedy. If she knew that they wanted this child, it would only be a better possibility for the lion to open her mouth. The most likely possibility was that she would come back after the child was a little older. That would really be causing trouble for yourself. Teng Sheng understood Lu Pianran's brain circuit very well and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay. It's hard to find a three-legged chicken. Isn't it hard to find a two-legged doll? You don't have a household registration. If you want to raise one, there are so many people who want to give their children to you for education." Lu Pianran nodded and looked at Gu Kui's belly reluctantly. Gu Kui didn't realize that the four of them were looking at her. She was still confused. But she suddenly felt a chill coming, which was very penetrating. She almost shivered subconsciously and raised her eyes following the feeling. Cha Cha just saw Lu Shuren sitting at the bar not far away eating cake. He was passing cakes in his mouth bit by bit, but his eyes were always looking at Gu Kui. To be precise, it was Gu Kui's belly. Gu Kui was startled. She had been afraid of Lu Shuren ever since she knew what Lu Shuren had done. At this moment, she was as stiff as an animal being stared at by a natural enemy. Fortunately, Lu Shuren didn't look at it for long. He only looked at it for a few minutes, then looked away thoughtfully. Then, he stabbed the fork in his hand on the cake. Gu Kui was frightened again. I don't know if Lu Shuren is born with such a sinister temperament or because he really has no good intentions towards her. It is obviously normal for people to look at him when he puts a fork, but when it comes to Lu Shuren, it always feels like he's not forking a cake, but stabbing someone with a knife. Gu Kui swallowed, feeling uncomfortable with her own assumptions. She felt extremely remorseful. If she had known that there was no normal person in the Lu family, she should not have married him in the first place. It's fine now. She broke up with Lu He, and she just drew a clear line with the richest man's son. If Lu Pianran fails to get along with her, the other party will definitely hate her. Now there is a special Lu Shuren who has no idea what his agenda is. Why is she so unlucky? Gu Kui felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she could not be said to be strong. Even if she was hit one after another, she could still stand up and walk towards Ji Chang's. Because she didn't know Ji Chang's name, she could only force out a smile and smiled at Gu Lingxi. Lingxi. Father Ji knew the plans of these juniors. At first, he said that they were just fooling around, just like filming a movie. But they work really well together. Of course, he is not a professional, but there is still a slight flaw, that is, he didn't know who the target was after the performance. Seeing Gu Kui coming over, her belly was obviously pregnant. Ji's father smiled at her in a gentlemanly manner. Since having his grandson, he has become more tolerant of his children. Father Ji finished laughing and asked gently, "Madam, are you coming to our home in Lingxi? Our family?" These three words kept flashing in Gu Kui's heart. Father Ji's gentle attitude gave her a glimmer of hope. Her eyes lit up slightly and the smile on her face became more natural. "Yes, I am Lingxi's mother. Isn't it a surprise to hear that your grandson's mother is standing in front of you?" "Oh." Father Ji nodded, then picked up a glass of wine and turned to leave. Gu Kui was stunned. "Didn't you have a good attitude just now? What does it mean to leave after saying hello now? Didn't the other party here just now? Is she Lingxi's mother? Director Ji, do you have anything to say?" Ji's father turned around and looked at Gu Kui with even hostility in his eyes. "What did you say?" "Thank you for your fine clothes and good food for allowing my grandson to eat bran-thick vegetables." Gu Kui was stunned. She thought he didn't know. "Gu Kui, I just came to see if Lingxi has any shortcomings." "Father Ji, let me tell you, our family is not a rich family, but I can buy everything my grandson wants. Yachts and airplanes are all small things, and I don't need a woman like you to pretend. Not from a rich family. Yachts and airplanes are all trivial matters." To be honest, Ji's father really didn't say the right words. As a rich man who had countless properties since birth, he didn't feel that the words he just said were very Versailles at all. He just said very seriously, "You should give up. Our family in Lingxi is living a good life now. We have a toilet made of gold and a villa of 1,000 square meters. I also gave him all the diamonds and gold I collected. Even if he wants the moon in the sky, I can spend money to buy some material from the moon and give it to him. If you come to ask how Lingxi is doing, then he is doing very well. If you want to take advantage of this opportunity, I tell you, it's impossible. I will never agree." Gu Kui, Ji Chang's and the others next to him were dumbfounded. "Good guy, this is much better if it is not rehearsed than if it is rehearsed. Every sentence is heartbreaking. Didn't you notice that Gu Kui looked like he was about to vomit blood?" Ji's father didn't realize that he had accidentally stabbed Gu Kui more than a dozen times, and he was still saying, "Actually, knowing who you are, my first reaction is to throw the whole glass of wine in my hand on your shameless face. Let's see if your face is really as thick as a city wall. You would give up your own mother and son for the sake of glory and wealth. Even if they give her 1,000 yuan a month, even if she doesn't see how lavishly Gu Kui spends money, there are still legal support standards." He continued, "I admit that when I learned that I had a grandson, I did think about taking the grandson's mother home for the sake of his physical and mental health." Gu Kui couldn't control her excitement. "Father Ji, but after knowing what you did, I just want you to stay as far away from my home in Lingxi as possible." Gu Kui. She clutched her chest, feeling like she couldn't breathe anymore. It happened that at this time Ji Chang's was actively trying to make up for it. "I'm not as particular as my dad, and I sincerely want to start a family with you for Lingxi. In fact, I'm not that promising. I just rely on fighting for my father and gnawing at my old age. But I will also try my best to be nice to you. Ruby, sapphire, or a bag worth hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, as long as my wife wants it, I will bite the bullet and only spend 500,000 yuan a month as pocket money. I am also willing to buy it. I am not that rich, but I will try very hard to be nice to my wife." Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran whispered, "Is the drama over?" Lu Pianran also whispered to him, "It's okay, it won't be broadcast anyway, as long as Gu Kui believes it." Of course Gu Kui believed it. After all, this is the son of the richest man. After she believed it, Ji Chang stabbed him again, but who knew that not only did you abandon our Lingxi, but you also had such no vision. You didn't want a handsome husband like me, and you even said it was okay to take my Lingxi with you. Who is that? When Ji's father heard this, he became angry. This woman would abandon her own mother for glory and wealth, but now she doesn't want his son. He also condemned, who is this? Although Nagasawa is a bit skinny, he is not without merit. He is rich after all. Gukui looked down upon his son so much. The key is that this is someone who dislikes poverty and loves wealth. Ji's father felt insulted. He snorted, "You have no vision." He angrily walked away with his own glass of wine. The old man really couldn't bear to deal with a junior. Of course, the main reason was that he had found out that Gukui only relied on Liuhe now, and Liuhe's branch was only at the end of its war effort. He could see Gukui falling into the abyss without him having to do anything. Make the other party blind. Tisk. Gukui actually understood Ji's father's anger very well. She held a breath in her chest, almost suffocating herself to death. I don't have, uncle. Ji Chang's was also very angry. My father is right, I am so handsome and attractive, and you can't even look down on me as a mature and stable person. You really have no taste. He took his son's arm, his face full of insulted annoyance, and said to Gukui, "You don't even want your son." Gu Lingxi saw that his father seemed to have been really hurt in his pride, and quickly comforted him, "It's okay, Dad, I don't want her either." Ji Chang's was a little calmer now. But he didn't forget to speak harshly. I saw the son of the richest man saying a very classic saying to Gukui, "Today you are indifferent to me, but tomorrow I will make it impossible for you to climb up." Gukui, who is heading towards glory and wealth wholeheartedly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to save her, but she couldn't speak because of the tightness in her chest. She could only watch the richest man's son, who felt he was looked down upon, taking Gu Lingxi away with an angry look in his steps. A feeling of Gukui. Teng Sheng also stepped forward and snorted coldly, "Don't bully a young man into being poor. Nagasawa will make his mark sooner or later, and you will definitely regret it then." Lu Pian ran. "No, forget about everything else, don't bully the young man to be poor." Even if Ji Chang's reluctantly classified him as a teenager, would he be poor? He is the richest person at this age, right? Gukui also said. But her focus wasn't on that. She regrets it enough now. The son of the richest man. That's the son of the richest man. Seeing Teng Sheng also leaving in a menacing manner, Lu Pianran hesitated, thinking that this might be Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng deliberately irritating people, so she simply stepped forward. In order not to fall behind, he racked his brains to think of a sentence, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. If you insult Changs and Lingxi today, one day, they will definitely stand in front of you, not at the top. How about it, is it annoying enough? Lu Pianran felt proud, and then saw Gukui's mouth squirming a few times, holding back a no. No. Why no? Before he could hear clearly, Gukui suddenly spat out blood on the ground. Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran. He also looked down and was startled after confirming that it was really blood, and hurriedly limped back with a frightened face. Don't come over, you don't have any infectious disease, do you? Gukui, whose chest was already so tight that it hurt, was so angry that she almost couldn't take a breath when she heard these words, and vomited out another mouthful of blood. Lu Pianran quickly turned around and ran away. Good guy, no one told him that Gukui was sick when he checked the information before. This disease is not contagious, right? Is it too late to wear a mask now? Even though he was lame, he ran really fast when he was limping, and he disappeared after a while. Gukui felt her chest felt better after she vomited blood. She breathed a sigh of relief, opened her mouth and looked up to explain that she actually admired the richest man's son, but when she looked forward, there was no one in front of her. It was over, she felt like vomiting blood again. When he was clutching his chest and half dead, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Gu Kui thought someone was back, and raised her head with joy to speak, but when she raised her eyes, she met Lu Shuren's cold gaze. Gu Kui. Lu Shuren didn't look at Gu Kui's fearful face at all, but just stared at her bulging belly with interest. He reached out his hand and touched it through his clothes. Although it was just a gentle touch, Gu Kui felt as if the other person was going to take out a knife and stab it in at the next moment. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her forehead was soon covered with sweat. Little uncle. What do you want to do, this lunatic? Lu Shuren withdrew his hand with an unclear expression and said in a calm tone, give birth to this child. Gu Kui's expression changed, and she tried to explain, Uncle, the doctor said that this child may not be saved. Lu Shuren raised his eyebrows, I want to see that this child can be saved. He glanced to the side, and the woman behind him immediately stepped forward to help Gu Kui, with a smile on her face, but her hand grabbed her arm vigorously, Mrs. Lu, go and rest first, you are pregnant. How can I still drink? Of course I can't save my child if this continues. Gu Kui's face turned pale. She originally planned not to have this child. Although he was already a month old and he had begun to grow facial features, the doctor did not recommend removing it. After all, if he wanted to remove it, he would have to kill the child first and then smash it into pieces. He also thought that Gu Kui made this decision because the child was weak and afraid that she would not survive, so he made the matter clear and told her that the child was still alive no matter what, and now it was equivalent to killing it with his own hands. But Gu Kui didn't need a weak child at all. But now, judging from Lu Shuren's intentions, he wanted to interfere in the child's life and death. She only hesitated for a few seconds before making her decision, and she mustered up the courage to look up at Lu Shuren. I am willing to cooperate, but my uncle wants to help me divorce Lu He, and I want to get half of their family's property. Lu Shuren looked at her steadily for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, his voice deliberately soft, okay, I promise you. Half of their family's property, right? No problem. Gu Kui didn't notice the weird tone in his words and just breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that this useless waste in her belly could actually help her earn profits. Although it was not as good as Gu Lingxi, whose biological father was the son of the richest man, it was still good. Not bad. She followed the woman obediently, leaving Lu Shuren standing there, taking out his cell phone and slowly starting to type. He didn't want to put up with the Lu family anymore. He originally wanted to save it for revenge on his brother, but now it seemed that his brother was still too soft-hearted, which was why these people kicked him in the face again and again. Lu Pianran still didn't know that his slow knife-cutting revenge plan was judged as too soft-hearted. After solving the Gu Kui incident, he began to investigate brother Teng Sheng. The more I checked, the more I felt something was wrong. Although brother Teng Sheng is an adopted son, because he was brought back to Teng Sheng's family since he was a child and grew up with Teng Sheng, Teng's father treats him like his own son because his adopted son's father is his life and death brother. Aunt Lu Xing is because brother Teng Sheng helped Teng Sheng many times when he was a child. Teng Sheng clings to his elder brother, and Lu Xing loves the house. In addition, she can see that her son has no idea of inheriting the family business in the future, so it is natural for the adopted son to become his son's supporter. She slowly delegated power to cultivate the other party, also wanting to leave a way out for Teng Sheng. It stands to reason that as an adopted son, being relied on by his adoptive father and mother so much, he should be grateful. In fact, brother Teng Sheng has always behaved like this on the surface. If Lu Xing hadn't suddenly returned to China this time to help several of their juniors write scripts, I'm afraid no one has noticed anything yet. But by chance, he was caught. Following this clue, he checked up. The more he checked, the more Lu Pianran felt that the other party was really a wolf-hearted person. Without hesitation for a second, he directly handed over what he found to Shikakuki. Lu Xing's message back only had 4 words, "I understand." It's not that she knew it after seeing the information he gave her, but Lu Xing had already found out when Lu Pianran was checking the information. After all, they are elders, and the two of them are not in the same rank. Lu Xing's ability to immediately fall out after Teng's father betrayed her shows that she is not a person trapped by emotions. Even if she raised this adopted son as her biological son, she still doesn't think she will really have her own biological son. Important. Especially, the other party is still a white-eyed wolf. Lu Pianran waited at first, and then waited for several months before she heard anything. Aunt Lu Xing is indeed a fighter in the house fight and a bomber in the shopping mall. After holding it impatiently for several months, I was sure to hit it with one hit. Not to mention all the hidden dangers in the past were wiped out, and brother Teng Shen was successfully allowed to leave the house. Teng Shen, who knew nothing from the beginning to the end, was faced with the situation: the eldest brother is actually harboring evil intentions. On the surface, he is always poaching and trying to replace his parents. His father's illness has not been cured because of the manipulation by the other party. He also took advantage of his mother's global travel in the company. After doing the movements, my mother unexpectedly discovered that she had been able to hit the target with one blow after holding on for several months. He was completely confused. If his biological mother does not come back, his eldest brother only needs to continue doing this until one day his mother arrives in a place with no signal and directly takes care of things. Even if his mother comes out in a few months, it will be too late by then. Moreover, Lu Xing personally told her son that she doubted that her adopted son would let her come out alive. After all, the other party could even manipulate Teng's father, who regarded her as his biological son, to make him die of illness without anyone noticing. If you don't take medicine when you are sick, you will definitely die. All 3 views of Teng Shen exploded. His mother is going to file a lawsuit now. The court summons has been given to his brother, and the evidence has been collected. If he sues his brother, he will definitely be sentenced. Therefore, Teng Shen became his brother's only life-saving straw, blocking him in every possible way, hoping to ask Teng Shen to forgive him so that Lu Xing could let him go. The eldest brother, who he thought was as close as a brother not long ago, suddenly turned into a villain. Teng Shen didn't know how to deal with it, so he took Ji Chang's and hid here with Lu Pianran. Then, while the 3 of them were drinking coke, eating barbecue, and watching Ultraman, Lu Shuren came to the door with a child in his arms. According to him, this was the child born by Gu Kui. Gu Kui ran away after giving birth to the child. Lu He did not want to have this child. The child had no relatives, so Lu Shuren took it and wanted to take care of it for Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran really liked this child. She picked her up and coaxed her. Her gentle eyes immediately turned cold when she looked at Lu Shuren. "You can get out." Lu Shuren felt bitter in his heart. "Brother, can you really not forgive me?" Teng Shen opened his mouth to help his brother speak, but Ji Chang's covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Don't beep, Pianran knows much better than you." Lu Pianran was also tired of Lu Shuren being so proactive and attentive. He said directly, "Do you think I am a fool? Do you want me to forgive you? How did I break my leg? If I forgive you, can you make my leg better? Stab me and give me the wound again. Do you think I can let go of the past? Lu Shuren, are you naive or am I?" Teng Shen was watching the excitement when he suddenly saw a familiar voice coming over. His expression changed and he said to Ji Chang's, "It's my eldest brother." Ji Chang suddenly became energetic. "Call over here. Brother Teng Shen is here. He is very depressed. This is normal. After all, now he wants money, and no face. Now he can only lower his head in such embarrassment. Shen, I know I was wrong. Brother, please, please forgive me. Before he finished speaking, Lu Shuren next to him suddenly raised his head, took out a dagger from his pocket, and without hesitation, pierced his right leg with the knife. With cold sweat on his face, he slashed the dagger from the left side of the flesh to the flesh. Meat on the right. This must have been very painful, but he looked up with a smile. Brother, I broke my leg, please forgive me. Brother Teng Shen next to him. Are you asking for forgiveness so harshly now? Ji Changs immediately spoke, look at how sincere people are when asking for forgiveness. Look at you, tisk tisk tisk. Brother Teng Shen. He never thought that if he came to ask for forgiveness, he would be compared with him. He forced a smile dryly. I didn't bring a knife. Lu Shuren glanced at Lu Pianran, who was also looking at Brother Teng Shen, shook his hand slightly, pulled out the knife, and handed it to Brother Teng Shen next to him with blood. Lend it to you. Brother Teng Shen. Isn't it? Can I borrow this too? But looking at Teng Shen, who was looking at him, and thinking of the difficulties he would encounter in the future, he could only curse in his heart, took the knife with trembling hands, and looked at Teng Shen without giving up. Shen. Teng Shen opened his mouth, but before he relented, Ji Chang spoke again. Look at Lu Shuren, he doesn't hesitate to use the knife. Look at your elder brother again. Hey, he's not sincere at all. Brother Teng Shen. He wanted to tear Ji Chang's mouth apart. But on the face of it, he could only grit his teeth, pick up the knife, close his eyes, and stab it with all his strength. Ah! Screams sounded. Brother Teng Shen was trembling in pain. Before he could say anything, he heard Ji Chang's continue. He even screamed. Lu Shuren made such a big hole and didn't even scream. How could he have the nerve to scream? He's not sincere at all. Brother Teng Shen. Lu Pianran also looked at the excitement with a bit of schadenfreude and said, isn't that true? Teng Shen, you can see clearly that his apology is not sincere enough. Lu Shuren hurriedly tried to please him and said, brother, I'll help him. Brother Teng Shen. No, you want to do, Lu Shuren quickly took the knife and drew it through the flesh of Brother Teng Shen's leg, then pulled out the knife and looked at Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran frowned slightly. Ji Changs didn't know where he took out the melon seeds and started to eat them. While eating the melon seeds, he continued to find faults. People have to do this kind of thing themselves. What can you do to help? It's not sincere at all. Lu Shuren looked at Lu Pianran, who also looked disgusted, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I can't do it anymore. I will listen to you next time. As he spoke, he inserted the knife again. Brother Teng Shen. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. After a while, he managed to say, you're sorry for your brother, why did you stab me? You stab yourself. Lu Shuren thought it made sense, so he pulled out the knife from Brother Teng Shen's leg and inserted it into his own leg with a cold sweat on his face, causing him to groan and turn pale. Len Buting was pulled out again. Brother Teng Shen, who was injured n times with the knife. He felt that even if he didn't go to jail, he would still be played to death by the psycho next to him. Lu Pianran had always disliked Lu Shuren. He glanced at Lu Shuren's bleeding leg and sneered, what does it have to do with me if you destroy your own leg? My leg will never come back. I thought you were acting in a romantic drama. One leg change legs. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, obviously not intending to forgive Lu Shuren. Lu Shuren lowered his head sadly, but he was not too surprised. He just pulled out the knife again, and then inserted it into Brother Teng Shen's leg. Brother Teng Shen. He almost didn't curse. Teng Shen looked at his elder brother, wondering what to do. Ji Changs reminded him while eating melon seeds, you are stupid, just learn from Pian Ran. Teng Sheng suddenly understood and said with a straight face, "You betrayed my family and you just want me to forgive you with just one leg? Go ahead and dream, you think you are acting in a romantic drama? Even my mother, a screenwriter, would not write like this." After he finished speaking, he turned around and went in. Brother Teng Sheng. He covered his legs and lost one of his legs. He didn't get what he wanted. He was so painful and angry that he almost fainted. Lu Shuren's face was equally pale, but his expression was not much better. He stared at him sadly, and slowly stood up holding the wall, his eyes full of anger. "My brother is the most soft-hearted. If you hadn't come to compete with me and my brother was disgusted with you, he would definitely forgive me. Vine shape, right? I remember you." After taking 2 steps, he remembered something again and came back to bend down with difficulty. Brother Teng Sheng felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Before he could escape, Lu Shuren reached out his hand and pulled out the knife on his leg. "Brother Teng Sheng!" He screamed and couldn't hold it back any longer, "You're crazy." Lu Shuren looked at him indifferently, "Don't you understand whether to borrow or return? Didn't your brother teach you? It's rude." Brother Teng Sheng trembled and covered his legs, "Madman, you madman." After Lu Shuren finished speaking, he ignored him and limped away with the knife. When he walked far away, he saw Lu Pian Ran having a barbecue on the 2nd floor. He immediately showed a bright smile and waved to the top, "Brother, I'm leaving first, I'll see you next time." Lu Pian Ran ignored him at all. He didn't care, he just glared at Brother Teng Sheng who had caused him trouble, he thought, and then slowly left. Brother Teng Sheng came here and broke his leg but was not forgiven and even made another enemy. He thought about all the things Ji Chang's had done just now to stir up trouble, and how he had been lying in bed several times. "I was even disliked and almost fainted. The most important thing is, when did asking for forgiveness have to involve comparing who has done more self-harm? Even if he hurts himself, he insists on helping him hurt himself. The most important thing is that he has not been forgiven. Neuropathy. A bunch of psychos. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Teng Zhonmao. Chapter 343. Because Yuki Nagasawa was chirping in Teng Shen's ears every day, and Lu Shuren was beside him for comparison, until Teng Shen's brother went to jail smoothly, Teng Shen did not go to his parents to plead for mercy as he wished. "What kind of love are you asking for? Just like Lu Pian Ran said, you regard others as brothers, but precisely because of this, can the feeling of being stabbed by a brother be the same as being stabbed by a passerby? Brother Teng Sheng came to ask for forgiveness just because there is no way out now. As for Lu Shuren coming to ask for forgiveness, he just chose a path that was more suitable for him at the beginning. When this path didn't go smoothly, he thought of another path. Teng Sheng is indeed easy to be soft-hearted, but neither of his 2 friends are like this. Under their influence, he slowly lost the last trace of soft-heartedness in his heart. Is not that right? Good guy, you were not soft-hearted when you hurt me. Now you are asking for forgiveness and you expect me to be soft-hearted? Beautiful thought. Lu Shuren was indeed lame afterwards. It's a pity that Lamé is also by Lamé. Lu Pian Ran is still cold and indifferent, but he is merciless and annexes many of Lu Shuren's assets. He had swallowed more than 3 times what he had lost before he stopped, and then he stopped seeing Lu Shuren. Ji Chang's was obsessed with making movies, so he asked Aunt Lu Xing for a script, and started filming a youth campus drama with great fanfare. The male protagonist in it was born into a wealthy family. He woke up in a 500-meter bed with a gold toilet and a gold toilet. He used a helicopter to go to school. Of course, this school drama is not about love, but the story of how the male protagonist can still study diligently and work hard in such a depraved environment. God knows what Aunt Lucine looked like when she knew what kind of script Ji Chang's wanted her to write. Not to mention, this TV series is really popular. Of course, it may also be because the props are real, which has attracted a large number of people to enjoy the show. After Ji Chang's filmed several TV series, he felt that he was very suitable for the entertainment industry, so he simply invested in the entertainment industry. He had money, a certain vision, and a backer. People in the circle wanted to regard him as an ancestor. Slowly, Ji Chang's gained some experience and began to join his own company. At first, Ji's father's expression was horrified. He once wondered if his son was going to bankrupt the company. Fortunately, Ji's father thought he was still alive and could still take care of his son, and the few small companies Ji Chang's had previously established in the entertainment industry were also good, so he let go a little bit. It turned out that Ji Chang's did really well. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to those who are very talented, but being successful is definitely enough. As the person who helped Ji Chang's, Lu Pianran was given a big red envelope by Ji's father. After confirming that his son was indeed decent, Ji's father happily retired and let his son take over. It's tragic to say that in this family, the father holds the power and refuses to go down. When he arrived at their house, he thought about going there for a long time, but his son just couldn't come up if he didn't live up to expectations. Ji Chang's has now truly become a veritable boss. There were a bunch of people accompanying him when he came in and out, and he looked very impressive. Behind him was the assistant who worked hard and complained on the inside but could still complete the task perfectly on the surface. The assistant was quite happy. This is equivalent to changing from the little eunuch beside the prince to the chief eunuch beside the emperor. Ah, he's not a eunuch. The richest man retires and his son takes over. This matter deserves to be reported in every aspect, especially Ji Chang's is different from his low-key father. People really like being interviewed. In every interview, you must say a few fixed sentences. Actually, I don't like managing companies very much. My dad has always wanted to train me, but I have no interest in this aspect. Why did I take over the company in the end? Because I also have a son. I want my son to be as happy and carefree as I was when I was young. Oh, by the way, when I was young, it was a happy life. No, for example, now I have to get up at 9 in the morning and go to bed at 11 in the evening. My son is good, sensible, obedient, and talented. My father said that he is very suitable to inherit the family business. Of course, he must inherit the family business. After all, our family has only 3 generations, but isn't he still young now? It's the same thing if you want him to pursue what he likes first, and then come back to inherit the family business after having enough fun. Good guy. This is Versailles. Especially what he said was very serious. His family was really the richest man, and it was really only passed down from 3 generations. Suddenly the news came out and a lot of people were envious. I'm so impressed, I feel early even when I get up at 9 o'clock. Is this the difference between the richest man and me? I woke up at 5 o'clock to commute and cried. Am I the only one who pays attention to the 3rd generation single biography? How old is Director G's son? Dad, let me be your daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law +1, Daddy, you will be my dad from now on. Upstairs is really too superficial. He is willing to be a daughter-in-law for money, but I am different. I just want to be Mr. G's wife, not for money, but mainly because I like the beautiful uncle. After this comment was posted, Ji Chang's turned over his cards. The reply was, forget it about being my wife. In order to ensure that my son is the sole heir, I will not get married, but you can consider my son. He is 23 years old and has just graduated. He is XXX and weighs XXX. He has no bad habits, don't smoke, don't drink, and have never been in love. Good guy. The scene suddenly changed to a marriage-urging scene. Although the person whose card was turned over was as happy as if he had won a lottery, he still had to regret to tell you that I was just saying it to be happy, but in fact I was married a long time ago. Director G was still very lost for a while. He grabbed the assistant and babbled, "Why don't you think Linksy doesn't fall in love? Don't you always hang out with girls in college, holding hands and talking about your ideals and future? Why is he different from others?" The assistant chuckled, "Director G, I think I need to remind you that not everyone else falls in love with girls in college, but you fall in love with girls in college. To be precise, Director G has known about falling in love with girls since he was a child. According to G's father, when he was in kindergarten, he knew how to chase the little girl with toys and run away." Ji Chang's pretended not to hear. "Do you think he was influenced by Lu Pianran and Teng Sheng? Why doesn't he fall in love? Do you want me to fall in love and set an example for him? No, I can't fall in love. I want to give my son a sense of security." "Forget it, so what has he been busy with recently? Why doesn't he have time to see me if he's not in love?" "Assistant, isn't the young master doing an internship? Going to work every day is very tiring." He felt bad after saying this. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chang started to ramble again. "What do you think he thinks? Even if he wants to work in the company, it would be great to come directly to the head office. He goes to the branch, forget it if you go, I won't argue with him. But he actually has to go to an internship like an ordinary student. The internship is so tiring, and he has to rent a house to live outside. It's so nice to live at home. I prepared such a big room for him, and go up his internship salary was 2,000 and 5,000 a month. This kid really doesn't know how to be frugal. He actually used that money to buy me a tie. Look at what I'm wearing around my neck. Your son has never bought you a tie." Bar. Assistant. "Here we go again, is this the old father? Every time you complain and complain, it becomes showing off." He had to remind Ji Chang's, "Drg, I'm not even married, and of course I don't have a son." Ji Chang's nodded, and then happily stretched out his arm to show the assistant the watch on his wrist. "This watch was also given to me by my son. It was the money he earned as a part-time tutor when he was in college. He saved the money for 3 years and graduated. You bought it for me when you were here, but your son didn't buy it for you, right?" "Oh no, did you just say that you don't have a son? Then your daughter didn't buy one for you, right?" Assistant. He silently rolled his eyes. Ever since Gu Lingxi graduated and entered the company as an intern, Director G seems to have entered the old father mode ahead of time, and now he has to talk about his son in everything he does. Last week, a vice president came to report and mentioned that he wanted to take time off to celebrate his 3-year-old son's birthday. Director G suddenly became excited and immediately decided to take time off to have dinner with his son. As inconsistent as ever. But it's also amazing that even though Director G is so out of touch, he can still make the company go smoothly. Maybe this is personal luck. Ji Chang started to think again that Gu Lingxi could develop other careers, but he still had to join the company and start from the grassroots level. He said, "We need to lay the foundation." I said, "You can first find some hobbies you like to play. Anyway, I'm still young, right? Even if he plays outside for 20 years and plays until he is in his 40s, even a father can hold on." But Lingxi didn't. He said that he quite liked working in the company, especially working from the grassroots level was different from being directly parachuted in. He planned to slowly hone himself, and when he did it step by step, he would definitely be able to have an impact on the entire company. A complete understanding. As he talked, Director G became proud again. "Look at how powerful my son is. Do you know what this is called? If I don't go to hell, who will?" The assistant grumbled inwardly, thinking that controlling such a big company is like hell in your eyes. Unlike Ji Chang's, who has a son and everything, Teng Sheng is called a crying father and mother, and he can't justify it without crying every day. His parents probably have fully realized that relying on others is worse than relying on themselves after what happened to his eldest brother. Instead of finding a backer for your silly son, it's better to let him be his own backer. So Teng Sheng was cool and unrestrained for so many years, and finally he was promoted to management. His father was in poor health, but his mother was in good health. Lu Xing watched his son with his own eyes. No matter how much Teng Sheng complained, he could only study hard. Fortunately, his father is not in the company, otherwise he might not have to experience male and female doubles every day. Because he was so miserable, even people like Ji Changs who liked to gloat didn't show off in front of him. Not to mention Lu Pianran. He always liked raising children and had a lot of children around him. If Ji Changs showed off his son to him, Lu Pianran would be able to show off his son twice as much. After he tried several times and was counterattacked, he gave up showing off in front of his friend. There are only poor social assistants. Even if he was complaining in his heart, for the sake of salary, he would not dare to say it out loud. He was caught listening to Ji Chang's croaking every day, and he had to work as a spy. From time to time, he had to go to the branch where the young master was working as a representative of the supreme chairman to spy. See if the young master is bullied, see how the employees in the branch are treated, and see if the young master will be wronged. This is also an old routine. Wasn't Gu Lingxi's high school completely renovated? Especially the learning environment and accommodation environment. If it were not allowed, Director Ji would have wished to move into a palace. That high school is still the first choice for many teachers for employment. They would go there for no other reason than for the good accommodation environment. When Gu Lingxi went to work, Ji Changs looked around the branch as usual. Although he didn't find anything wrong, he found that after his son ate in the cafeteria, the employee meal benefits were greatly improved. The head office will send people to the branches to inspect the branches from time to time, and the branch where Gu Lingxi is located is definitely the one that is inspected the most. Sometimes the people who come to inspect are actually from the supervision department, and sometimes it's the assistant who comes in person. If Gu Lingxi hadn't allowed Ji Changs to come to the company, fearing that people would see him wherever he went in the company if his identity was known, the father would have come in person. On this day, Ji Changs showed off his son as usual and then urged his assistant to inspect. "Assistant, Dongji, isn't the young master coming back today? When he came back, he came home to see me. How could he be in the same state as he was in the company? That kid has such a good temper and is so handsome. Who knows if he will be unspoken by his boss? Let me tell you, Mr. Yao, you know Yao anyway, there is another little fresh girl next to me. There are so many like her, just in case our Lingxi is taken a liking to. Assistant, then I'll go take a look in the afternoon." In fact, he really wanted to say that the young master is not a fool. People just don't like to be high profile, but it doesn't mean that he will really let others bully him. If you were really wronged, you would definitely say it. It's a pity that the old father doesn't care about this at all. He could only run to the branch again and again as an errand boy. Of course, the prerequisite for the assistant to do this is the large bonus in the card. It has to be said that one of the few advantages of Director G is his generosity. The assistant touched the balance reminder on his mobile phone and felt that he suddenly became energetic and headed towards the branch happily. Of course, the branch office is not in the same city as the head office, but in City C. Of course, although they are different cities, the two cities are still very close. You can get there in 2 hours by taking the high-speed rail. This is the farthest distance that Director G can accept. Any further away and he will worry that his son will be bullied and will not be able to return home in time. Gu Lingxi didn't care. He clearly knew where his shortcomings were. Normally, if a family like the Ji family wanted their children to inherit the family business, they would teach them from an early age, but he did not return to his father until he was 16 years old. His father couldn't bear to let him work too hard, so even if he was teaching, he would just let nature take its course. Gulingxi carefully selected it and felt that it was best to learn on his own. Firstly, laying the foundation step by step will be more helpful in the future. Secondly, if he suddenly lands in the air, he will not know many things, and others will not dare to teach him because of his status. And he didn't feel like he was suffering at all. He graduated from one of the top universities, and his salary as an intern in the company was 3,000 yuan. Don't underestimate this 3,000 yuan, it is already very good as an internship salary. This is because of the branch he chose. If he went to the head office, there would definitely be more. Food, car, and other miscellaneous things are added into one. Now he is just an intern who has just joined the company, and he earns 5 or 6,000 a month. I immerse myself in studying every day and don't know how to ask others. If they are patient, they will definitely be willing to teach me. He has a regular schedule and lives close by. He only needs to get up at 8 a.m. and eats all 3 meals in the cafeteria. Sometimes when Ji Changs comes home during the holidays, he will look distressed, saying, "My son has lost weight because he can't eat or sleep well outside." He desperately asked his aunt to cook delicious food to replenish his health. Gulingxi's face was rosy. If he hadn't insisted on exercising, he would have turned into a fat man. For this reason, the assistant has always felt that his boss has always been the one holding back the relationship between father and son. Nor did he go to the branch empty-handed. Instead, he carried the love lunchbox that Ji Changs asked him to bring. It contained chicken soup that his aunt had stewed all night. The chicken was free-range chicken that Ji Changs specially found, and the mushrooms were also carefully selected from wild products. After simmering for a whole night, the assistant was almost salivated by the taste when he went to Ji Chang's house. Fortunately, although Ji Changs liked to show off and was a Versailles man, he was indeed a good match for his subordinates. He drank a bowl and went on the road with his insulated lunchbox. Ji Changs also specifically told him to get to the branch as quickly as possible, preferably by taking the high-speed rail at 9:30 in the morning and arriving around 12 o'clock noon. His home in the west can still have chicken soup. When the assistant arrived, he didn't go into the company. Instead, he went directly to the back door of the kitchen, where a master chef was rubbing his hands and waiting. The two of them were like spies. He handed the lunchbox in his hand forward. "The chicken soup should still be hot. Take a look and help warm it up if it's not hot." The master quickly took it, agreed and went in. Yes, this is the secret line specially planted by Ji Changs. It was specially used to keep an eye on whether Gulingxi was eating 3 meals a day regularly, and to cook a small meal for his son from time to time. The master chef earns 2 salaries. On the surface, he is the chef of the branch, but in fact he is the manager of the royal kitchen next to the prince. He works hard every day to keep an eye on the prince. If Gulingxi misses a steamed bun in the morning, he must report it to Ji Changs. Gulingxi couldn't laugh or cry about this, but he also understood his father's love for his son. Since the two met, he has never been far away from his father. Even if he goes to college, it only takes more than 40 minutes to drive home. This time he left school and home and lived alone in a strange city for the first time. It was normal for his father to be worried. It has to be said that for Gulingxi, who had lacked love since childhood, the concern from his father was very useful to him. The more love he gets, the harder he wants to work. After the assistant handed over the chicken soup in his hand, he straightened his clothes and went in through the company door openly. At this time, some employees came to the tea room on the first floor after finishing their work. When they saw the assistant, they immediately looked away. This person came too diligently, they have already become familiar with each other. The news immediately buzzed among colleagues. "Attention please. Someone from the head office is here." "Inspection again? Wasn't it just the last inspection? I have worked in other branches before, and I never felt that the head office always came to inspect. Is it because our company is close to the head office? Our company's welfare benefits are also a bit better than those of other branches. It seems that the one who came last time is here again. I heard that he is a close confidant of the chairman. Are we very valued by the chairman? Otherwise, we always come to inspect. Gulingxi didn't read the group messages while he was working. He didn't notice that his assistant uncle was coming and he was working seriously. The intern next to him asked him something he didn't understand, so he stopped and taught him seriously and in a low voice. The office boss sat in his seat and glanced in Gulingxi's direction, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Gulingxi is considered the best among this batch of interns, not only in terms of work ability, but also work attitude. He liked Gulingxi, so he taught more from time to time. Some employees might think it was overtime work and would be unhappy, but Gulingxi knew very well that it was his help, so he valued the intern even more. He was just thinking about how to train Gulingxi well when he saw the branch boss coming in accompanied by his assistant. If it were anyone else, the branch boss would generally not take it so seriously. After all, he still has a good position in terms of authority. But the assistant is a close confidant around Ji Chang's, who is equivalent to a general manager. Of course he didn't dare to slack off, as he was much closer to the chairman than he was. The assistant wandered in, looking very serious on the surface, but in fact he was looking at Gulingxi calmly. I glanced at the number of documents on the table, the cleanliness of the table, the potted plants beside the table, and the cups next to it. Why is there no water in the cup? The assistant looked at the water dispenser placed at the door, and calculated how long it would take Gulingxi to walk from his position to the water dispenser, and he began to think about it. Gulingxi happened to look up and the assistant immediately smiled. Gulingxi also smiled. Can you not be happy when someone cares about you? As the assistant finished walking up and down, a well-informed person in the group of colleagues said, "It seems that every office will have 2 water dispensers in the future. Wow. I don't know if it's my misunderstanding, but every time the chief internal manager comes, our treatment will always be improved. Although it only adds a water dispenser, it can be regarded as an improvement in treatment. It seems that the tableware in the canteen was changed last time I came here. Did I say we won't have spies here? Wasn't there someone in the group who complained last time that the tableware in the canteen was too shallow, making it unsatisfying to eat? Could it be that someone from the head office was ambushing the group? Have you watched too many Gongda dramas? We are a branch. Is there anything we can ambush in the head office? Last time the company was also inspected by the general manager. The next day after the inspection, a bunch of flowers and plants were brought into our office. It is said that if there are more plants, the oxygen content will be higher. Looking at green is good for the eyes when you are tired, and flowers and plants will make employees feel good. This big housekeeper is our biological father. He is really considerate. Dad +1, every time he comes he will increase our welfare benefits by a pinch." The group of colleagues was chatting lively, and when it was time for lunch, Gulingxi went to get lunch with his colleagues in the office. The other colleagues served 4 dishes and 1 soup as usual, and after finishing the fruits, when it was his turn, there was an extra lunch box. Other colleagues were not surprised. Did your family bring you food again? Another benefit of their canteen is that if someone brings food from home, the canteen chef can help heat it. If some people want to have extra meals, they will buy food outside and bring it to the canteen. When it is time to eat, the master chef will heat the food for them. Of course, this also depends on whether the master can remember the face. If he doesn't remember the face, he can only tell the secret code. Gulingxi was obviously the one whose face was remembered by the master, and they gave it to him without asking him. The benefits in the canteen are very good, and only a few people get extra meals. People like Gulingxi get extra meals every now and then. Other colleagues thought it was strange at first, but when they found out that it was given by the elders in the family, They became accustomed to it. Elders, aren't they all like this? Even if you eat well at the company, they will still doubt whether you need nutritional supplements. When asked, Gu Lingxi just smiled, "My dad made the soup." "Wow, your dad can also cook. Your dad must love you very much." "My dad is a big man at home. Let alone make soup for me. Asking him to cook is like killing him." Colleagues talked and laughed, and Gu Lingxi laughed too. His dad actually didn't want to cook, so he probably only watched a few times while the chicken soup was being made. But this is also dad's love. Everyone who has a good relationship with the same office will sit together to eat. Gu Lingxi sat with the intern. He put chicken soup in the middle and invited everyone to eat together. Otherwise, he might not be able to finish it in 3 days if he just sticks to the portion his father gave him. Everyone was not polite and ate a piece of chicken one after another. "Wow! This chicken is so tender. Is it native chicken? It's so fragrant. Your dad's cooking is so good, it's so delicious." Everyone raved about it. If the aunt at home knew about it, she would definitely be happy from ear to ear. She was a serious chef, but unfortunately the family was full of picky people. Ji Chang's was used to eating delicious food, let alone Ji's father. Gu Lingxi is not picky. Unfortunately, just because he is not picky, he still thinks it tastes good if you give him a bowl of chicken soup, and he still thinks it tastes good if you give him a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Everyone shared the chicken soup and didn't even finish it. It was estimated that they could still have another meal. Gu Lingxi put it on the master's table and asked him to help him heat it up for dinner. The afternoon was another hard-working afternoon. When it was time to get off work, a colleague asked Gu Lingxi, "Would you like to go out to eat together?" Gu Lingxi refused outright at first because he thought it would be better to go back to the place where he rented a house and read a book instead of going out to eat. But as time went by, he also discovered that in the workplace, you can't be alone. This is called not joining the group. Even the branch boss will eat with others from time to time. So Gu Lingxi would go with him most of the time, and then silently learn the old fox-like methods of his predecessors in the workplace. The group of people ate happily and went to sing again. After such a dinner, everyone looked at each other much closer the next day than before. Gu Lingxi kept this in mind and planned to write it down in his notepad when he went back. He felt quite happy. Although he didn't know why his father always felt that he was suffering outside, other colleagues seemed to think so when they contacted his family, so Gu Lingxi summarized this as a characteristic of parents. Anyway, if your child is not around, he will definitely suffer. He grew up day by day in the branch. Because of his high academic qualifications and strong learning ability, plus he has been adapting to the workplace, he was promoted very quickly. Of course, you will definitely encounter some difficulties in your professional life. However, Gu Lingxi never complained. Why not solve the problem himself if he can solve it? If there is something that can't be solved, it's not too late to ask your family for help. The smooth life ended when the branch boss changed. This person was transferred from another branch. On the day he arrived, gossip started among his colleagues. It is said that he is the brother of the shareholder. Did you have trouble in other companies before? It seems that the shareholders brought people to us just for that matter. Which shareholder's brother is this? On the first day he came here, he changed everything in the office, saying that he was not used to using the same things as others. It seems that Mr. Liu's younger brother is the one who kept a mistress outside and was harassed by the wife. In fact, he is not a shareholder, it is his father-in-law who relied on him the last time he was slapped by his wife in public. He did not dare to say a word. On this sensitive topic, everyone speaks anonymously. After all, it's a big group, and who knows if there might be spies. Gu Lingxi opened the group of colleagues and watched it for a while, filling his head with gossip. It is said that Mr. Liu is a phoenix man. He relies on his wife to rise to power. After taking office, the family can be regarded as a pheasant turning into a phoenix, and then he starts to act like a monster. His wife didn't divorce him for the sake of their children, but she didn't give him any face. If she caught him, she would take action directly. Mr. Lu got married, and his children all took his wife's surname, so he loved his brother as much as he loved his son. He tried his best to lift his brother up, and followed him to wipe his butt when he got into trouble. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. This younger brother is a bit arrogant, but the trouble he has caused is not that big. In addition, the son-in-law of the shareholder is there to protect him, so others just turn a blind eye. After all, it is like this. Today I will give you convenience, and tomorrow you will give me convenience. As long as you don't do it too much, everyone can be good to you and me. Mr. Lu, the younger brother of Mr. Lu who suddenly appeared, is now in his 30s this year. He is very arrogant and behaves like a prince. In fact, he is also capable, otherwise Mr. Lu might not be able to put him in even if he talks nonsense, but he has the ability to do things, but his ability to offend people is too strong. Just a few days after arriving, I took away the credit of the people below who had worked hard to prepare for half a year. After taking the credit, Mr. Lu shamelessly took the credit in his own name and happily expressed that he would treat him to a treat to celebrate. This subordinate happened to be Gu Lingxi. He has been working in the branch for several years and has been working his way up step by step, and now he has reached the position of the third boss. It stands to reason that his immediate boss should be promoted to the boss of the company, but he was promoted to the second eldest brother. As a result, a young Mr. Lu was parachuted in. His immediate boss was not promoted, and he also failed to become the second largest employee. Originally, this was okay, but this Mr. Lu had caused trouble before, and now he wanted to make up for it. Instead of taking the credit himself, he just grabbed a ready-made one. This is a big deal. Gu Lingxi was relatively stable, but his subordinates who had worked hard with him for half a year were very aggrieved. As the third boss, Gu Lingxi never takes credit from his subordinates. If everyone makes something together, they will report the credit together and get the bonus together. As a result, now that the bonus is about to disappear, who can do it? They were all people with real abilities. Anyone who wanted to be angry like this was filled with indignation and wanted Gu Lingxi to take them together to seek justice. The most annoying thing is that Mr. Lu doesn't know if he wants to show off his strong financial resources. He took their group of leaders directly to the most expensive hotel in the city. So the people below became even more angry. A meal at this hotel is quite expensive for so many people. Mr. Lu obviously doesn't need that little money, so why should he take credit from them? They all pointed to the bonus. Gu Lingxi didn't give up, and went to the place with various reports that could prove that he led the people to make this achievement. When others were still sighing that this place was really high-end, he directly reported it and came up with the theory. It's a pity that people don't want to theory at all. Mr. Lu had an arrogant attitude. He slapped the various reports prepared by Gu Lingxi on the table, pointed at the young subordinate's nose and cursed. You are nothing but you want to come to my place to rebel. Do you know who my brother is? Do you know that my relative is the second largest shareholder of the head office? They are all here to make money. If you are honest, I don't mind keeping you. Look at you, if you challenge me, get out of here. Gu Lingxi has always been soft-tempered in the eyes of his subordinates. He has a plan for everything he does. If there is a conflict with someone, he will discuss it with others and try his best to calm the conflict. He is usually very interesting to the people below him. If we go out to play together, he will definitely settle the bill. This is considered normal in the eyes of subordinates. After all, we are all social animals. If we don't agree with each other and quit, we will still make a lot of money. When you are the boss, don't you just have to be nice to the people under you in order to win people's hearts? But it's clear that Gu Lingxi's popularity has been rising. After all, he is handsome, always smiles gently, has strong work ability, and is friendly to his colleagues and subordinates. If someone asks for help, he doesn't mind helping as long as it doesn't delay his own work. Such a person with a good temper, but after being pointed at and scolded by his airborne superior, sneered, "What do you think, your relatives are shareholders, so you can walk around the company and fire people at will?" Mr. Lu is probably thinking of 3 things to do when the new official takes office. Gu Lingxi was the chicken that bumped into him and killed the chicken to scare the monkey. Gu Lingxi sneered, and he also sneered, "Our company can't afford someone like you who is disobedient to work arrangements and always comes to your boss to ask for an explanation. You are fired. This is an internal dinner party within our company. You should leave now." Upon hearing the dismissal, all other subordinates' expressions changed. The company's welfare package is definitely the best in the industry, and the wages and bonuses are also very good. When they work in this company, whether they go out to tell others and gain face, or they have money in their wallets and peace of mind, they are always satisfied. If you are being treated unfairly and come to find an explanation, everyone will definitely come. But if speaking out will result in expulsion, some people will have to think carefully about what to do. Gu Lingxi didn't change his face like others, he only said coldly, "Is it possible for you to open my position with just 1 sentence? According to the procedure, you have to report it to the head office and the chairman will sign it personally before I can step down. Isn't it too early to say this now?" This is not the first time Mr. Lu has encountered such a thorn. When he said this in the past, some young and energetic people would just slam the table and give up. Some would be intimidated, and some would be like Gu Lingxi, who would violate the company's regulations to confront him. Every time he chooses someone to scare the monkeys, he always chooses young people, because people at this age are more impulsive, and because he has only been in the workplace for a few years, he doesn't have that many connections, so even if he wants to, he can't make a move. He had inquired carefully about Gu Lingxi. He was said to be from a single-parent family, graduated from Kyoto University, had a high degree of education, and a high IQ. He was usually very popular in the company. Such people are definitely a serious problem for him, who came here by air, because Gu Lingxi has already accumulated some confidence. If there is a conflict between him and Gu Lingxi, most of the company's employees will still side with Gu Lingxi. So given this opportunity, he must take the opportunity to get people away. He must be fired, and Gu Lingxi must not be allowed to go to other branches or the head office. Otherwise, he will offend the other party. If the other party stands on top of him one day, the ugly person will be himself. Xiao Lu finally made his calculations, and he was very satisfied in his heart that Gu Lingxi followed the script he imagined. He was just the general manager of a branch. He randomly found a loophole and pinned it on Gu Lingxi and handed it to the chairman. The chairman was busy with everything, and with his brother assisting him, how could he take a closer look at what a general manager was? Why leave? And after his arrival, other people saw that he had the ability to fire the general manager, and they had to obey him no matter how unconvinced they were. This is what killing a chicken to scare a monkey is like. He smiled confidently, "Don't worry about these things. You just need to know that if I let you go, you have to go." Gu Lingxi asked a strange question this time, "Why do you think the chairman will listen to you?" Mr. Lu chuckled, "My family is a major shareholder of the company. Do you think the chairman will have trouble with my family because of such a small role like you? Young man, let me teach you to be a good boy. When you go out, you should not only look at your ability, but also look at who has the most support. If you don't leave, I guarantee that you will not be able to survive in the entire G family." The young man in front of him had clearly reached the peak of his anger since he finished speaking these words. Normally, no matter how high you sit and how powerful you are still young. Just saying a few words can make you so popular. Mr. Xiaolu felt a little superior, but Gulingxi was going crazy. His dad is such a fun-loving person. He gets up at 9 a.m. and gets off work at 5 p.m. every day for the company. The last time his dad celebrated his birthday, he only played outside for a week and then came back. His father has sacrificed so much for the company, but these cancerous people are constantly holding his father back and driving the company's talents away. And the so-called second shareholder, don't think he doesn't know that the company does have shareholders, but the largest shareholder has always been his father, and the other shareholders are just small shareholders. The so-called first. The second largest shareholder is only the largest minority shareholder among a group of small shareholders. Just such a shareholder can actually directly control the decision of the general manager of the branch. What do they want to do? Are you trying to ignore his father? Thinking about his father who always loved to have fun, even if he tried hard to manage the company, he might not be as good as his grandfather. Maybe this group of people relied on this to deceive his father. Gulingxi thought about the scene where his father was miserably ignored in the head office and even had his power taken away from him, and he was almost angry to death. His father is so kind, yet these shameless people have the dignity to do so. If Grandpa were here, he would definitely kill them. No, he's going to kill them now. Seeing Gulingxi's angry face, Mr. Xiaolu thought that the other person must be very angry but unable to fight against the power at this moment. His heart must be shaking like a sea. Tisk tisk tisk, so even if there is no one behind him, he still dares to bang the table with him. He is also a warrior. Why are you standing still? Why don't you leave? This is my treat. I won't let you eat, but you are so shameless that you want to eat? Do you still want the security to kick you out? If this was in the company, Gulingxi would definitely not leave. But this is Mr. Liu's treat, and he definitely doesn't want to eat Mr. Liu's meal. It's just that the breath in my heart is still blocked. Just one point of persistence, your family is just a second shareholder. After all, this company still belongs to the G family. If you do whatever you want, what do you think of the chairman? Mr. Liu chuckled. You don't need to worry about it anymore. If you have time to spare, you'd better find a new job quickly and take a walk. Seeing that Gulingxi wouldn't leave, he simply called the waiters and asked them to take him away. Waiter. We are just waiters. You brought people in by yourself. If you ask us to drive them away, if we drop them somewhere, they will sue us. They looked at each other and didn't drink. Mr. Liu was a little drunk after 2 drinks. Seeing that these waiters didn't give him any respect, he suddenly felt that he was being looked down upon. He also has low self-esteem. He knows that his sister-in-law looks down on their family, so he often flatters her in front of her. Now that he has finally become the king of the mountain, he is still willing to be looked down upon. When you stand up, you have to take action. Seeing his fierce look, it seemed that the others had friendship with Gulingxi, so they quickly stood up to persuade and stop him. Mr. Liu, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Everyone just drank some wine and said something unpleasant. In fact, Lingxi's intention was not like this. Lingxi, why don't you apologize to Mr. Liu quickly? A colleague stopped the person and winked at Gulingxi. Seeing Gulingxi standing still, another colleague had no choice but to walk up to Gulingxi and whisper, Lingxi, don't just take it for granted. This job is really hard to come by. The salary is high and the benefits are great, okay, and it's also respectable to say the least. You still have 2 days off every week, and you get paid more for overtime work. If you were really fired for such a person, it would be such an injustice. Just admit your mistake and surrender, and this matter will be over. Gulingxi still looked ugly and refused to admit his mistake. Should I give in to him? Does he want to go to heaven? He has now decided that this man does not take his father seriously. Coupled with the fact that his father has always had a bully temper, Gulingxi is even more certain of this. There's absolutely no way I'm going to apologize to him. We're not done with this. Hearing Gu Lingxi's words, Mr. Xiaolu really got excited. Okay. It's not over yet. I tell you, you have offended me, and I will make it impossible for you to survive in the entire sea city. There was a lot of noise and the door was open. Other customers in the corridor would inevitably take a few glances when they heard the commotion. Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran happened to be here on business, and they arranged to have dinner together after doing business. Before we even reached the place, we encountered such a bustle. Lu Pianran had no interest in leaving, but Teng Sheng stood still with great interest. Wait a minute, did you hear what that person just said? Good guy, this is a local snake. I haven't seen such an arrogant person in the circle for 800 years. Even the prince didn't dare to be so arrogant back then. Come and watch the fun together. While talking, he took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and handed them to Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran. He looked helpless. Teng Sheng, how can you eat melon seeds outside? If the melon seed peels fall to the ground, wouldn't it cause trouble for others? After finishing speaking, he said to the waiter who was about to lead them to the room, we won't go to the room now. Please bring us a plate. Thank you. Waiter. He has been working here for several years, and this is the first time he has seen such a pure and unpretentious boss. After getting the plate, the two of them ate melon seeds with the plate, spitting out all the melon seed skins on the plate. While eating melon seeds, we discussed whose family the arrogant guy inside belonged to. Everyone in our circle has been told to keep a low profile since childhood. I think he is so arrogant, he must be a nouveau riche. That shouldn't be the case. The nouveau riche have learned well. If you are too arrogant, you will be reported or kidnapped. I don't think this posture is like the nouveau riche. How can a nouveau riche be so confident? That may be someone's relative. Teng Sheng ate melon seeds very quickly, one at a time. It's like this, the king of hell is easy to deal with, and the kid is difficult to deal with. The more arrogant those who have no money and no ability, the more arrogant they are. It has already progressed to, I'm telling you. Go against me. You will definitely not end well. If you are sensible, get out of here now. Teng Sheng shook his head, tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no brainer. If it were placed in a novel, it would be just a cannon fodder that can only appear in one chapter, used to set off the protagonist's IQ and normal outlook. Lu Pianran added, it's the same in TV dramas. In such a situation, a big shot will definitely appear and slap him in the face. The two of them laughed, thinking that they might actually be able to guard a big shot. But it was just a joke. In reality, there are many such idiots, and they only yell at powerless people. There is nothing they can do if they are wronged. Teng Sheng asked, should we mind this business? Lu Pianran glared at him, you are just idle and want to take care of everything. If you know who they are, just take care of them. How many times have I told you, before the matter is clear, you must not just do it casually. What if there is a reversal? Look more and listen more. If you really want to take care of it, ask around and wait for the details to come out before taking action. Otherwise, if you rush forward directly, you are not waiting for someone to catch you. A handle. Teng Sheng, really, I think you are just like my mother. Lu Pianran smiled, I have a child here who is in the rebellious stage. He has been disciplined a lot recently and always speaks in this tone. If you don't mind, you can think of me as your mother. Teng Sheng rolled his eyes and was about to say, just dream. I saw that the arrogant guy in the room had already advanced to the point, no matter how shameless you are and refuse to leave, there's no point in it. Today you have to leave even if you don't, and you have to leave even if you don't. With that said, he strode forward, seemingly planning to take action directly. Tisk tisk tisk, the world is getting worse. Teng Sheng was about to express his feelings to Lu Pianran, but when he turned his face, he was gone. He turned around in confusion and found that Lu Pianran, who had just told him not to go directly, rushed into the room and punched the crab classmate in the face. "No, didn't you just say you should calm down?" Teng Sheng was confused when he saw the appearance of another person involved. Isn't this my eldest nephew?" he screamed and rushed forward. Mr. Xiaolu was stunned by the punch. Before he could recover, another punch hit him in the face. There were stars in his eyes, and when he raised his eyes and was about to curse, he saw the faces of Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran. Mr. Xiaolu. He knew these two people. It is said that they are two arrogant company chairmen. One is through inheritance. One is to work hard on one's own. However, these two people are still friends, and they often get together to work together. Oh no, they cooperate to make money. The most important thing is that they seem to have a relationship with Director Ji. Even if Mr. Xiaolu offends anyone, he doesn't want to offend them both. He wiped away the nosebleed and forced a smile on his face. "Director Lu, Director Sheng, why are you two trying to hit me? Is there something I have offended?" The man who was so arrogant just now is now withered, and everyone else can see that the two people who came in are no longer small figures. One by one, they went from being confused to gloating about Mr. Liu's misfortune. Don't look at them calling each other Mr. Liu, who would like a boss who takes credit from his subordinates, especially Gu Lingxi's popularity is very good. Even if they don't side with Gu Lingxi for the sake of their family's livelihood, it doesn't mean that they side with Mr. Liu. Now seeing this guy being beaten and trying to please him, everyone felt so happy. Lu Pianran and Teng Sheng, however, ignored Mr. Liu at all. Instead, they walked directly in front of Gu Lingxi and looked him up and down to see if he was injured. "Lingxi, are you okay? This grandson didn't hit you, did he?" Compared to Lu Pianran, who was sizing him up in a subtle way, Teng Sheng was much more direct. He pulled his eldest nephew around in a circle and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that not even a hair was missing. Not to mention this is his eldest nephew, he loves him very much. Just thinking about it, if Nagasawa knew that his son had been beaten, that kid shouldn't go crazy. Gu Lingxi slowly lowered his raised fist and smiled, "Uncle Teng, I'm fine. Have you forgotten that my dad asked me to learn Taekwondo for several years? He can't beat me. In fact, he was just waiting for Mr. Liu to come up and beat him. In this way, if he fights again, it will be self-defense." Gu Lingxi was not one to let others bully him. Strictly speaking, he was just like his grandma. If he didn't have the ability to fight back, he could just endure it. If he had the ability, then why should he endure it? Isn't that a fool to stand and let others beat him when he can fight back? But he didn't expect that before he took action, his two uncles had already beaten him. Lu Pianran nodded, "It's okay. What's going on? Is this what it is?" Gu Lingxi simply said, "The superior who came by air took away the project we had been preparing for half a year. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the workplace, but most subordinates choose to swallow the pain." After hearing this, Teng Sheng turned around angrily and looked at Mr. Liu like a dead man. "What the hell? Which family do you belong to? Are you bullying someone in our house?" Mr. Liu was already dumbfounded. Other colleagues were also stunned. What does this say? Does Gu Lingxi have any other background? Mr. Liu forced out a dry smile, yes, it's my fault. I drank and became impulsive." He couldn't figure out what was going on, but it didn't stop him from sliding to his knees in seconds. He couldn't afford to offend Teng Sheng. Especially there was Lu Pianran next to him. How arrogant he was just now his attitude towards admitting his mistakes is so good. Unfortunately, it is of no use. Teng Sheng didn't accept his advice at all. "Stop watching people serve food. You have the nerve to drive people away after taking their credit. You must have been a manta ray in your last life. You have such a big face. Hurry up and tell me which family you are from and whose power you rely on. I want to see whose children are so arrogant that they barely show their dignity when they go out. Lu Pianran also sneered. Although he said nothing, the threat was much greater than Teng Sheng's call. Mr. Lu couldn't tell that they were planning to settle a score with his backer, so he was too frightened to say anything. If he didn't say it, Gu Lingxi would say it for him. He himself said that his brother is the son-in-law of the second shareholder of our company, and he also said that he can control the chairman's right to lay off employees. Lu Pianran and Teng Sheng's expressions suddenly became strange. Mr. Lu quickly explained, No, that's not what I said. What I meant was that the chairman might give me this face. Ji Dong was not someone to be trifled with. His brother had told him many times that Ji Dong seemed harmless, but he was actually very sinister. If Lu Pianran and Teng Sheng told Director Ji this, he would be doomed. Give you face. Teng Sheng repeated with strange eyes. You want to beat his son and you want him to give you face. Mr. Xiao Lu. Other colleagues. Mr. Lu was still a little confused. When will I beat him? As he spoke, he suddenly came to his senses and looked at Gu Lingxi with a cold look in his eyes. You. Isn't Gu Lingxi's surname Gu? How did he become Director Ji's son? I. Mr. Lu didn't want to believe this fact. He was still trying to tell himself how it was possible. Gu Lingxi, how could he be Director Ji's son? Lu Pianran saw that this guy was almost scared to death, so he kindly put the last straw that broke his opponent's back. Lingxi's surname is my grandmother's. You, Director Ji, are just such a precious son. What did you just say? That your brother's father-in-law is the second shareholder. Teng Sheng, standing next to him, was angry. That's awesome. The brother of the son-in-law of the second shareholder beat the only son of the first shareholder. It's really awesome. I want to applaud you. Mr. Xiao Lu. His vision went dark and his legs became weak. Other colleagues. They were all still confused. The good-tempered and capable Gu Lingxi is actually the prince. Oh my god. Gu Lingxi came to this position step by step from an intern. It turns out that the TV series is real, and the prince actually knows how to make private visits to the grassroots. A pheasant copycat prince comes to show off his power and then bumps into a serious prince. What kind of fairy tale plot is this? Screenwriters wouldn't dare to write like this. A group of people were feeling like shit in their hearts, but they didn't have any expression on their faces. Of course, it might be because they didn't know what expression to make at all. Teng Sheng directly pulled Gu Lingxi over. He complained, I told you to come to Uncle's place a long time ago. If you want to train yourself, you can't go anywhere. You have to run so far. It's okay now. You've been bullied. Didn't your dad want you to go back? Anyway, the brother of this shareholder's son-in-law has fired you. It just so happens that you should stop working and come back with us. Ji Changs had mentioned before that Gu Lingxi could almost return to the head office now. Originally, they were happy for the child's growth. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Teng Sheng defended his shortcomings and simply thought of taking the person back directly. Anyway, now that Gu Lingxi's identity has been exposed, there is no point in continuing to practice in this company. Lu Pianran rarely agreed with Teng Sheng's words. Your Uncle Teng is right, just come back with us. Your grandma is about to celebrate her birthday. If we go back now, we can make her happy. Gu Lingxi didn't hesitate and nodded. Are you in a hurry to go back? I have some work to hand over here. No rush, I have plenty of time. You can go ahead. Other colleagues saw Director Lu and Director Teng chatting and laughing with Gu Lingxi, their faces full of love from the elders to their juniors. Then they looked at Mr. Lu, who was pale and had a look of astonishment on his face, and they were almost in a trance. This meal was full of energy, and in the end no one had the appetite to continue eating. Gu Lingxi acted as if nothing had happened just now. When Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran went out, he said to his colleagues in the room, "I guess I will be transferred to the head office. I have to hand over some work to you. Please go back to the company after eating work overtime." "Okay, okay, hey, I'm almost full. Let me go with you." As soon as one colleague finished speaking, other colleagues quickly followed. Yeah, I'm almost full, let's go together." "I'm fine too. No one who can get into the leadership position is a fool." It was obvious that Mr. Lu was now a salted fish, and they were not willing to continue to eat from him. There was no one left. Mr. Lu was probably hit hard. His face was pale, and he followed everyone to the parking lot like a wandering ghost. He wanted to stop Gu Lingxi. "Gu Lingxi, I want to apologize to you." Gu Lingxi didn't stop, he just found his car and got in as if he didn't hear anything. After everyone got into the car separately, some small private groups immediately became lively. The unifying sign of these groups is that there is no Gu Lingxi among them. This group of leaders first passed the news to their subordinates or cronies, and then the subordinates and cronies passed the news to their close colleagues. Of course, it was only circulated in private. After all, Gu Lingxi was still in the company. After he finished handing over the work, took his personal belongings, and exited all work groups, the work group was quiet for a few seconds at first. After a while, an uninformed person asked anonymously, "What's going on? Why did Director Gu quit? Was he really fired?" Obviously, his news was lagging behind the newly appointed CEO Xiao Lu, who wanted to fire Supervisor Gu. All kinds of new messages were immediately refreshed in the group at super speed. What kind of dismissal? Let me tell you, tonight is so lively. Director Gu is actually the only son of the company chairman. What? Real or fake? I've heard it too, my god, I thought Director Gu looked a bit like Director G before, but because they don't have the same last name, and Director Gu wears glasses and looks more polite, Director G at first glance, he looked like a playboy, so he didn't take it seriously, but it turned out to be true. Holy shit, luckily I didn't go to bed early tonight, this news is too exciting. More than that, didn't the new one take the credit from Director Gu? I went to Yunfan for a treat today. Manager Gu was not timid at all. He directly took out the documents and confronted the person. It was really exciting, even more exciting than watching TV series. Which leader is upstairs? Tell us quickly. I also went today, and it's really cool to tell you. The person said that he wanted to fire Director Gu, but Director Gu directly said that dismissing someone at his level requires the signature of the chairman, and asked him why he wanted him to leave now. Then what you said at the time was self-confidence. What was the result? Director Gu is the son of the chairman. He wants to compete with his father, but he has never done so. So you guys have been talking for a long time. How did Director Gu reveal his identity? Is it possible that the werewolf just blew himself up? No, I heard from our boss that it seemed that the new guy was about to take action, but it happened that two uncles from Supervisor Gu came over for dinner, and they bumped into each other. Good guys, they took action against those two angry people. Lu, I don't even dare to fart, and I'm still licking my face to apologize from behind. Isn't the chairman an only son? Where did Director Gu come from? Not my uncle, but two old directors, Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran. As you know, aren't they in the news every day? Judging from how close they are to Director Gu, they must have watched Director Gu grow up. If their children who have watched them grow up are going to be beaten, or by a marginalized figure like Mr. Lu, can they not be angry? The discussion in the group was in full swing. Before, they only dared to complain quietly to Mr. Lu, but now they are shaking as if he is the prince himself. Previously, Mr. Lu was said to be a prince. He is just a shitty prince. The real prince is here. Either Mr. Lu is stepping down because he has offended the chairman's only son, or he is being unreasonable. It's impossible for him not to step down. It's so funny, I wanted to say it before, but I didn't dare to say it for fear of offending Mr. Lu. He's a shitty prince. The whole family is just feeding off his brother's wife. His brother was slapped in the face before he didn't dare to say anything, and Mr. Lu had made a lot of jokes when he was in school. He claimed that he was a rich second generation in his family, and he insisted on pursuing a beautiful woman. If the beautiful woman didn't want it, he would spread some rumors around. And the beautiful woman's family ended up being richer. He was forced to apologize and transfer to another school to settle the matter. Phoenix Man and his family have hit a brick wall now. I really don't know how the young lady fell in love with such a man. Let's talk about our crown prince. Wow wow wow, I didn't expect that the crown prince is actually Manager Gu. Oh my god, he is young and rich, the only heir of the family, handsome, good-tempered and capable. Such a character is put in a TV series, everyone will call him Tom Soo. Holy shit, 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 shit. Supervisor Gu is actually the prince. He and I are college classmates. I don't think he is very lavish with money. He is also very low-key. He used to work part-time as a tutor. He is so rich. Are you still so low-key? I admire you. Some people gloated over the misfortune, and some were so excited that they felt like they were right there being slapped in the face. Word spread quickly. Gu Lingxi no longer paid attention to this. He worked all the way in the branch not to show off, but to study seriously. Now that the magic has been accomplished, there is no need to hide his identity when he returns to the head office. Ji Chang's arranged a position for his son with all the gongs and drums. In fact, if Gu Lingxi hadn't expressed that he wanted to study again, Ji Chang's would have wanted to abdicate now. The second shareholder almost fainted when he learned the news. This time, he directly gave his daughter a death order, either to let Mr. Liu's brother get out, or for both of them to get out together. He does not only have one daughter, but this daughter is the most important to him. He has other children. If his family offends Ji Chang's because of this daughter, and the other party does not know how to repent, he will insist on that man with only a good-looking face. If so, then he doesn't need this daughter anymore. Fortunately, this young lady is not really stupid. She had always wanted to tolerate it for the sake of her children, so she tolerated the other party looking for women outside. Anyway, she would also look for men outside. But it would be different if this man and his family implicated her father. She immediately decided to divorce because she found evidence that the other party had cheated on her, and many things were her premarital property when they got married. After some operations, the man simply left the house clean. He was completely stunned. He never expected that he would be defeated at the hands of his younger brother. He beat his younger brother severely, but he couldn't regain his former glory and wealth. The two brothers no longer had the brotherhood and respect they had before, and they had a lot of trouble after they broke up. The two brothers had always felt that although their daughter-in-law was rich, she also had shortcomings. For example, she only gave birth to a daughter and was unwilling to give birth to another daughter. She was unable to give them a grandson. Although they dare not accuse their daughter-in-law in person, they secretly despise her as a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Their daughter fell in love with their son and gave their family a prosperous life. They were not grateful at all. They did not think that the other party did not care about the money, but that their son had the ability to let such a wealthy family recruit a son-in-law. As a result, everything suddenly collapsed. The eldest lady got divorced happily, but she didn't like their son much at all. The two sons turned against each other. Because my temper has grown up, and because of my reputation, I can't do anything for long no matter what job I do. Nowadays, no one is stopping their son from having grandchildren. It's a pity that the two of them have high standards. Ordinary girls don't like her. Bai Fumei and the others like her, but it's impossible for others to fall in love with such a person. In the end, Mr. Lu was old and had no choice but to marry a wife of about the same age through someone's introduction. That wife was also married for the second time. It is said that her previous husband went bankrupt. When she divorced, she couldn't get much because the family didn't have much money anymore. The introducer said that the two of them must get along well because they both experienced a wealthy life and then fell off. Unfortunately, they didn't get along. Mr. Liu's previous wife was an eldest lady who, although average in appearance, had various abilities. Although it can be seen that this wife was beautiful when she was young, she is no longer beautiful now that she is old. She has no ability and does not make much money. She still has the nerve to always persuade him to start a business to make money, and she wants to get back to where she was before. A wealthy life. What a fart. I started a business several times, but I didn't make any money, but I spent all my previous savings on it. Mr. Liu slowly began to feel that this woman might be Kefu, but it was too hard to live alone, and he really couldn't find another woman willing to follow him, so he could only live like this. Women often say how happy and wealthy the life she lived before was. Wherever she went, people would look at her with envy. She is beautiful, marries well, and has means. Mr. Liu didn't believe a word of these. If you really had the means, why would you marry him? When he doesn't believe him, the woman will get angry and argue that she was just fooled. Her husband's uncle at that time was a poisonous snake-like figure. In order to please another uncle, that guy set a trap for her, causing her to lose all the money she had. Women have always been resentful about this. Later, she heard that the man who set the trap on her was lame, and she was happy for a while. When that person died, she felt happy again. It is said that the other person is a lunatic, but he was not that crazy at first. It was not until a later examination that it was discovered that the other person's biological mother had mental illness, and he should have inherited his mother's genes. Mr. Liu knew who the woman was talking about. Liu Shuren. This short-lived character. It is said that he has longed for family love all his life, but unfortunately his only relative no longer believed in him. It is said that Lu Pianran said to him, "No matter what you do, I am not your brother anymore." It directly triggered his illness, and this guy ended up in a mental hospital. Lu Pianran is so awesome that she has never even seen this. Mr. Liu understands this big shot very well. The older he gets, the more clearly he thinks about things. Who didn't know about Lu Shuren stabbing Lu Pianran in the back? This happened twice once. Lu Pianran didn't believe it was normal, and Mr. Liu felt that if someone stabbed him, he would be given 100 million yuan afterwards. Nor will it be forgiven. No, it still does. It's just that I forgive you on the face, but curse you as an idiot in my heart. Lu Shuren driving himself crazy may not have the intention to make Lu Pianran soft-hearted, but it's a pity that Lu Pianran is not that holy. Lu Shuren died early, and his wish before his death was for Lu Pianran to attend the funeral. Lu Pianran still didn't go, as if touching this person would dirty her hands. Mr. Liu thought, if it were him, he would definitely go, since Lu Shuren had left so much money. But Lu Pianran is not short of money, so he probably doesn't like this. None of these wealthy families seem to have any close kinship with each other, and the eldest brother Teng Sheng, Mr. Teng, was making a fuss about Mr. Teng after he was released from prison. Then Mr. Teng said, "Okay, you drive yourself crazy and die again. Your last words before you die are that you hope that I will forgive you if I attend your funeral." Brother Teng just walked away in despair. Then it never showed up again. It is said that he opened a small factory but ended up losing money. He had no capital, so he finally found a way to go abroad and didn't know what he was doing. I guess I was still cursing before I left as to how I could do such a thing with a senior standing in front of me to set an example. Mr. Liu rarely mentions Mr. G at home. Because his current wife doesn't want to hear it. As soon as I mentioned it, she was just a little bit closer to becoming MRSG. Mr. Liu felt that she was probably going crazy. The famous young director, Gu Lingxi, who inherited the family business at a young age, was different from his father's conservative approach. Gu Lingxi had indeed been honest for a few years after inheriting the family business. After fully controlling the situation, it slowly turned into active expansion. He may be really talented. In a short period of time, he has successfully made the Ji family much more powerful than before. Compared with Ji Dong, who had a certain reputation when he was young, little Ji Dong looks much more serious than the father. He inherited the family business at such a young age. He is good looking, has a good figure, and works out regularly. Compared with his biological father Ji Chang's, who can't wait to post 8 Weibo posts a day to share his happy life, Gu Lingxi's Weibo has almost grown, but he has only a small number of fans. Much more than his father. Of course, the main reason may be that although his father is also handsome, he is old after all. Even though people are older now, there are still some fans down there who say old man is good, old man is wonderful, old man has subsistence allowance. I don't like money, I mainly like older people who have a sense of security. Gu Lingxi's side was much more serious. He was too busy expanding his territory to think about this. When he was 30 years old, he fell in love. The woman was not a popular lady, nor could she be said to have a peerless appearance. He is a 27-year-old school teacher. He taught in the high school that Gu Lingxi attended before. He also went to donate to his alma mater, but he fell in love with her at first sight. Ji Chang's asked him many times what he liked in this person. Gu Lingxi couldn't tell. He just said, "She looks very much like my elementary school teacher. She has a very similar temperament." "Good guy, do you like a primary school teacher or someone else?" Ji Chang's took Teng Sheng and Lu Pian ran, and 3 people in their 50s were squatting at the school gate in disguise, and finally saw the girl who was said to look like the teacher of Gu Lingxi Elementary School. Then I discovered that this was not a teacher's temperament, but a mother's temperament. Although this teacher can only be described as delicate in appearance, he has a very gentle temperament and will smile gently when he sees students at the door. It is a kind of tenderness and love for children that emanates from the bones. Teng Sheng was silent for a while, then said to Ji Chang's, "Chang's, our Lingxi family is Oedipus, right?" Ji Chang's touched his chin and felt it was very possible. Children of divorced parents can still receive their mother's care from time to time. Even if they live separately, the other parent who has not received the child will occasionally come over to see the child and take the child to eat. Where is Gu Kui? She almost erased Gu Lingxi's existence from her life with a pen. In this situation, although Gu Lingxi didn't say it or show it before, he still preferred this teacher, maybe he just liked this kind of temperament. Ji Chang's sighed, "It's all my fault. I should have found more girlfriends when he first came home. I was too young at that time and I wasn't very thoughtful." Lu Pian ran. "Come on, if you find more girlfriends, Lingxi might fall in love with his father." The 3 of them chattered for a long time, but failed to discuss a charter. Teng Sheng and Lu Pian ran were quite worried that Ji Chang's would beat the couple. As a result, Ji Chang's opened his mouth and said, "What do you think of me giving this girl a golden stick?" He also felt that his idea was a good idea and said proudly, "In this way, when she beats disobedient students in the future, those students may not have such a big psychological impact when they think that they were beaten with a solid gold stick." Teng Sheng. Lu Pian ran. However, no matter how long the 3 of them have known each other, they still sometimes don't understand Ji Chang's brain circuit. "You don't object to them?" Ji Chang's looked very serious and said, "Do you know what the premise of the objection is?" Teng Sheng shook his head. Ji Chang's, the premise of the objection is that the 2 people are already together, and Lingxi hasn't caught up with her yet. 2 people. It seems to make sense. In fact, it's quite sinful to say this. Gu Lingxi has been outstanding since he was a child, and as he grows up, he shines wherever he goes. But I'm not very good at falling in love. Ever since he was a child, he has often cut off his romantic love, and sometimes he doesn't even know that he has done so. In this case, how can you expect him to fall in love? The three old men stopped thinking about whether they objected or not. The emperors were not anxious about the eunuchs, and they often helped Gulingxi with suggestions. You can't do it, you. You said you were my son. I was so dashing back then, and beautiful girls would whistle for me wherever I went. How come you can't even catch up with a girl? Ji Chang's mainly recalled the past and disliked Gulingxi for being inferior to him. Teng Sheng is good at making friends, but not very good at falling in love. He usually buys bags, gifts, and jewelry. Anyway, just buy. But obviously, this high school teacher doesn't accept this. Lu Pianran was more reliable. He said, write a love letter. When I was in school, I would write love letters to girls if I liked them. Now when I think of the girl I first loved, I still feel a little fluttering in my heart. It's a pity that he was inexperienced at the time, so he wrote the love letter and stuffed it into the girl's desk. Turns out I forgot to sign it. The girl was very moved after reading the love letter, thinking it was written by her crush, and the two got together that day. Lu Pianran even went to have a wedding drink. The bride and groom also mentioned this matter, saying that they were grateful to the classmate who wrote the love letter. If that classmate hadn't written the love letter, they wouldn't have been together because of a misunderstanding. They had been together for 3 years and only found out about that love letter when they talked about it. It was not written by the groom. Lu Pianran almost cried after hearing those words, and she was still smiling and drinking along with her face. What he drank at that time was wine, and what he drank was tears. So, this time he specifically said, you must remember to sign your name, otherwise you may not be able to make wedding dresses for others. Gulingxi had little experience, so he took what he said seriously and wrote a love letter seriously, in which he carefully described his yearning and love for the girl, his elders' support for this matter, and his respect for the girl. Any decision? Then I asked Uncle Teng Sheng's teacher friend to help put the letter on the girl's desk. The teacher girl read the love letter and accepted Gulingxi's appointment. Then when Gulingxi asked her if she liked the love letter he wrote, she couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't mean it. She had only seen this method of writing love letters from students. She found it fun and interesting for a 30-year-old adult man to write a love letter in such an era. The girl also said that she knew who Gulingxi was, and she didn't dare to develop anything because she knew. After all, Gulingxi was too dazzling. What about her? Ordinary growing up, ordinary schooling, ordinary graduation, ordinary teachers. If she was really a stunning beauty, she might be a little more confident, but she was just pretty, and if she dressed up, she would be called a little beauty. Compared with her appearance, Gulingxi was much prettier than her. Under such circumstances, when the other party comes to pursue you, they will initially think that this is just a boring behavior of a rich person. As a result, Gulingxi successfully showed his innocence in love with a letter. The girl was very moved and then rejected him. Gulingxi was hit hard. People couldn't see anything outside. When I got home, I was very disappointed and looked for comfort from my father. Ji Chang's was also shocked. You were rejected because you were too rich. He has bad ideas. Otherwise, let's do this. I will kick you out of the house and leave the house. When the time comes, you will be penniless and just rely on others shamelessly. Then when you get married and have children, I will take you back. Gulingxi. He really wanted to tell his father and teacher that the girl was not a fool. She taught high school students and was very smart. However, looking at his father's innocent gaze, he hugged him tolerantly. It's okay, Dad, I will be filial to you for the rest of my life. No matter how unreliable my father is, isn't there still him? Ji Chang's, who received a hug from his son inexplicably, said, My son, the problem is not big, don't worry, Dad has a solution. When Gu Lingxi went to work at the company, Ji Chang's immediately called Teng Sheng. Teng Sheng felt confident after discussing with him for a while. It's no problem, don't worry. He was as fierce as a tiger in one operation, and by the time the girl went home for vacation, her father had already made a poker friend, Uncle Teng. Most young people know Gu Lingxi, because he is young and handsome. For something like Teng Sheng, which has not been reported in recent years, not many young people know about it. The girl's father was very happy to introduce it to her. Your Uncle Teng is the famous card king in this area. He can also play chess, and he also played chess with the principal of your school. The girl's father was very happy that he had made such a great friend, especially Teng Sheng, who was really sincere to people. After the two hit it off, it didn't take long for them to become lifelong friends. A 27-year-old girl looks fine in the eyes of young people, but in the eyes of her parents, she has already missed the best age for marriage. Isn't this what friends want to talk about when chatting with each other? So after going back and forth, one day when the girl came back, the girl's father said very proudly, I found a blind date for you. He is your Uncle Teng's nephew. It is said that he is a talented person. He is 3 years older than you and works in the company. He has a car and a house. I looked at the photos and the young man is quite handsome. He said, don't you young people just like to look at that and look at his looks? I think this young man has good looks. Go and meet him. Girl. She didn't want to go. The high school teacher was very busy and there was no time to go on a blind date. Besides, she is still the class teacher, and she is so busy every day that she finally wants to watch TV at home after a break. Wouldn't going on a blind date waste time? However, no matter how much I didn't want to go, in the face of the urging of my parents, I still had no choice but to be taken to the blind date like a child. The blind date also involves her parents. The girl feels that either the man has no opinion or the man's parents are too strong, which is why her parents are so happy. She thought this blind date was destined to be a waste of time. Until he saw Gu Lingxi sitting opposite him. Girl. Gu Lingxi smiled shyly, aren't you afraid that my elders won't agree? They all agreed, and my dad is here too. The girl turned her head and saw her uncle who looked similar to Gu Lingxi sitting at the same table as her parents. The other party was eating watermelon. When he saw her, he looked over, waved, nodded and smiled. The girl sighed, you are good looking and a nice person. It's a lie that I don't like you, but I really feel that I don't feel safe in a relationship with such a huge disparity in our family backgrounds. People say that wealthy families are in chaos, and there are wealthy mothers-in-law and so on. Gu Lingxi quickly said, I don't have a mother, I am a single parent. Oh yeah, forgot about that. The girl then changed her words, there's a fight between rich families or something. Gu Lingxi, no, my father has no brothers and sisters. There are only 3 generations in my family. And don't worry, we don't favor boys over girls. Boys and girls are the same. It's okay not to have children. Our family is not that obsessed with children. He thought for a moment and then added, I have to go to and from get off work every day, so I don't have time to cheat. My dad won't remarry. You don't have to worry about having another mother-in-law, and you don't have to fight with a mistress. Girl, you know quite a lot. Gu Lingxi smiled. After his uncle Teng Sheng found out the reason why the girl didn't agree, he gave him a bunch of TV series names, all of which were about the fight between wealthy families and the bloody fight between wealthy families. After reading it, Gu Lingxi felt that he wouldn't dare even if it were him. The girl is really excited. Apart from anything else, Gu Lingxi has a good outlook on life, looks good, has a good figure, and speaks well. However, I am still a little scared deep down. Teng Sheng had already developed the girl's grandfather into a friend, and while they were chatting, he realized that the situation still seemed unclear. He looked at Ji Chang's and asked in a low voice, "Is that okay? Why didn't your genes for picking up girls be passed on to Lingxi?" "Fart, you girl, that's my future daughter-in-law, please be polite." Ji Chang's rolled his eyes at Teng Shen. "It's okay, I've already found Pian Ran, he can definitely handle it." Lu Pian Ran came soon. He feels a little more balanced in his heart. My eldest nephew is good at everything else and always looks confident in everything he does. This is the first time he has fallen in love and he can't handle it. He dressed up specially before going out, and then replaced Gu Lingxi with great arrogance. Facing Gu Lingxi's "do you believe it" look on his face, he smiled confidently. Then he started to treat the girl badly. "Hey, in fact, we are so big, in addition to respecting you, this kid is really pitiful. You see, he seems to be very famous now. He is the chairman, his family is rich, he is handsome, and he is a winner in life. Isn't it?" Actually no, he had a very miserable life when he was a child. That's it? Because of what his mother did, Lingxi has been living like this with his grandma. When he was in high school, you were a high school teacher. You know how heavy the tasks of high school students are. It was like that at that time. He even works part-time here and there just to earn some money for his grandma's medicine. Lu Pian Ran is indeed professional. After a tough sell, of course everything she said was true, the girl's gaze softened visibly when she looked at Gu Lingxi. As a teacher, the last thing she sees is students who have good grades but are miserable. A student like Gu Lingxi would definitely be the one she feels most distressed about now. Gu Lingxi was still a little uncomfortable with revealing everything about his past. Although his face was expressionless, the tips of his ears were red. Embarrassed, he sat up straight and watched the girl discuss with Uncle Pian Ran. Lu Pian Ran may not be as good as Teng Sheng in making friends, but he is very good at making misfortune. If you don't believe it, you can ask your principal. He probably still remembers how miserable Lingxi was back then. When we found him, the principal told us that this child was the poorest in the school. The teacher who taught Lingxi at that time, at about your age, you would usually bring some steamed buns, and the like for him to eat. So Lingxi has a special fondness for the profession of teachers. As you can see, he went to the school to donate money before, just to make the environment of teachers better, so that poor students like him can not live so hard. Bitter. Also, he also set up the scholarships in your school. Even if there are students whose families are poor, as long as they study hard and get the scholarships, they can support their studies. This is all his experience back then. By the time Lu Pian Ran finished speaking, the teacher's girl looked at Gu Lingxi with very gentle eyes. "I didn't expect you to live such a life. It must have been very difficult at that time." Not bitter. Gu Lingxi told the truth. At that time, the teachers and principal took good care of me, and my classmates were also very good to me. We had a dean at the time who would stand at the door in the morning and watch the students coming in and out. He probably knew that I was on vacation every time. He doesn't eat in the morning when he comes home, and he always stuffs me with steamed buns. He smiled as he talked, and you could tell by his expression that he missed it, especially in the winter. The buns would get cold quickly, so he would put them in his inner pocket to warm them for me. I knew at that time that our dean was actually very attentive. After saying that, he added in a low voice, "You are also attentive. The last time I saw you, a student in your class had her clothes wet. You gave her your own clothes to wear, and you just put on a school uniform all morning. It was a donation, and it happened to coincide with the sports day. Teachers and students had to sit in the playground to listen." Gu Lingxi also noticed the other person at that time. It was winter, and the student went to the water pipe. As a result, the water pipe was broken and he was sprayed with water. The girl gave her her clothes. I just wore a sweater and a school uniform and sat there looking at it all morning. In fact, although it is winter, it is not that cold. The girl will definitely not be too cold, and she will only feel a little chill at most. But she doesn't have to give her clothes to him. At that time, Gu Lingxi inexplicably liked the girl more than the student. The girl smiled, her expression gradually relaxed, and she was no longer as tense as before. She has always refused, because she thinks Gu Lingxi looks good in everything, but she can't find her own advantages and doesn't know what Gu Lingxi likes about her. Now that she knew what Gu Lingxi liked about her, she couldn't help but be happy when she was praised again. Seeing the two young men talking and laughing, Lu Pianran breathed a sigh of relief, went down to find Teng Sheng sitting next to him, and said to Ji Chang's, "Tell me, your son is looking for a wife, and you still need help from us, an old man." Ji Chang's retorted, "If you think it's unfair, we in Lingxi will definitely help you when you find a wife. Forget it, at this age, why are you looking for a wife?" Teng Sheng glanced at him, "I heard that your first love husband seemed to be ill and passed away." Lu Pian ran. He immediately became energetic, stood up and walked out. "You should have told her this kind of news earlier. She and I are classmates. I have to go to pay homage to her after she leaves. They are really young, only in their 50s. It's pitiful." Lu Pianran tried her best to look sad. Why did she leave when she was only over 50? Hey, leaving a wife behind. It's so lonely to be alone. He is still an old classmate after all, so he should help take care of them. Lu Pianran took care of her so much that she didn't even care about fishing with Teng Sheng Ji Chang's. He has been feeling quite proud of himself recently, and he doesn't even bother to engage in such old man activities. After taking care of him for 2 years, when he came to attend Gu Lingxi's wedding, Ji Chang's asked him, "Where is your first love?" Lu Pianran's whole body felt sour. "I fell in love with her for the first time." At the beginning, his first love was not over the pain of losing his husband, so he did not dare to mention anything. "I plan to wait until 5 years have passed before slowly telling the other party my thoughts." As a result, 2 years later, she came out of the shadows and got together with her first love, who was also widowed. Lu Pianran was greatly shocked. "My first love was also surprised to see him like this. You like me? Then why didn't you say it?" Lu Pianran. He was wrong. He forgot that old men and women at this age are more tolerant. After all, some of the friends around them have passed away, and some are still in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Although most of them are healthy, it is normal for one of them to suddenly leave. Who gives them so many friends? 2 years is enough for people to come out of the shadows. Broken in love again, when Lu Pianran attended the wedding, looking at the happy smiles of Gu Lingxi and his wife, she almost turned into a lemon. Ji Chang's comforted him, "Don't be sad. Aren't Teng Sheng and I also married? When we grow old, the 3 of us will live together." Lu Pianran, "I don't want to live with 2 old men." Then after Gu Lingxi and the others gave birth to a daughter quickly, he immediately switched sides. The children he had raised before were involved in various industries, and there were also a few good ones who were assigned to the company by Gu Lingxi. He actually couldn't remember the details of being betrayed when he was young. Lu Pianran suffered the most and was the oldest among the 3. I don't know if his self-preservation wit was triggered. The older he got, the more naive he became. An old kid. He has completely forgotten all the hardships he suffered when he was young. Sometimes when looking through old photos, I can't help but feel complacent and say to Ji Chang's, "Why did you think I looked so good looking when I was young?" Ji Chang's would usually roll his eyes at him at times like this. Although he has forgotten many things, his love for children remains the same as before. Gu Lingxi's child was nicknamed Ji Bao Bao after birth. Although tacky. But Lu Pianran didn't find it boring at all. Gu Lingxi had to go to work and the teacher girl had to teach. They were both busy, so the child was taken care of by Ji Chang's, Ji's father, and Grandma Gu most of the time. At Grandma Gu's and Father Ji's age, Ji Chang's didn't allow them to work too hard, so they didn't hold the child and only played with the child with toys. After Lu Pianran knew that they lived together, she shamelessly squeezed in. He even said plausibly, "You are only a few people and you live in such a big villa. I will help you gain popularity." After he moved in as he wished, Ji Chang's had to fight with this guy when he wanted to hold his granddaughter. When she was young, Lu Pianran was the most mature of the three of them, but when she got older, she was the most naive one. Ji Chang's couldn't rob him, so he stopped. He went fishing and watched TV, leaving the heavy task of taking care of the children to Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran was very happy and kept screaming every day. Teng Sheng did see some clues. Somewhat worriedly, he asked Ji Chang's, "Is he okay like this?" "Fine." Ji Chang's lived a happy retirement life. While waiting for the fish to take the bait, he said, "I asked the doctor. He is also very smart and forgets all the unhappy things." Lu Pianran has suffered a lot in his life. When he was still young, he had forgotten all the past things, so he was just like a child, right? He shouldn't forget us. He's fine. He only remembers happy things. Compared with Teng Sheng, who was always worried that his friend would wake up one day and turn into a 3-year-old child, Ji Chang secretly showed it to Lu Pianran himself. It was not as serious as they thought. Lu Pianran was just protecting himself. As he got older, he would always dream about the past at night. Maybe these things made him unhappy. He never mentioned Lu Shuren again, but Lu Shuren was like his biological son to him. He chose never to forgive, even though everyone including him knew that such a decision was right, but the emotion he had given could not be taken back. When Teng Sheng thought about it, he began to think that this was a good thing. This is good. You can see that he is so happy every day. I think the baby is more stable than him. This kid was surprised before when they saw Ultraman. The results have been good recently, and I spend all day watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf in front of the TV. Sometimes Teng Sheng wants to watch news and change the channel, but he is not happy. When Teng Sheng saw Lu Pianran like that, he remembered that when he was a child, Lu Pianran was bullied by his brothers and sisters at home. He was so pitiful that no one changed his clothes when they were dirty. There is a TV at home, but he is not qualified to watch it. At that time, Teng Sheng became friends with him, and Lu Pianran went to his home. The two children were sitting on the sofa in Teng Sheng's room watching TV. At that time, Teng Sheng liked to watch Armored Warriors, and Lu Pianran liked to be happy. He always begged Teng Sheng to give him a happy look. Teng Sheng was so childish at the time, but he refused every time. Lu Pianran asked several times and was not angry when Teng Sheng didn't agree, so she followed and watched the Armored Warrior. Teng Sheng still remembered what his father told his mother after learning about this incident. Pianran is a very well-behaved child at such a young age and has a good temper. His mother said, "If you can make requests casually, who would want others to agree to anything?" Teng Sheng didn't understand it at the time, but now that he thinks about it, he understands it. In that situation, how could Lu Pianran have the courage to make a request? So he must be taking revenge. He was taking revenge on me for insisting on watching Armored Warrior. Teng Sheng said to Ji Chang's, "Just think about whether you ever snatched anything from him when you were a child. What's revenge?" Ji Chang's didn't take it seriously. "I don't even remember it, so don't be stingy. You can watch it on your mobile phone or tablet. If you have to compete with others for the TV, I'll put a TV in your room." Yes, Teng Sheng also came to live here, for an honest reason. He was currently selecting an heir and wanted to find a clean place. As a result, once he stayed, he refused to leave. He also had the nerve to say that Lu Pianran's child seemed to be the one not snatching the remote control from Lu Pianran every day. Teng Sheng was quite eloquent about this. I was helping him recall his childhood and exercise. Lu Pianran had forgotten what happened when he was a child and became a little childish. He was not a fool. He was robbed several times, so he was so angry that he watched it on his computer. In the end, Teng Sheng calmly tried to coax him. Ji Chang's doesn't play with these two naive children. He is obsessed with fishing and doing Tai Chi. He enjoyed all the activities enjoyed by the elderly. Teng Sheng asked him, "Don't you know how to find something fun?" Lu Pianran also felt that Ji Chang's behavior was too boring, so she invited him to watch TV together and generously said, "You can watch the channel you want." Teng Sheng. He knew that one of the three people must be redundant. "Look, isn't this it?" Lu Pianran made it clear that she favored Ji Chang's. Faced with invitations, Ji Chang's refused them all. "You don't understand. I'm just learning more skills to use later." Teng Sheng laughed at him, "Half of my body is already in the soil, and I'm still thinking about the future." Ji Chang's ignored him. He likes retirement life, and of course it would be better to learn some new skills during retirement. Ji Chang started to move around. "One moment I have to learn herbal medicine, another moment I have to learn fishing techniques, and now I have to learn jungle survival." Lu Pianran thought, "You might as well watch cartoons to learn, there is everything in them." He also asked Teng Sheng, "What do you think?" "Teng Sheng, I think you are completely stupid. If you don't, just give me all your money." Lu Pianran had a fight with him and proved that she was not stupid. Ji Baobao watched the two fighting with great interest. Then she learned to fight without a teacher. She fights with the potted plants at home, with the puppies she raises, and sometimes with her grandfathers. She won't fight with her grandpa or grandma. The two of them are older, and although she is young and can't speak very smoothly, she also knows that the two of them need to hug each other gently. Grandma Gu was very old and lost all her teeth, so Ji Chang's customized dentures for her. The old man used it once and found it very useful, so he cherished it very much. He would take out his dentures and wash them before going to bed every day, and then put them on again in the morning. Ji's father didn't like dentures. He refused to accept his old age and felt that he could still use his real teeth. It's a pity that he is quite old and only 5 of his teeth are missing. So Ji's father cherished these 5 teeth of his and would test them with his tongue every morning to see if they were still there. Ji Chang's teeth were still very good, but Lu Pianran had a broken tooth and went to the dentist, who repaired it. The dentist said that at such an old age, teeth cannot get worse. After returning home, Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng cleaned up Lu Pianran's room and found a bunch of snacks, all of which he had hidden in his private room under the pretext of buying snacks for his baby. Lu Pianran's face turned bitter, and she couldn't keep her snacks no matter how hard she tried. Finally, he got angry and ran away from home. Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng found him near the Lu family's tombstone. Lu Pianran didn't know who she heard said that she would be buried here when she died, so she came here in advance to get familiar with it. Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng couldn't laugh or cry. They felt that this was the retribution for the two of them who tormented Lu Pianran when they were young. Now they are fine. They have grown up and their family has become smaller. They coaxed Lu Pianran, "Have you forgotten that you said you didn't want to be buried here? You said you were buried with us, and we can play mahjong together then." Although Lu Pianran was naive, she was not a fool. She also questioned, "Just lie to me. How can we play mahjong if the 3 of us are dead?" Teng Sheng looked at Ji Chang's. It seems that he is not stupid. "Ji Chang's, you continue to listen." Sure enough, Lu Pianran continued, "No matter how hard we fight, we can't get enough people together." Teng Sheng. Ji Chang's didn't change his expression, "It's okay. When the time comes, we will hide underneath. If anyone passes by, we will pull that person in, and then ask him to play mahjong with us. If he is not willing, We will not let him go. Lu Pianran also found it interesting after listening to it, and smiled. Then that person must have been frightened to death. It's just right to be scared to death. Teng Sheng felt that the older Ji Chang's got, the more he would risk bad things, so he seriously discussed it with Lu Pianran. If you are scared to death, you can just play mahjong with us all the time. How can that be done? You have to be a good person, and you have to be a good ghost even when you die. People are living well, why do you want to die and stay with us? Lu Pianran muttered, and when she walked to a tombstone, she suddenly stopped and looked at the tombstone. Lu Shuren, his name is like mine, is he my relative? Why don't I remember? Who do you remember? When Teng Sheng saw Lu Shuren, he reflexively felt a headache. He quickly turned his back to the tombstone and continued walking. Have you forgotten that you don't even remember? They are all unimportant people anyway. Why remember them? When I think about it, I have to drag them to cry every day and complain that my childhood was too hard. What a sin! How much trouble had they caused to Lu Pianran when they were young, so that the old man still didn't forget to torment them at such an old age. Lu Pianran was easy to coax. After being coaxed for a few words, she nodded. That's right, yes, I remembered. You told me that these people all have grudges against me, right? Yes, yes, there is a grudge, but you don't need to hold a grudge. They are all dead and will not enjoy the blessings without you. There is no point in holding a grudge. It is just tormenting yourself. I'm not stupid. Why should I bear the grudge of a dead man? Ji Changs followed the two men and muttered, I think our cemetery should be placed in Zishan. It is more expensive there and it shows our identity. Lu Pianran, the expensive ones are not necessarily the best. Teng Sheng rolled his eyes, I'm still alive and well, and I don't want to discuss this issue. After the three of them went back, Lu Pianran got the remote control and was coaxed again. The whole family was happily eating and drinking, and the baby was preparing to sing happy birthday on Grandpa's birthday. The whole family hid the truth from Ji's father and listened to the baby's practice. Children singing is definitely not that standard, but the whole family doesn't mind it and listens happily. Father Ji is like an old fox. The whole family is gone and he is alone. His birthday is about to happen. Can you not guess what is going on? He also pretended to be presentable, pretending not to know anything, and waited until the family came back to ask the baby in a decent manner. Baby, where have you been? Grandpa didn't even see you when he came back. Ji Baobao was extremely nervous. He was afraid that his grandfather would find out, so he quickly tried his best to deceive others. Everyone else could tell that Ji's father knew about it, but they didn't reveal it. They just watched the little girl trying to explain what they had just done. Anyway, they could do anything, but they didn't sing to their great-grandfather. Father Ji laughed. When Gu Lingxi came back, he heard laughter coming from the villa. He had just picked up his wife from school. He heard his daughter's laughter among the laughter, and the two looked at each other and smiled. The baby must have made another joke. The little guy was pampered by the whole family. He was like an ancient spirit and was still a child. As soon as she opened her mouth, the whole family would definitely laugh together. The two walked in with a smile. Gu Lingxi knelt down and opened his arms to his daughter who found him. Baby, come to daddy. Dad. Ji Baobao ran over with open arms like a little bird, bumped into his father's arms, and was then picked up by Gu Lingxi. With her father's support, she suddenly became proud. My father is back, you must stop laughing at me. Okay, our Mr. Gu is back, don't laugh. Lu Pianran was like a child slave to her children, and her tone was so gentle that she said, Baby, shall we watch TV? So Ji Baobao happily went to watch TV again. She was sitting in her own exclusive seat, with her father, mother, grandfather, Grandpa Teng Sheng, Grandpa Pianran, great-grandfather and great-grandma behind her. As the family talked, they would occasionally glance at the youngest child. The baby made a milky sound and suddenly turned around and said to his father, "Dad, the baby feels so happy. She learned to read and learn happiness today. The baby thinks that this is called happiness." Gu Lingxi was stunned. Also laughed. He held his daughter in his arms, touched her little head, and said softly, "Baby, Daddy feels so happy too." Ji Chang's was peeling oranges seriously. As soon as he finished peeling one, Lu Pian ran quickly reached out and stole it. He just pretended not to see it and continued peeling. Then this was stolen by Teng Sheng. Ji Chang's had a good temper and pretended not to see it. Just as he was about to peel it, Gu Lingxi came over, picked up an orange, peeled it, and put it in his father's hand. "Dad, I feel so lucky. It seems that I have always been lucky since I met you." Ji Chang's touched his head. "Dad also thinks he is lucky to meet you. If you can help Dad carry your two uncles away and put them aside so that they don't steal my oranges, Dad will be even luckier." Gu Lingxi smiled and walked to Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran saw him coming and put the orange into his hand. "Lingxi, eat the orange." As if competing with him, Teng Sheng also put the orange in Gu Lingxi's hand. "Lingxi, eat mine, it's sweet." Gu Lingxi took two oranges, broke off a piece, put it in his mouth and chewed it a few times, smiling as if there were stars in his eyes. Yes, very sweet. Just like his life. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Teng Zhonmao. Chapter 344. Chapter 283. Ji Chang's lived a long time this time and died in his early 100s. He still chose to continue the mission, but this time when he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by people with blue eyes and white skin. The air smelled of medicine and disinfectant. He looked around and determined that this was a hospital. When he woke up, a young woman wearing a nurse's uniform came up to him and said, #UN%*U0026. Ji Chang's was silent for a second, then simply closed his eyes and lay back, pretending to be dead with a high technical level. The young nurse was startled by his sudden collapse. She screamed and came forward to check Ji Chang's vital signs. Maybe she didn't see anything, so she hurried out. Ji Chang's could still vaguely hear her calling someone outside. After making sure that she was gone, he started to check the memory. Although the scene opens in a foreign country, the original owner is indeed Chinese, and he is currently in a hospital in country C. The reason for admission to the hospital was overexertion. Ji Chang's has never been to a similar historical line before, so he has some language barriers. The foreign languages he used to be proficient in are of no use here. Because the historical line is different, not only the age and environment here are different from the world he has experienced before, but the language is completely different. No, the same. Ah no, it's still the same. Ji Chang still knows Chinese Mandarin. Ji Chang's picked up the key points and carefully looked at the life of the original owner. There are similarities between Huiguo and the main world he has been to, but there are also dissimilarities. The similarity is that they have experienced hardships and are now working hard to improve themselves. The difference is that Huiguo is in a more difficult situation than the main world at the moment. But it may be precisely because of this that the country will work harder to improve its strength. China has experienced many hardships, and by the time it finally stabilized, it was already lagging behind the progress of some countries in the world. Even if the Chinese people are not afraid of hardship or fatigue, without technology, they will still be reduced to artificial machines even if they work until they die. After discovering at home that just working hard could not catch up with other countries, the country decided that in order to learn technology, China paid the price in terms of resources and sent students abroad to study abroad. There have been government-sponsored international students before, but this time the country has spent a lot of money to not only allow this initial batch of international students to study in universities, but also to enter laboratories. Naturally, they are all domestically selected talents, but if they had not devoted their resources, how could other countries be willing to let them learn their own technology? Even if we don't mention the price paid to allow students from abroad to study technology, the cost of studying abroad, tuition fees, living expenses, and miscellaneous items for each international student total more than 300,000 yuan. Therefore, these places are also very difficult to obtain. They are selected through layers of selection and only the top talents are selected. The original owner is one of the talents. His life was smooth from the beginning. Although he was born in a small mountain village and the conditions in China were difficult when he was born, because he was the only male in the family, the whole family did not have enough to eat and he would not go hungry. At the age of 8, the country strongly supported the opening of schools and all children were studying. At that time, a large number of students took the initiative to apply to teach in various places where there were no teachers in order to have a vision for the future of the motherland, and the ambition of cultivating children means cultivating hope. The teacher who gave the original owner a good starting point is one of the supporting students. The young teacher, who was only 23 years old when he arrived in the original owner's hometown, persuaded the village party secretary to establish a school as soon as he arrived in the small mountain village. The country was in a difficult situation and the money they could apply for was limited, so this respectable teacher learned the design by himself and led the villagers to build the school brick by brick. After the small, but already the best school that the whole village could build, was built, all the students in the village, from the age of 7 or 8 to the age of 16 or 17, were enrolled in the school. The original owner is indeed a genius. When he was a child, he was always thinking about other things, so he didn't like to talk much. How could the people in the village know this? They only thought that it was normal for children to be lively, talkative, and playful. People like the original owner were slow to respond. Is a fool. His family felt the same way, so they had been taking good care of him until the young teacher discovered that the original owner's IQ was much higher than that of other children. As if he had found a treasure, he taught the other person everything he had learned step by step. By the time the original owner was 16, he had nothing to teach him. At that time, the original owner's family was poor. If he wanted to go to school outside, he would never be able to afford the tuition and living expenses. The young teacher asked his former classmates to support him, and finally persuaded his alma mater to make an exception and inspect the original owner. After the inspection, the original owner was admitted to Changqing University as an exception at the age of 16. Not only was the tuition fee free, but the school also subsidized living expenses and scholarships. After that, he wanted to study abroad. Changqing University strongly supported it, and the principal even personally acted as a guarantor for him. In the end, he got his wish and got a place sponsored by the government to study abroad. Before going abroad, it can be said that all he received since he was a child were gifts and help. He received state funding when he was a child, and his children did not spend money to go to school. When he got older, he had to spend money, but with the help of teachers, he got the opportunity to show his talents. In the end, not only did he enroll in the school for free, but he also received subsidies every month. Whatever materials or books he wanted, the teachers and principals in the school only needed them. Some of them would be lent to him, and they would even go to friends to borrow them. The original owner is like a sapling that is excellent but very fragile. Along the way, the teachers worked hard to fertilize him, the government watered him, and protected him from wind and rain, so that he did not suffer at all, and he grew into a tree that can bear fruit. As a result, After he went abroad and achieved academic success, he never came back. Talents that have been cultivated with so much hard work go to work for countries that are now competitors, not to mention blood feuds. You can imagine how upsetting this is. As a citizen of China, the original owner enjoyed the benefits and help provided by the country, and relied on the country to study abroad. However, he violated his official oath and instead helped a country that had enmity with his country and still has enmity with it. As a relative, the original owner directly abandoned his family who had worked so hard to raise him, and wanted stars but not the stars, and the moon but not the moon since he was a child. As a student, he feels sorry for the teachers who teach him as his own child, and feels sorry for the teachers and principals in the university. This matter was widely reported by the media of Country K, with the general idea that Country K treats talents better and is a teacher of justice, so the talents from China insist on staying in Country K, and they have to get them life or death. The nationality of the country, etc. In order to please the people of Country K and obtain nationality, the original owner really cooperated with these media and made many remarks such as China is not as good as Country K and Country K is a friendly country suitable for gathering talents. What he did really help his life in Country K, at least the media liked him. 90% of the papers and information he wanted to publish would be used by those media. And what about China? Not only did the saplings that I worked so hard to cultivate go to other people's homes, I even stepped on them. This is not just about losing a talent. This is already related to the country's face. They treat people like treasures and insist on being from other people's countries, but they are still unwilling to accept them and say that they want to see their performance. They regard Hua as a treasure, but in the eyes of K, they are just ordinary people. So in the eyes of other countries, what has become of China? Country K reported this matter in a big way, and also wanted to take the opportunity to suppress China's credibility. People from other countries will only look down upon China even more, thinking that not only are they incompetent, they can't even retain people from their own country. The original owner is so smart, how could he not know the consequences of doing this? But he did it anyway. If the above is just shameless. So when he joined the weapons research of Country K during the conflict between his own country and Country K, and the weapons he finally developed were aimed at his home country, he would really be called ungrateful. Huaguo was hurt, so he could only endure it and endure the insult for the time being. The original owner's behavior was tantamount to treason. The principal who vouched for him was implicated, and the teacher who taught him how to grow up was shameless. His family was reviled by the villagers. At first, they did not believe that he had turned his back on the country. Unlike the original owner, although his family are just ordinary villagers, they are all very patriotic. His grandfather was a soldier and died during disaster relief. His grandmother actively learned to read in order to join the party. Although his parents were ordinary farmers, they often told the original owner that he should study hard and serve the motherland when he grew up. The country of China in this timeline is definitely difficult. No matter how hard everyone works, they still can't live a good life. The outside countries regard them as easy to bully fat, and anyone can take a bite of them. Chinese people are often discriminated against because of their yellow skin abroad. Most of the international students who came abroad with their original owners worked harder because they were excluded and bullied abroad, and vowed to use the abilities they learned to make the country stronger. The original owner was different. He wanted to change the country directly. If it were said that he did not use public funds to study abroad, or that he did not rely on state funding to get all the way to where he is today, there would not be so many people scolding him. But he just used it. Moreover, in the original application report, the reason for the application was that I hoped to go abroad to learn knowledge, and then return to my own country to serve the motherland. This is almost tantamount to tricking the country into being his peddle. Ji Chang's closed his eyes after reading this paragraph. The original owner was treacherous, unfaithful, unjust, and unfilial, and he was also treasonous. The most important thing is that he was trained by the country, and instead helped people who had insulted his country to research weapons to target the country. Shameless is not a word that can be used to describe it. Ji Chang's was so disgusted. For a moment, he wanted to just kill the body and give up the mission. Fortunately, the bad ending of the original owner made him feel a little better. Yes, the original owner didn't end well. He is indeed a genius, but to Country K, he is just a tool. Country K will not take good care of talents like China, and besides, the original owner is not from Country K. At the beginning, in order to attract the original owner to stay, they did offer a lot of temptations. But when the original owner completely broke with China and no longer had the mother country behind him, Country K also tore off the friendly facade. With the same result, the welfare benefits of the people of Country K were always better than those of the original owner. With better opportunities, the original owner of the yellow race will always be the one squeezed out. The original owner has been a treasure in the eyes of others since he was a child. He is such a proud and arrogant person. After several setbacks, he gradually became depressed and frustrated. He didn't get the chance to further his education, and he was slowly left behind by others. When he was completely excluded, he realized that he had worked hard for 30 years and didn't even own a house. The house he lived in before was a kind of welfare, but when he was no longer a member of the institute took back his house. The original owner used to have a very high annual salary, but he spent money lavishly, and then he was left with nothing. Finally, after leaving the institute, he had no house, no money, and no friends. Even the Chinese who came to work in Country K were not willing to make friends with him. The original owner was not only treasonous, but after the country vigorously trained him, he turned to help Country K deal with China. Anyone in China who knew about this don't want to associate with him. The good people in K country dislike him for being ungrateful and are afraid of being stabbed if they become friends with him, while the bad people don't want to get along with a yellow man. So in the end, he didn't even have anyone to turn to. At this time, he actually thought of returning to China. After all, he heard that China has developed well in recent years, which is not bad compared to Country K. It's a pity that Huaguo doesn't really care about someone who slaps him. He has long been restricted from entering the country. He was the one who abandoned his motherland at first, but when he wanted to go back, his motherland was no longer willing to accept him. The original owner can only stay in Country K. He doesn't like the low wages. People with high wages prefer to choose people from Country K. When his eyes are broken and he can't find a job, he can only live on the streets. And even if he is homeless, the homeless people in Country K will bully him because he is of the yellow race. In the end, the original owner died on a cold night. Just before his death, he was robbed of his things and beaten by some homeless people. Ji Chang's was relieved after watching the ending of the original protagonist. A good death. The worse, the better. His anger finally calmed down and he began to take stock of the people the original owner was sorry for. The first one is the country, school teacher, principal, mentor, grandma, parents, sister. The original owner had never paid attention to domestic news since he stayed abroad. Even the fact that the principal was affected because he was a guarantor for him and that his family was looked down upon by the whole village was told by an international student a few years later. The other party also recognized the original owner after accidentally meeting him, and angrily blamed him for how bad the people who had helped him and loved him were doing now. It's a pity that the original owner had no regrets at all, and he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong after hearing this. Ji Chang's looked at the timeline. The current timeline has reached the point where the original owner breaks the contract and stays in Country K after completing his studies, and the media in Country K has reported this matter. At the same time, the original owner has also begun to research weapons for use against China. He cherished this opportunity, so he kept working hard to express himself, even to the point of fainting from fatigue. This is all nonsense. Ji Chang's disliked the disgusting things done by the original leader for a while, but finally took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. The good news is that the original owner has not yet had time to do anything harmful to the mother country and can still be saved. The bad news is that even after reading the original owner's memories, he still needs to learn the language of country K. Ji Chang's closed his eyes and started learning K slang from the original owner's memory. When the nurse came in with the doctor, he was almost able to communicate briefly. "Are you feeling better?" The nurse came in and saw Ji Chang's awake. She breathed a sigh of relief and said to the doctor, "Please check him out. He suddenly fell down just now and scared me." The doctor came over to check and said it was nothing serious. His expression was a little impatient. Compared to the friendly nurse, the middle-aged doctor looked at Ji Chang's with disgust. "Why are you still staying in the hospital when you are well? We are so short of beds here. Do you know how many patients are still waiting outside? Damn yellow-skinned monkeys, they will come to grab everything. Del. If you keep being rude to patients like this, I'm going to tell Kessel." The nurse lady shouted unhappily, and the doctor's face became even more ugly. He glared at the nurse lady, turned around, and strode away. Seeing him like this, the nurse said apologetically to Ji Chang's, "Dr. Del is a very good person. He is usually very friendly to patients. Maybe he didn't sleep well today. God bless you, just be okay. I thought you had a serious illness when I saw you fall down." Ji Chang's remained silent, silently digesting what they said. That doctor is obviously a racist. It is true that he is friendly to patients, but his attitude towards yellow patients is not necessarily the same. He didn't show anything, he just guided the nurse to talk more. This nurse lady was really friendly and chirped a lot of information. "Are you someone who works nearby? There are a lot of yellow people like you who have collapsed from exhaustion recently. It's really pitiful. I heard it's because a large square is to be built. People can't work like this day and night, but you look so young. Do they still employ child labor? Oh my God, this is illegal." The original owner fainted on the way back from the research institute and was taken to the hospital by passers-by. Originally, an unconscious person like him couldn't be treated directly, but the nurse happened to be passing by, so she brought him in and paid for it herself. She didn't forget to say, "You must remember to pay me back the money. That's half a month's salary. I saw there is money in your wallet." When working in a hospital, she wouldn't be foolish enough to help every coma patient pay for medicine, otherwise she would have gone bankrupt long ago. Ji Chang's nodded and said slowly in K slang, "Thank you, kind lady, I will return it to you." Seeing that he didn't default on the bill, the nurse was visibly relieved, and the smile on her face relaxed a lot. "So why are you so tired? If you do it a few more times, it will be very troublesome. It is more reasonable to work slowly." She pointed to the corridor outside, "If you have nothing to do, just pay me back the money and leave the hospital. There are many patients outside waiting to use the ward." Ji Chang's nodded, took out his wallet and handed it to the other person, "These are for you." Seeing that he was about to get up and leave after giving him his wallet, the nurse quickly stopped him, "There is still a lot left. I'll give you the rest. Thank you for helping me pay for my medical expenses." Ji Chang smiled at her and walked out slowly. If in the ward it is one-to-one instruction from the nurse, then outside it is a hodgepodge of all kinds of things. Various languages, screams of pain, and communication were mixed together. Even Ji Chang's couldn't learn anything in such a short period of time. He quickly returned to the apartment building where the original owner lived, picked up a foreign language book that the original owner had bought before, and started reading. After flipping through a book and then turning on the radio to listen to the radio sound for a while, Ji Chang's finally solved the language barrier problem. He recalled what the nurse and Dr. Del said, and he had a rough idea of what the situation was like now. The domestic situation is difficult, and many people can't have enough to eat even if they work hard. For foreign businessmen, these Chinese are simply the best labor force. They work a lot, get little pay, and can be exploited to the death. The current development of Country K is the fastest in the world, which also makes the manpower of Country K very expensive. Therefore, some black foreign businessmen used the excuse of introducing jobs to lure a large number of strong Chinese laborers to work abroad as coolies. It was good to work as a coolie, but some were sold directly to coal mines, or even more cruel places. It's fine at home, but when I go abroad, I don't understand the language, and I'm surrounded by people whose skin is different from my own. They can't even understand what they say, so they can only work hard. For example, those Chinese people who were used to build the square still have wages. Although it is much less than that of the local people, it is still a good income when converted into Chinese dollars. It's just that living in Country K, where you earn a lot and have expensive things, plus being far away from home and being bullied by others, some Chinese people want to go home, but they don't have the language and money to buy air tickets and ferry tickets to go back. As time goes by, they slowly learn the language of Country K and settled here long ago. Only a few people will go back wholeheartedly. This is probably what makes Dr. Dell angry. The entry of strong Chinese laborers who work hard for low wages means that some locals who work hard for high wages are squeezed out of their positions. Of course, it is easier for white people to get opportunities in research-type jobs, but for jobs that require manual labor, it doesn't matter whether they are white, black, or yellow. Whoever does the most and gets the least money will be qualified. Some unemployed white people did not blame the capitalists and hateful businessmen who deceived the Chinese people into Country K, but blamed the reasons for their unemployment on the Chinese people who worked more and made less. In their view, it is these shameless Chinese who have taken over their living space. Because the economy of Country K has begun to decline this year, and jobs are not easy to find, Chinese people have also been regarded as one of the reasons, and they have been discriminated against and bullied even more. And they don't even understand the language and are not locals. Once a dispute arises, they will be regarded as the one who started the dispute without even having a chance to explain themselves. Maybe the police officer who arrested him knows the real situation, but who cares about that, as long as he catches the person and delivers the goods. Therefore, the Chinese have become more and more cautious and do not dare to cause trouble. And the capitalists who are exploiting them are becoming more and more aggressive. The original owner of the construction square has also heard that the company bid for the construction of the square, and the one with the best construction time and money required for construction was selected. It seems that the construction company has shortened the construction time in order to win the bid, so it makes people work day and night. Most white people do not want to be squeezed, but the Chinese who are easy to bully are different. China is currently weak. If the country is not strong, people from other countries will naturally not take the Chinese seriously. It seems that I need to return home as soon as possible. Ji Chang's made a phone call and asked the institute about his departure from the institute and his return to China. The reply from the research institute was calm at first, but after learning that Ji Chang's wanted to return to China now, it slowly turned into a threat. Ji, you also know the strength of Country K now is the most critical time for research. Your country is not willing to accept you. I think you should consider it. Ji Chang's was not too surprised. The project that the original owner is currently participating in is to deal with China. Even though Country K seems to trust him, since he came back to now, he has found 2 recording devices in the living room alone. He is still a relatively important person in this project. If he goes back at this time, who knows whether he will expose the secrets of Country K. Moreover, once all the talents that can be used by them are obtained, they will definitely not be willing to let them go. Ji Chang's remained calm and made up only one reason: I understand, it's just that my grandma is sick, and I urgently want to return to China to visit her. Grandma is sick? Not to mention grandma is sick, even my own mother is sick and cannot leave at this time. The situation is tense now. I think you should think carefully, G. What I value most is you. You must not disappoint me. If the original owner heard this sentence, he would probably be very excited, but if it was Ji Chang's, his face was expressionless and his reply tone was very low. Sir, I'm really anxious, please understand. The other side still didn't let go, and even became wary. When Ji Chang's put down the phone and rushed to the airport, he learned that he was restricted from leaving the country. Not that surprising. After all, according to what K country has always done, Ji Chang's himself is not only a talented person, but also entered a research institute that they value, knows a lot of secrets, participated in the latest weapons research, and just put forward a very impressive theory. No matter from any aspect, they will not let Ji Chang's leave. Even if you leave, you have to squeeze out all the remaining value. Ji Chang's bowed silently and went back, seemingly accepting the fact. At the same time, Country K also began to investigate who he had met recently, what information he had been exposed to, and whether his grandma was really sick. Ji Chang's could clearly feel that there were at least 2 more people following him, and more than 5 recording equipment at home were mentioned at once. Originally, he didn't want to get entangled and just wanted to return to China for development and construction. As a result, after K country's operation, Ji Chang's was not in a hurry to leave. He has never seen someone so eager to take the blame. After returning from the hospital, he took a few days of sick leave. Because he had a certificate from the hospital and Country K was re-evaluating whether he was trustworthy, the leave was smoothly approved. After Ji Chang's took leave, he immediately hired a nanny to take care of him. Of course, this nanny was sent by Country K. At this special moment, the person placed next to Ji Chang's must be one of his own. Ji Chang's request for the nanny is that she can cook Chinese cuisine. If she can't do it well, he will fire her. Spy nanny. She can use a gun, convey information in various covert ways, and strangle, but she has never learned Chinese cuisine. There is no way, she will be fired if she can't learn, so how can she monitor this Chinese person? The spy nanny could only hold her nose and promise, "No problem sir, I know a Chinese, and I will go to him every day to learn Chinese cuisine from now on." She applied for a colleague who could cook Chinese cuisine to help her learn, and she confidently made a table for Ji Chang's for the first meal. Then he was disgusted. "This is not authentic Chinese food at all, it is not the taste I want, and the meat is not fresh at all, and it does not taste like Chinese chicken." Spy nanny. You are crazy, how can chicken from K country smell like chicken from China? She forced a smile, "Sir, I can't buy Wagyu chicken." The hateful Chinese man in front of her seemed not to notice her difficulties at all, and acted arrogantly, as if he was the employer and had the final say. "I don't care about you. Anyway, if you can't make the Chinese food I want, just leave." Spy nanny. Damn Chinese people, in Chinese terms, this is the success of a villain. Yes, because the person who is coming to monitor is a Chinese, and the person who is sent is someone who is proficient in speaking. She was about to report to her superiors that this Chinese man was too difficult to take care of, when she discovered that Ji Chang's was mysterious and didn't know what he was doing in the study every day. After finding an opportunity, the spy nanny carefully sneaked into his room, took pictures of some of the data Ji Chang's had written down these days, and passed it on to the superiors. At first, they thought it was Ji Chang's who wanted to convey information to China, but it turned out that it was academic research. Experts from Country K were invited to help look at it, and the experts were stunned. God, this is such a genius idea, where is the person who wrote this? I want to see him, God, if I can see the rest of it, maybe we can go further." The expert was very excited. When asked what these data represented, he said it directly without knowing the inside story. "This is a weapon idea, A powerful weapon. Why didn't I think of it like this? This is really a genius. God bless country K. Where is the person who wrote this information? Why is it only half written? Where is the rest of the information? I need to see him now. Everyone looked at each other in confusion and once again asked some experts to confirm. Everyone said it was a miraculous idea. Some people even speculated and practiced on the spot. After a lot of twists and turns, it was proved that the things written by Ji Chang's were definitely powerful enough, but precisely because of this, they could only prove the first half, and no one could continue with what was not written later. Nearly all experts are asking to meet the researcher who came up with the idea. But there was no way they could bring people over. Because this information was simply stolen by spies. Ji Chang's was not originally from K country, and his application to return to the country had just failed. If he knew at this time that they were sending people to monitor and steal his research materials and ideas, he would definitely be angry. Maybe it will also affect his view of country K. If before they viewed Ji Chang's as someone who was likely to return to China with secrets, now they viewed him as an absolute talent and must try their best to stay. In short, while stabilizing the person, we should also carefully observe what he thinks about country K. It is impossible to return to China. Such talents must stay in their country, even if they are forced to stay. They are still very experienced in this aspect. After a while of coercion and inducement, they will never be able to hold on. What's more, Ji Chang's has just published theories such as patriotism for country K before, so he must be biased towards country K. He just didn't know what the reason was that made him suddenly want to go back. After painstaking investigation for a while, they easily found a turning point. Ji Chang's took the initiative to work overtime on research the night before the phone call. The next day, he said he was going back to China and asked for sick leave. We went to the hospital based on the hospital certificate, and after investigation and questioning, we came up with the details. Ji Chang's fainted on the roadside after falling ill and was taken to the hospital. He was discharged after regaining consciousness. The point is, he was scolded by a racist doctor. Although it was just a small matter, after checking again and again, Ji Chang's was fine the day before. When chatting with his colleagues, he even mentioned that the moon in country K was brighter and more beautiful, and that the air in country K was better than that in China, etc. So it could only be because of that racist doctor. Let's speculate that a Chinese person abandoned his motherland and his family and came to a foreign country to serve country K until he fainted. When he woke up, he was scolded by doctors from country K for having yellow skin. Thinking about it, it seems, you should indeed, feel aggrieved, right? Perhaps it was because of this incident that he wanted to return to his home country, where no one would be racially profiled. After coming to this conclusion, no matter how the investigators looked at it, they felt that this Chinese man was too glass-hearted. But who told the other party to be a talent that the higher UPS said must be retained? Since he has a glass heart, we can only really take care of him as a glass person. The most worrying thing is that for some reason, Ji Chang stopped writing the idea before he finished it. He wrote a few more paragraphs and then threw it aside and never touched it again. The spy nanny was ordered to do so, and accidentally discovered it while pretending to clean. Actually, it didn't have to be accidental. Ji Chang's put it directly on the table, and asked, "Sir, what is this? Is it something useful?" Then Ji Chang's said, "It's useless, just throw it away." The spy nanny, who was still waiting for him to grab the things, quickly said. She smiled dryly and forced herself to calm down. "There are so many words written on it, but it's useless." "Sir, do you want to read it again?" Ji Chang's took a look to confirm. "Yes, there is none. You can throw it away. I want to drink chicken soup." "Have you bought Wagyu chicken?" "I want free-range chickens. They grow up in the woods, eat bugs and can fly." "That kind, It's not that kind I won't drink. By the way, put mushrooms in the chicken soup. I want it from Yunnan, but I won't eat it if it's not Yunnan. Also, don't put my quilt in the dryer anymore. How many times have I told you to put it on the balcony to bask in the sun? Only quilts that have been exposed to the sun are good quilts. What if the community says something else? It's harmful to the appearance of the city. If you tell them that they can put a sun in my house, I won't bask in the quilt. Spy nanny. She would rather fight than be tortured by this Chinese man again. The most outrageous thing is that she doesn't know how many chickens she has eaten. She has to go back to practice cooking after getting off work every night. She has looked for several Chinese chefs, but the result is like this. Ji Chang's actually still write in your diary. The cooking in K country cannot match the delicacy of China. When I think that I am sick and can't even drink chicken soup, I miss my hometown very much. At least I can drink local chicken soup with Yunnan mushrooms. What about that idiot nanny? She can't even make delicious chicken soup, so I want to quit her. They actually don't let me dry myself under the quilt. I do it on my balcony. What's bothering them? Sure enough, they are just racist because I'm Chinese. They don't let me dry under the quilt. If I were in China, I would definitely be able to dry my quilt, but they wouldn't let me dry it if I did something wrong with it. A quilt that cannot be exposed to the sun is not a real quilt at all. If I cover myself with a quilt that has not been exposed to the sun for a few days, I will be depressed. Spy nanny. The Chinese people are really weird. She wants to go back to China just because she is not allowed to dry on the quilt and cannot drink chicken soup. Fortunately, her superiors asked her to carefully investigate whether Ji Chang's had come into contact with anyone sent by the Chinese country. As a result, what she saw every day was Ji Chang's nagging and gesticulating that her chicken soup didn't taste good. Speechlessly, she took a photo of the diary and uploaded it to it. Then I received a big, lively Chinese rooster. After it was released, it even bit the nanny spy majestically. The person who brought the rooster said, "This Chinese man is very important to us. You kill this chicken first, and there are more than a dozen spares. They are all transported alive to keep them fresh. The mushrooms he wants are coming soon. I'll bring it to you tonight. When it arrives, make him some chicken soup to stabilize him. Also, we have already said hello to the community. You must remember to give him a blanket every day. You must not let him fall asleep for a day. You must make him feel happy in our K country, you know." Spy nanny. She silently took the big cock and walked back, planning to wait for the mushrooms to arrive before killing them. Then when she got to the kitchen, she was bitten again. After he finished talking, he raised his neck majestically and screamed loudly. Ji Chang's, who was reading in the study, followed the sound and came over, looking at the big rooster and was surprised. "Hey! Big rooster!" Without waiting for the nanny to take credit, he glanced at her suspiciously. "You couldn't have grown up in country K, right? If you didn't eat bugs from China, they wouldn't be fresh enough. If you didn't grow up eating bugs from China, I would, but if you don't eat it, you won't be able to supplement it at all. Also, why is it a rooster? Don't you know that hens that lay eggs are the most nutritious? And they have to be old hens that are more than 2 years old. This rooster is too young and not nutritious enough. Tisk tisk, you are so unprofessional. Nanny spy, why the hell don't you go to heaven?" But on the surface, thinking about the order given to her, she could only smile and say, "It's a local chicken from China. I asked a friend to bring it. There are also hens. I'll pick it up this afternoon. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely do it. Make your own chicken soup." Ji Chang's then returned to the study with a disgusted expression that said, "Although I don't quite believe it, I'll try again reluctantly." Nanny spy. Is she really here to spy on this Chinese man? Why does it feel worse than being a slave? Huaguo. Upon noticing that the spy from K Nation they had discovered before left the country, The investigators immediately began to summarize what the spy had done before leaving and why he suddenly left the country. After much searching, it turned out that this K-country spy went to Yunnan before going abroad. He searched for a long time and bought a lot. Mushrooms. Lily-free and fastest update without defense. There is no theft protection. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 345. The Hua Kingdom checked again and again, but no matter how they checked, the spy just bought some mushrooms from Yunnan and brought them back to country K. I just don't know why, but it looks like he's in a hurry, as if he's very anxious. And before buying it, I specifically asked the mushroom seller if the mushrooms were suitable for stewing chicken soup. The investigators who investigated were confused. If they didn't know clearly that this man was a spy whose identity had been exposed, in their eyes, they would almost think that he really went back to make chicken soup to buy mushrooms. As for Ji Chang's, he was still tormenting the nanny and spy. The nanny spy never thought that Chinese people from poor and backward countries would be so difficult to take care of. If you want to drink chicken soup, okay, she learned. I want to drink Chinese chicken stew soup, and Chinese mushrooms from Yunnan. Well, I got them from them all the way. Live Chinese chicken. The mushrooms are either fresh or dried, and they are all suitable for making soups. Logically speaking, these are enough. But Ji Chang's just wants to pick and choose, looking for flaws in the cracks of the egg. This hen is too old, Rao Chai, is there any younger one? This one is too small and has no flavor at all when stewed. The coat is dull and not bright at all. Tisk, you're so thin, you can't help but look at it. It's too fat. I definitely don't exercise regularly and the meat is not strong enough. Not only was he picky in various ways, he also expressed some surprise and disappointment in his words that country K, which had always advertised itself as the world's most powerful country, couldn't even find a hen. After feeling disappointed, I turned around and wrote in my diary. When I came to this country, I was full of yearning and expectations. The whole world knows how powerful country K is. I really hope to display my talents in this country. It was fine up front, but as the results were written, Ji Chang's changed the subject. However, they don't even have any hens. I have been sick for many days, but I can't even drink chicken soup. I began to doubt whether country K is as powerful as others said. After the diary was secretly photographed and passed on, the people in K country who were responsible for keeping Ji Chang's breathed a sigh of relief. At least it can be seen from the diary that Ji Chang's is still very close to their country. This is consistent with the information they previously investigated. He was just inexplicably obsessed with chicken soup. In order to clearly understand why Ji Chang's was so obsessed with chicken soup, they also specially ask serious Chinese people. In order to prevent any mistakes, members disguised as ordinary students were asked to ask a Chinese international student. You said you have a friend who longs for chicken soup after getting sick. The young Chinese international student thought for a while. We do have the concept of replenishing the body after illness, especially if there are elders in the family. Once the younger generation gets sick, all the delicious food in the house will be left to the younger generation. It's normal to want to drink chicken soup. When I first came to country K, I couldn't adapt to the climate and got sick, so I really wanted to drink the porridge made by my mother. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it taste like that. Even now, I still want to drink it. Drink. The member handed over the collected information. Everything seemed so reasonable. Chinese people seem to be very nostalgic. When they are in a foreign country, they miss the food of their hometown. In addition, the spies they sent failed to fulfill Ji Chang's requirements several times, so it was normal for him to be disappointed. Therefore, as long as the spy does his job well and appeases Ji Chang's, there is still a high possibility that he will be left to serve country K forever. Spy Nanny. She was gnashing her teeth in her heart and kept changing them again and again, and finally she got a hen that satisfied this difficult to maintain Chinese. The coat is bright, he has just turned 2 years old, he is in good spirits, neither fat nor thin, and he can also lay eggs. After Ji Chang's had made his choice, he wanted to touch the hen's feathers himself, and then nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, its feathers are very smooth, and it also likes to be clean. It is a good hen." The spy nanny rolled her eyes wildly inwardly. Is this Chinese guy choosing ingredients or a girlfriend? She had never seen such a grumpy person. For the nth time, put the chicken into the pot and serve the mushrooms. Using standard Chinese soup utensils, simmer over low heat for a while. Because she knew how stupid Ji Chang's was, she could turn off the fire with precision to the second. A bowl of steaming chicken soup that condensed a lot of financial, material, and manpower was finally delivered to Ji Chang's dining table. He scooped up a spoonful and blew on it before drinking it. Only then did his face show a look of satisfaction, and he glanced at the nanny spy approvingly. "Not bad, you can finally drink it." After evaluating the chicken soup, Ji Chang's looked at the person in front of him and praised lightly, "You are very attentive, I am very satisfied." Ever since he came to Ji Chang's side, he has been mentally tortured overtly and secretly. He has to deal with various demanding requirements during the day, and he has to practice Chinese recipes desperately when he goes back at night. Under such high-pressure work, he is still considered useless by his boss and Ji Chang's. It can be said that the nanny spy has been worried about it all this time. When she heard his affirmation, she almost cried with joy. She was moved to tears and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, sir, I will continue to work hard." As soon as she finished thanking him, the attentive smile on her face suddenly froze. No, what the hell, this Chinese devil has tortured her for so long, why does she still want to thank him? Ji Chang's didn't notice the expression on her face, he just nodded reservedly, and asked with a sense of patronage. "How much did you spend on this hen? I'll reimburse you." Spy nanny. Can the chickens brought back from China with so much hard work be measured in money? But she still estimated the price of K-country chickens and quoted a number. What? After struggling for so long and finally being satisfied, the expression on the face of the Chinese changed, showing disbelief. "You lied to me, our Huaguo chicken is not that expensive," questioned nanny spy. She was almost caught off guard by Ji Chang's sudden change of attitude. "No. It is true that Huaguo chicken is not that expensive. But the problem is, this is not China now. According to her account, someone brought this chicken to her from China. Could it be that others did it specifically for charity? I brought a few chickens all the way from such a distant country just to charge a price similar to that in China." Such an answer is simply unreasonable. Ji Chang's didn't care what was reasonable or unreasonable. In the eyes of people from K country, Ji Chang's frowned when he learned the price. A face that was too fair, even so fair that it reminded the spy nanny of a vampire, with emotions written all over it. Including but not limited to physical pain, disbelief, disgust, etc. He also started mumbling. "It's just a chicken. Why is it so expensive? I've never had such an expensive chicken at home before. Are you trying to fool me?" As he talked, he repeatedly questioned whether the price of this chicken was really that expensive. He kept saying how much it would cost in China. The price reported by the nanny spy was in the capital of China. "You can eat as many chickens as you want." Nanny spy. This was in line with her impression of the poor Chinese people. Poor, stingy, and very carefree. If this wasn't the goal she was responsible for, she would never serve it. But Ji Chang's was her mission target, so she could only try to keep calm. Then she almost treated her employer like a child and carefully explained that Huaguo chickens are everywhere in China, but the Huaguo chickens in country K were specially brought back from China by her relatives, so the price has not dropped. It's already very remarkable that it's expensive to die. Now the price is the same as domestic chicken, which is already very low. This statement may be able to convince a Chinese who really just wants to eat chicken. But against Ji Chang's, the young Chinese scholar's face became solemn. He asked the spy nanny, "You mean, in country K, the cheapest price I can buy for Chinese chicken is this?" The spy nanny thought for a moment and nodded. "Sir, don't I remember that you work in a research institute? The salary should be good, right? After all, for a talent like you, they should give you the best treatment." While flattering her a little, she didn't forget to show the institute's face. According to common sense, it should be like this. Ji Chang's found that Huaguo chicken was very expensive, but fortunately his salary at the research institute was very high, so he would work hard for his hobby and make money. Result. Ji Chang said, "Alyssa, tell me, how about I go back to China?" He also made a very kind suggestion: "You can also go back with me, because although you are stupid, you are willing to correct yourself." Spy nanny. The smile on her face was extremely stiff, and it took her a few seconds to force herself not to look shocked. "Sir, why do you suddenly say this? Is country K bad? The prices in country K are high." Ji Chang settled the accounts for her. "Do you know how much a chicken like this costs in China? How can I afford it?" Spy nanny, "I thought you were well paid. Didn't their K country offer a very high salary package in order to retain this Chinese? Actually, for a powerful person like you, as long as you find a job with a high salary, the price of a chicken is actually nothing." Not only is it nothing, Ji Chang's monthly salary is enough for him to eat thousands of chickens. Ji Chang's had an expression on his face that said, "You don't understand at all. This is different. You have to save your salary, so how can you spend it casually?" Spy nanny. Ji Chang's continued to say, "It is safest to keep money in banks, but banks in your country will collapse, so the best way is to save it all with yourself. If you use it to buy chickens, such expensive chickens, I'm afraid I won't be able to save much money if I spend money so lavishly." The spy nanny's mind has gone blank. What is your purpose of saving money?" The young scholar from China looked confident. "There is no purpose. Don't you have to save all the money?" Spy nanny. She really couldn't understand the thinking of this Chinese person. What's the point of making money if you don't spend it? However, the other party is still trying to brainwash her that living in China is actually not bad. "Anyway, I'm in the laboratory every day and basically don't come out. It's no different in China than in K. Alyssa. If you go to China, you will find that everything is very cheap. A fat and tender old hen only costs a little money, and geese are also very cheap. The geese here are too thin. I went to the park to see them last time and thought they looked and tasted right. It's a bit lacking, unlike our Chinese goose. Do you know there is a dish called goose stewed in an iron pot? I think you should learn it, it's very delicious." Spy nanny. I couldn't blame Ji Chang's for suddenly going out last time. After strolling to the park, he kept staring at the swans in the park lake. While watching, I also swallowed. He actually wants to eat a swan. What terrible Chinese people. "Sir, I'm from K country, and I can't speak Chinese. I don't think I will leave my country." Ji Chang suddenly felt regretful after hearing this. "Well, that's a shame." Before the spy nanny could relax, she heard him say, "Then I will go back alone." The young Chinese scholar looked very regretful and sighed deeply. "What a pity. I quite like country K. Pity." He just sighed and returned to the room, leaving only the spy nanny with an ugly face. While complaining that this Chinese guy was really troublesome, he told Ji Chang's that he wanted to return to China because of the price of chicken. To be honest, she had received similar tasks before. But the situations are all extreme. One type is very stubborn and unwilling to stay at all. No matter how they threaten or induce them, Their attitude is very firm. The other type is hesitant, but most of it is because of salary and benefits. As long as the salary and benefits are improved and the position is made more attractive, these people will happily stay. In the end, who knew there was such a weirdo as Ji Chang's? My thoughts change 800 times every day. While admitting that country K is good, at the same time he wants to return to China because of all kinds of trivial matters. Too difficult. This is the most difficult task target she has ever seen since she started working. After the news reached the higher authorities, they were also very speechless. However, an investigator who has been studying the Chinese people recently said, "The Chinese people are like this, I don't know what is going on with them. Even if they make money, they will not spend it very much. At most, they will spend a little more than before. Once upon a time, I had a classmate from China who was Chinese. I saw him living very hard. But after graduation, he actually had money to start a business. It was a large amount of money. I asked around and found out that the money was he earned it part-time during the years he was in school. Many students were very surprised by this. After all, that classmate usually couldn't bear to eat or wear clothes. He didn't go to parties or anything very often. He looked very poor. As a result, who knew that he actually held a large sum of money in his hands for several years? If it were any one of them, there would be no way he could do it. That's how Chinese people are. When they make money, they have to save it. Ji Chang's behavior seemed to be natural. Then just solve the problem. They summarized the analysis report and gave it to the superiors. So Ji Chang's, who was still recovering at home, received the notice. Not only did he get a salary increase, but because a theory he proposed before was confirmed, the institute gave him a new reward. That is, in the future, he can reimburse himself for 3 meals, taxi expenses, and part of his living expenses. It is simply preventing Ji Chang's from spending any more money in all aspects. They feel that they are extremely considerate. In this way, Ji Chang's no longer has the burden of high prices and can finally stay and work in their country with peace of mind, right? The young Chinese scholar, who was short-sighted and only knew how to eat and drink, was indeed very happy. As soon as he was happy, he would sit in the study again and start writing and drawing. The spy nanny has been with him for so many days, and it can be said that he has full control over what Ji Chang's behavior pattern represents. When this Chinese person is happy, he will be in a good mood. When he is in a good mood, he will write and draw his various ideas. But he has a problem, that is, halfway through writing, he gets tired of the old and stops writing. He doesn't take his previous ideas seriously at all, and the nanny throws them away every time. Spy nanny. She almost vomited blood. Those things written on paper that she couldn't understand were regarded as treasures by experts, but when it came to this Chinese person, they seemed to be incomparable to a bowl of chicken soup. However, the institute openly stated that it did not know about these things, so no matter how heartbroken it was, it could not go to Ji Chang's to question him and ask him why he did not continue writing. If Ji Chang's had just come up with a great idea, maybe they would still do this. But he is not just one, but many. These ideas are indeed valuable, but now, the most valuable person has become Ji Chang's. As long as he's around, more ideas will just keep popping up. Moreover, Ji Chang's has a good impression of country K. What they have to do is to increase this good impression and make him one of their own. Of course, if the other party insists on returning to the country, then don't blame them for being ruthless. If such a talented researcher cannot be used by them, they will never let China get it. Fortunately, although Ji Chang's is usually very irritable and has a lot of small complaints, he is still very friendly to Country K and the research institute where he works. When the spy nanny suggested several times that he could hand over these so-called abandoned ideas to his workplace to see if they would be appreciated by his superiors, the Chinese expressed his disapproval. How is it possible to be appreciated? Do you know how difficult it is to get into this research institute? Do you know how many talents there are? I spent a lot of energy to get in. I absolutely can't risk sending out these half-finished products that I don't like. What if after I send it in, they feel that I am too arrogant, young, and want to show off myself not long after I entered the institute, and they have a bad impression of me? Spy nanny, but sir, you are so good, maybe not only will they not have a bad impression, but they will also promote you. Ji Chang's laughed, and then began to laugh at her innocence. Alyssa, no wonder you can only help me cook. You have no knowledge in this area at all. Do you know that the research institute where I am is full of talents? I am among them, just like a firefly falling in the stars. How can they? Maybe you can see the tiny light in me. Spy nanny. She didn't know why, but she wanted to hit someone. Ji Chang's, on the other hand, had a look on his face like the more I talked about it, the more I felt that I was really far-sighted. As he spoke, he suddenly decided to read and study, continue to enrich himself, and strive to catch up with his predecessors as soon as possible. The seniors who were beaten up by him for 8 streets must be speechless when they find out. He returned to his room and wrote a list of books to give to the spy nanny. You can buy all these books for me within today. You don't have to look at the price. Our institute will reimburse you anyway. The spy nanny looked at the long list of books. In today's K country, books are still very expensive, especially those related to data research and professional knowledge. Not only is it expensive, it is also very large and heavy. The book cover alone is heavy enough. There were so many books, not to mention whether she could buy them or not, she would be exhausted just trying to get them back. But Ji Chang's is now a member of the institute, and he wants to study so that he can better serve the institute. Think of it this way, he just wants some books. It can be considered that the requirements are relatively small. Then the spy nanny found that she had thought of things too simply. She almost broke her legs and bothered her superiors before she could buy all the books Ji Chang's wanted. After that, it was time to transport books. Originally, she had asked someone from the bookstore to help carry the books, but Ji Chang's actually refused to allow the people from the bookstore to enter his home. The Chinese looked disgusted. How can I let outsiders enter my residence? Who knows if they will step in and steal the money I have hidden? He also warned carefully, Alyssa, just ask them to move downstairs. Don't tell them which floor I live on, otherwise there may be thieves and robbers in our house at night. The spy nanny almost gave him a kneeling performance. Sir, do you mean to ask me to move all these books? Ji Chang's looked at her in surprise, as if wondering why she would ask such a question. Of course, do you still want me to move it? I'm not as strong as UK people. Look at my arms. They have no muscles at all. How can I work? What if my arm is crushed and broken? How can I still work? The spy nanny thought so too. This is an arm that will shine for their K country. If something happened to her because she was tired, she would definitely be punished. The Chinese didn't know what she was thinking, so he comforted her. It's okay, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will give you money. After saying that, he added, anyway, our institute can reimburse you. He looked at the spy nanny and said sincerely, when you applied for the job, didn't you say that you needed money to support your 5 children? I will give you more opportunities to make money in the future. No need to thank me, I'm always so kind. In fact, she is not short of money, she is just a spy nanny who made up an excuse to sneak in. She quietly went downstairs to complain to her colleagues on the phone. His colleague looked like he was expecting it. Chinese people are more cautious. They rarely let strangers enter their homes. Even if they live in a shared house, they will lock the door regardless of whether they are at home or not. Of course, this is also the reason why yellow people are more likely to attract criminals. The spy nanny's previous impression of Chinese people was that they were thin, yellow-skinned, unable to fight, poor, and timid. But since she came to Ji Chang's, she completely gave up her previous thoughts. It can only be summarized into one thing: Chinese people love to toss. Forget it, just move. Bring these books up for the Chinese. There are so many books for him to read for many days. Once he indulges in reading, she will be able to avoid being tormented. And this guy is going to work tomorrow. At that time, he can no longer stay at home nagging and pointing fingers at her every day. Think about it, life is really beautiful. Then when he got home, Ji Chang said he wanted to eat abalone, shark's fin, bird's nest, and ginseng. He also wanted ambergris because he had not been sleeping well recently and heard that ambergris was very soothing when lit. Also, go to the furniture market. I want solid wood furniture, and mahogany is the best. I really can't get used to sitting on these sofas. And also, from now on, all the chickens at home must be Wagyu chickens, and they must be free-range chickens, and the eggs must be stupid eggs. I tell you, don't fool around, I can taste it. The spy nanny didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. She had realized that Ji Chang's would do this before. After all, from now on, whatever the other party buys can be reimbursed by the institute. Just relying on Ji Chang's provocation, now that there is no financial limit, he will definitely buy a lot. Buy it, buy it. Anyway, those chickens have been raised last time. If you add some bugs from China, it shouldn't be a big problem. She submitted the list of items Ji Chang's wanted. After getting this list and checking the price, my boss face almost broke. He urgently contacted his subordinates and scolded him, "Do you know how much these things cost? You actually agreed to buy them for him." The spy nanny was very confused when she was scolded. Isn't there just some food and a piece of furniture? Do you know how expensive things like abalone, shark's fin, bird's nest, and ginseng are? It's definitely not a small sum to buy. This is not eating food, this is just eating money. And what kind of ambergris did he want? Do you know how rare ambergris is? Look at this furniture again. There is no problem with the furniture, but the problem is that it wants mahogany furniture. Mahogany furniture is very popular among Chinese people, but mahogany is expensive. A set of mahogany furniture can last us at least 10 years. Salary. Spy nanny. Even if it wasn't her money spent, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken just hearing that. Otherwise, I'll tell him that I can't buy it. The boss calmed down a little, he is so difficult to deal with. Do you think our country is not as convenient as China for shopping? Even if you think so, you can't really buy this Chinese so many expensive things. Although they are directly under the department, they are really not that rich. Every request for money does not require approval at all levels. The nanny spy made up his mind to tell Ji Chang's that he couldn't buy it. Chicken was okay, but the scary expensive stuff was fine. When she returned, she found Ji Chang's writing and drawing in a good mood. When he saw her entering the study, he smiled at her, picked up the paper in his hand and handed it to her. "Our research institute has been really good to me. After thinking about it, I think I have to make some results quickly to repay them. You see, I'm almost finished." The spy nanny literally cried with joy. She has been serving Ji Chang's for so many days, and she has lost several pounds every day due to the torment, but she has never been able to get anything more meaningful from Ji Chang's. Finally, this Chinese guy is finally going to hand over his results to the research institute. Ji Chang's put down the piece of paper, humming a song and holding a pen, as if he was about to continue. He was very happy when he saw it, with a smile on his delicate and not rough face that the people of K country envied. "As long as you give this to the research institute, I will definitely be promoted, and maybe I can get a raise." After finishing speaking, the Chinese looked at his nanny with a smile. "Why are you back early?" Then let's eat shark's fin and bird's nest tonight. The excitement on the spy nanny's face froze slightly. Sir, I didn't buy what you mentioned. I can only buy chicken. The happiness on Ji Chang's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at the spy nanny with disbelief on his face. What did you say? How could you not buy it? Isn't country K the largest country in the world? The spy nanny suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, in the next second, the Chinese who just looked like he would work hard to finish the work today dropped the pen in his hand, with disappointment written all over his face. I don't know how many brain cells I wasted before I came up with this idea. Now is the time to make up for it? The spy nanny quickly said, Sir, I can make you chicken soup to replenish your body. Chicken soup is also very replenishing. Chinese people seem to be very particular about eating to replenish their body. She has been influenced by it and she knows she understands it. However, Ji Chang still looked disappointed. Can chicken soup and shark fin bird's nest be the same? They are not on the same level at all. He complained, I have never been willing to eat before. This time I wanted to eat because the institute was good to me and would reimburse me. But after struggling for a long time, I was reimbursed, but I didn't even get a shark's fin bird's nest, can't eat it. I'm so tired that I can't replenish my body. Hey, I don't know if I will be bald as a teenager. Forget it, I won't write today. I'm going to have a good sleep and rest. Call me when you have dinner. Seeing that the first completed result was about to be obtained, but the result was so close, Ji Chang's quit. The spy nanny was completely stunned. Sir, why don't you think about it again, sir? Ji Chang's ignored her at all, waved his hand, and entered the house weakly and dejectedly. He even complained with a long sigh. It's said to be the most powerful country in the world, but it doesn't even have a shark's fin bird's nest. Hey, if I had known this, I might as well have gone back to China. Spy nanny. She subconsciously looked at the recording equipment hidden behind the lamp in the living room, and could almost imagine the livid faces of the investigators who were monitoring Ji Chang's 24 hours a day. The investigators were indeed emotionally drained. Ever since Ji Chang's was identified as a genius who must be retained, they had created a special file for him and monitored the other party's movements 24 hours a day without missing a minute. This Chinese man's daily movements are very regular. After waking up in the morning, he opens the window to get some air, then instructs the nanny to bask in the quilt, thinking about what to eat in the morning, what to eat at noon, what to eat in the evening, what to eat at night, etc. When I'm in a good mood, I go to the study to work, and sometimes I do things while humming a song. When I feel bad, I write in a diary and complain to the nanny. But the most troublesome thing about him is that Ji Chang's is a typical fresh-faced person. Every time he puts forward various great genius ideas, just one of them is enough to change a lot, making countless experts scratch their hearts and minds with those ideas and want to compete with him. Meet. But every time, he only wrote half of it. Moreover, this person is very unconfident. Although he has such a genius idea, he thinks that these are not worth a penny, so he always lets the nanny throw them away as rubbish. Such behavior, coupled with the fact that before and after Ji Chang's entered the institute, although he was a genius, he never made any more constructive achievements, it is worth pondering. Who knows if he had come up with many similar half-assed ideas before entering the institute and then threw them away as rubbish. This kind of thing may not be possible for other scholars. But when it comes to Ji Chang's, who is clamoring to return to China just for a bowl of chicken soup, it seems to have become very normal. Today, he finally planned to finish writing it and submit it to the research institute. Result: he actually stopped writing just because he didn't eat that thing called shark's fin and bird's nest. No more writing. The investigators were well aware of Ji Chang's ability, and when they heard Ji Chang say that he would not write anymore, they almost vomited blood out of anger. A phone call soon came to the nanny spy, who was scolded again. You just get him whatever he wants to eat. Even if he can't buy it, why don't you apply to the higher authorities? Do you know how difficult it was for him to write down the complete idea today? It's fine now. It's all ruined. God why do I have a subordinate like you? The nanny spy was very aggrieved and stated that she had reported it to her superiors, who said that those things were too expensive and asked her to deal with the Chinese scholars. After hearing this, he cursed a few more times before hanging up the phone. Half an hour later, the phone call came again, telling her that they would get everything Ji Chang's wanted as soon as possible, so that she could stabilize the other party. And incidentally told her that her boss had been demoted. It is conceivable that if Ji Chang's hadn't seemed very satisfied with her now, she would have been demoted along with him. Over there, the top leader gritted his teeth and said, "In the future, you will report directly to me regarding Ji." After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but feel the pain. Bird's nest, shark's fin, mahogany furniture, and some ambergris. China is so poor, why are these things so expensive? And it has to be shipped back from China because there are so many things that we can't just take a plane. This is too much money. But they still had to go out. My flesh hurts. My flesh hurts. On the other side, China was once again in a state of confusion. Last time it was Yunnan mushrooms, why did it change to bird's nests, shark's fins and mahogany furniture this time? And ambergris? In order to test it, they specially sent someone to increase the price 10 times to sell it. In the end, the other party actually bought it directly. They felt that they needed it urgently and left in a hurry after buying it. They were left confused by their sudden wealth. He is worthy of being a native of K country. He's just being taken advantage of, no. Rich and wealthy. Right? Just rich. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 346. Ji Chang's disappointment was as great as his meal. The spy nanny pinched her nose and knocked on the door to call him for dinner. "Sir, the meal is ready. It's your favorite hen soup." There was no movement inside, so she quickly added, "It's a mushroom from Yunnan, China." There was still no movement inside. The spy nanny paused and raised her voice, "Sir, I'm coming in." She carefully pushed the door open and the worst happened. The bed was actually empty. The quilts are gone. The spy nanny's face changed drastically. She looked at the open window again, ran out quickly, and went downstairs to make a phone call. Quick! Quick! That Chinese guy has run away. Damn, he must have found out we were spying on him. The top leader received the call and stood up suddenly. "What did you say? How is this possible?" "I arranged a dozen people to guard downstairs of his house, and they said everything is normal. But he's not at home." The spy nanny also knew the importance of Ji Chang's, and was so anxious that he cursed, "B*tch, he must know my identity, he must have left through the window. Find him quickly. Don't let him find a chance to return to China." After the call was hung up, various messages were passed out at an unimaginable speed. Ji Chang's value is really too great. They must not let this Chinese return to China, otherwise China will definitely become a danger to them. Countless agents and policemen shuttled through the streets of the city, roughly pushing away the crowd and staring specifically at people with yellow skin. The order given above is to bring the person back if he cooperates. If he refuses to cooperate, I would rather kill him on the spot than let him escape. The schools where Ji Chang's once lived, the Chinese people he came into contact with, and the places he visited before were all thoroughly investigated. The international students in the same batch as him have returned to China. This batch and Ji Chang's have only met a few times and not talked much. But just in case, the Bureau of Investigation still found all the Chinese students who were sent out by the government, asked them about their schedules, and searched their places of residence and part-time jobs. Students with good tempers are okay, but some more aggressive Chinese international students can't stand this. They are attending class well, but they are taken out by people in uniforms, and they have to tolerate their behavior of searching their rooms. Even if you have a search warrant, you should clearly state the reason for the search. I made no mistakes, so why do you have to search me? The young international student's face was red with anger. He looked at the group of people looking inside and outside his rental house, and his heart was filled with frustration and anger. It's not because my things were messed up, but because of this lack of respect from others. When people say they want to search, they just do the search with such a tough attitude. They didn't even give him a reason. The tall and strong police officer looked very dismissive of the anger of the Chinese international students. Sir, please cooperate with our work. If you stop yelling like this and hindering our work, we have the right to arrest you. You. Zhou Xinghua. His roommate, a Chinese who studied abroad at the same time as him, grabbed him and looked at him with an angry look on his face. He shook his head to signal him to stop talking. Zhou Xinghua still had an angry look on his face, but in the end he shut his mouth at the signal of his roommate. He watched with angrily eyes as these countrymen rummaged through their rented house unscrupulously. He even forced open another room that was locked by his roommate who had not returned. After the search was completed, the group of people did not ask for compensation for the broken lock, and went straight downstairs in a swaggering manner. Before leaving, they said to the two Chinese students, "You can't leave country K recently. If you want to leave, you have to wait for our notification." Zhou Xinghua became even more angry. "Why? We are Chinese citizens, you have no right to detain us." "We didn't detain you, we just asked you not to leave the territory of K country in the short term. Aren't you still going to study in our country for at least 1 year? Why do you want to leave at this time? If they stay to study voluntarily, is it the same as being forced to stay?" Zhou Xinghua wanted to say more, but his roommate held down his arm. "Okay, police officer, we understand. We hope to be notified before our study abroad period expires." His attitude was very good, but those people did not treat him well for this. Instead, they looked at the two of them arrogantly and then left one after another. After everyone left their house, Zhou Xinghua slapped the table angrily. "It's too much. It's too much. How can this be possible? Why are they only searching us Chinese? Don't be angry yet, I think there is something wrong with this matter." Compared with Zhou Xinghua, who was younger and grew up as a young genius in China, Lu Hu, who was older and had some social experience, looked at things more cautiously. He said, "They didn't look like they were looking for trouble just now, they looked like they were really looking for someone." "Who are you looking for? A fugitive?" "This group of K countrymen usually treat us coldly when they see us. They treat us as soft persimmons wherever they go. Now that their own prisoner has been lost, they feel that we are harboring him. To put it bluntly, that is just bully us." The more Zhou Xinghua talked, the angrier he became. He was insulted just a few days ago, but he did nothing. He just walked on the street calmly and talked in Chinese with the Chinese classmates next to him. As a result, a countryman deliberately knocked the book out of his hand. Everyone was walking on the street, and it was normal for them to accidentally bump into each other. At that time, Zhou Xinghua didn't take it to heart, let alone get angry. As a result, he was lifeless after being hit, but the one who hit him was arrogant. He scolded him a yellow-skinned monkey, and then kept mumbling about whether their country was in ruins. So many yellow-skinned monkeys came to country K. Zhou Xinghua almost started a fight with that person at that time. Unfortunately, when the fight was about to start, the K State Police arrived. Without asking directly who was at fault, he started to scold Zhou Xinghua. If a passerby hadn't witnessed the whole process and spoke for Zhou Xinghua, he would have been arrested and sent to prison. For this reason, Zhou Xinghua has been studying harder and harder these days. Country K not only has yellow people like China, but also people from other Asian countries. Compared with Chinese people, although they do not receive treatment in their own country, they will never be deliberately found troublesome like Chinese students. Those who are unfriendly to them are not so much racial discrimination as bullying. In the past, China could be said to stand there and be beaten. Now it is at a disadvantage compared to other Asian countries. Those people can't be arrested. Are you bullying them? It is precisely because he knows this that Zhou Xinghua wants to study even more desperately. When he succeeds in his studies, he will definitely return to China to build his own country. When their country becomes stronger, see how others still look down on them. Lu Hu knew that Zhou Xinghua had been wronged since he came to Country K, so he comforted him with a few words before continuing his analysis. Did you just notice that they were very serious when they searched our house? It didn't look like they were deliberately looking for trouble. They searched under the bed, in the closet, and any place where someone could be hidden. Why did he only search Chinese people? If it was because of racial discrimination, why did he need to search so seriously? If it wasn't racial discrimination, then there must be a reason why he only searched Chinese people. Zhou Xinghua has always been protected and has little social experience, but he is definitely a genius. After listening to Lu Hu's words, he almost immediately followed up with the rest of his guess: is the person they want to arrest a Chinese? I think so too. Lu Hu said, and have you noticed that they only looked for students who were sent by the government to study abroad, not those who paid for their own studies? Since we are arresting Chinese people, why do we only search for Chinese people sent by the government to study abroad? Zhou Xinghua gradually calmed down. Because they think that only Chinese students sent by the government to study abroad would hide that person. They looked at each other and felt that this matter was not simple. If we go back now, we won't be able to catch up with class anyway. Let's go out and ask around. The two went out to inquire about it, and sure enough they found that the streets today were very different from before. Many policemen who had never patrolled the streets before were walking up and down the streets with guns drawn, not only checking passers-by one by one, but also opening some shops to search. From time to time, a line of troops would appear on the street. They looked very hasty. When they saw Zhou Xinghua and Lu Hu, two yellow men, they would raise their eyes to take a look. It seems like something really happened. Zhou Xinghua whispered to Lu Hu in Chinese, what exactly happened? Does it have anything to do with our country? Lu Hu shook his head. It seems that in addition to paying special attention to Chinese people, they also go out to search vehicles. Zhou Xinghua observed carefully again. He whispered, let's go to the airport. When we arrived at the airport, sure enough, there was already a line of people standing outside. They didn't go in, but just looking in from the outside, the crowd inside was bigger than outside. They still remembered the warning given by the police before and did not act impulsively. After returning, they asked a person from Country K who had a good relationship with them to inquire about the air tickets from Country K to China. Friends from Country K came back and said to them, it's strange, there is not a single one left, and there is not even a turnaround. This is very abnormal. He had helped Zhou Xinghua and the others buy air tickets before. Obviously, every time he went there were still a lot of air tickets left to go to China. Zhou Xinghua and Lu Hu showed nothing on their faces. After expressing their gratitude to their friend, they locked themselves in the room and walked around solemnly. Someone from China must be in trouble. Put these things together, the answer is obvious. And he's a government-sponsored international student. Those people from Country K didn't even let him buy a plane ticket for him. This is definitely not a small matter. It's not that they look down on their own country. In fact, since arriving in Country K, they have discovered that many people in Country K are fundamentally discriminatory against Chinese people. How much must the Chinese people, who are so looked down upon, have to do to provoke country K to be so fiercely prepared? Although neither of them knew who the Chinese being arrested was or what they had done, their identities as Chinese gave them a natural stance. What should we do? We don't even know what happened. After Zhou Xinghua calmed down, his IQ gradually improved. We can't solve this matter. Find a way to tell the country. Knowing that the police were focusing on Chinese students like them, they were not stupid enough to call back immediately. Instead, he began to think about how to convey the message. At night, they found that all the police standing below had retreated. I asked about air tickets again, and magically, I got the air tickets to China. This makes it clear that someone has been caught. They were even more anxious, but they were afraid that if they rushed to spread the news, they would affect the Chinese compatriot. They could only try to hold on to their desire to spread the news and wait patiently for the days when they would call home. The phone bill is expensive, and both of them work hard to save money and can't bear to make more phone calls, so they always call home twice a month. Sometimes I would call them if something happened at home, but this was very rare. There are now 3 days left in the month, and they are simply counting the seconds, hoping to convey this matter to China as soon as possible. Even if they actually know nothing at all, if this news is spread back, maybe it can help the country. The country would surely know what was going on. When both of them couldn't sleep well that night and were only looking forward to the arrival of 3 days later, Ji Chang's was getting angry with a sullen face. What the hell is wrong with you? If you can't do it, don't do it. Didn't you say that there are 5 children to raise at home? You are so careless in doing things. If it weren't for the sake of your 5 children, I would have done it fired. The Chinese scholar is always a hard-working man. When he woke up today, he found that the nanny who was supposed to prepare a good meal for him was missing, and the kitchen was full of cold food. It would be strange not to be angry now. How many times have I told you? I'm not in good health and I need you to take good care of me. Is this how you take good care of me? Do you know how windy it was outside today? Even if you didn't call me when you were eating, you didn't even just close the window and leave the house, Aji. As he spoke, Ji Chang sneezed and shrank himself into the quilt. Spy nanny. She looked at Ji Chang's, who was sitting on the ground with the quilt on. The expression on his face at this moment was hard to describe. After a pause of several seconds, he slowly said in an incomprehensible tone, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't expect you were not in bed because you fell under the bed." "What do you mean falling off?" "I was uncomfortable sleeping on the bed and moved to sleep next to the bed. Besides, you didn't expect that you wouldn't look for me. Can I still fall asleep if I take a nap?" The Chinese was obviously very dissatisfied with the spy nanny's excuse. His face became even more angry, and he pointed at the position under his buttocks and loudly said, "In this position, you don't even need to go all the way here. You just need to stand at the door and take 2 steps forward to see me. Didn't the family where you worked in the past have children who would roll to the floor at night?" Spy nanny. She took a deep breath. "No sir, I have never seen a child sleeping on the floor. What's more, you're not a child either." Ji Chang's immediately seemed to have caught something, and started picking at the spy nanny with a look of disgust on his face. "You've never even seen a child sleeping on the ground? Then you have the nerve to say that you have a lot of experience as a nanny when you applied for a job? I will give you money based on your experience." "Alyssa, you are deceiving me." The Chinese scholar babbled unhappily for a long time before finally giving his verdict. "I'm going to give you a pay cut. I'm telling you, you don't have to feel wronged. Do you know that I caught a cold because of your mistake today? I haven't even had dinner yet. People are like iron, rice and steel. If you don't eat one meal, you will panic. Have you passed? If I get a stomach bug because I don't eat, how much pain will I have to endure? I will even have to go to your extremely expensive hospital in country K to see a doctor. Damn it, maybe I will encounter the same thing as last time. Doctors who are racist. As he spoke, Ji Chang suddenly felt that just cutting his salary seemed a bit too cheap for a nanny who made mistakes in her work. So he added another one. This is your mistake, so you pay for the meal in the kitchen yourself, and I will not reimburse you. Spy nanny. She reminded her employer, you haven't eaten this meal yet. I'll heat it up for you. The taste will be the same. Ji Chang's immediately rejected her suggestion and touched his stomach. How is this possible? I didn't eat at night. If I eat leftovers now, my stomach will get sick. Ah, no, I feel like I'm going to faint from hunger. Alyssa, bring me some fruit quickly. Cut it up and put it on a plate. I won't eat it until it's cut. The Chinese scholar said, slowly stood up from the ground, sneezed again, and glanced at his bed with disgust. Also, what's going on with this bed? Did you wash the mattress for me? The spy nanny already had a bad premonition in her heart at this moment, but she still stabilized her mind and tried to calm herself down to answer, yes sir, I saw it was a little dirty, so I washed it. After saying that, she answered very cautiously, although it was dried in the dryer, I took it to the balcony to bask in the sun for a long time. Don't worry, sir, it smells like the sun. However, the troubled Chinese employer was obviously not satisfied. He raised his eyebrows, with resentment written all over his face. How could you wash it without asking me? Do you know that this kind of mattress will shrink after washing? I swear its height is definitely lower than before. At least 2 centimeters. Ji Chang's complained, it makes my back hurt when I sleep, and I can't use it anymore. After you finish cooking, you go out and buy me a mattress. The height must be more than 20 centimeters. It should be soft, but not too soft. If it is too soft, it will be bad for the waist when sleeping. Of course, it should not be hard. If it is hard, I can't sleep. Oh, by the way, and the most important thing is, you must check it up and down. There must not be anything in it, otherwise it will make me sleep hard. It's still the same, no one is allowed to give it away. Just bring it downstairs to my house and get it up yourself. Spy nanny, sir, if it's a 20-centimeter mattress, I'm afraid I won't be able to move it. Oh Alyssa, how can you think you can't do it before you do it? Don't worry, I will give you money, if you really can't move. The nanny in front of the meeting suddenly lit up when he heard this. Ji Chang said slowly, then think about your 5 children. They are still waiting for food. For money, I think you can do it, right? Because of his words, the spy nanny was shocked. Not because of the 5 unnecessary children, but because I remembered the major mistake I made today. She is not a real nanny, so naturally she doesn't think like an ordinary nanny. Today, when I saw no one in the bed, the windows were wide open, and no one was in the whole house, my first reaction was that the Chinese had run away. After all, something similar had happened before, but the one who escaped was a fugitive. The guards down there didn't find any traces, and they didn't see Ji Chang's running away. It was quite normal. Since the Chinese man knew how to run away, he would definitely leave secretly while avoiding people. As a result, the search for people outside was turned upside down, and all air tickets to China were even stopped. I don't know how much manpower and material resources were mobilized. As a result, Ji Chang's woke up when it got dark. Thank you to the investigators who haven't removed the monitoring yet. Although they knew that the Chinese had escaped, everyone still had the idea of killing him if he found out about the mess outside, so the apartment continued to be monitored. In order to prevent alerting the snake, they didn't even go up to search. Fortunately, there was no search, because when it was dark, the investigators listening clearly heard Ji Chang's shouting a little vaguely, and in a voice that sounded like he had just woken up from sleep, Alyssa. Then she seemed to wake up a little and started to complain loudly, Alyssa, What's wrong with you? Why didn't you close the window for me? Alyssa is looking for someone outside at the moment, and she will definitely not bring a response from her Chinese employer. So the investigators listened to the Chinese calling the nanny's name and searched around the house. When they couldn't find it, they seemed to have thought of something and immediately began to rummage through the boxes. Then they heard a Chinese scholar say in Chinese, "Okay, okay, I still have the money." When he found out that the nanny was not running away with the money, he immediately entered anger mode. During this period, I cursed several times to myself. From time to time he would stand up and go to the door to have a look. Until the spy nanny who was notified rushed back, this delicate Chinese scholar who slept until dark did not even heat himself a meal. And why did Ji Chang's himself not say that he slept next to the bed, but the investigators knew it? Because at that time, a sniper was sent to the upstairs opposite Ji Chang's apartment, aiming at the window of the Chinese residence. Once Ji Chang sneaks back and resists, he will kill the opponent immediately as long as he gets the order. As a result, he didn't see the Chinese man running back, but he saw a Chinese man rolling out of the quilt beside the bed that he thought had fallen to the ground. The Chinese named Ji Chang's, who was thought to have escaped, slept with his hair messy and his face red from sleeping under the quilt. After he got up, he yawned leisurely and stretched again. No one who looked at him would think that he was trying to escape. Sniper! He watched as Ji Chang's woke up and called for help. Then he suspected that the nanny had stolen money. He started to open the cabinet and took out all the drawers. Then he saw the money stuck at the bottom of the drawer. He took it down and counted it before he let out a long sigh of relief. Process. Then the Chinese walked around the house and complained loudly. After complaining a few times and realizing that it was useless because no one in the room would hear my complaints, I gave up doing these useless things. Instead, he took out his diary, sat cross-legged on the ground, curled up with his whole lower body in the bed, and gritted his teeth to write in the diary. With the above information in mind, I know that what he wrote is definitely not a good thing. The sniper who was sent to be ready to kill a Chinese mercilessly at any time passively witnessed the story of a Chinese scholar who woke up without seeing the unreliable nanny. And he couldn't say there was any conspiracy. Because the quilt was always in his sight. Just because he never moved, he never thought that there was someone inside. And that person was the legendary Chinese scholar who escaped. The results of it? What an escape! This damn, hard-to-serve Chinese man disliked the fact that the mattress was too low and was uncomfortable to sleep on, so he rolled onto the floor to sleep. Although this incident was not discovered until Ji Chang's himself appeared, and everyone in the process was responsible, it is undeniable that the person most responsible was Alyssa. If she hadn't directly reported the news that the Chinese had escaped, others would not have preconceived the idea and believed that Ji Chang's had escaped without even searching the room or testing. This is so embarrassing. Definitely the most embarrassing thing since the establishment of the Secret Service. As the main person responsible, the spy nanny will naturally be punished by the above. If she loses the opportunity to make up for her mistakes by continuing to work with Chinese scholars, then she really doesn't know if she can keep her current position. After thinking deeply, the spy nanny finally realized that she was now in a weak position. Yes, sir. It was my mistake today. Don't worry, I will never be like this again next time. The Chinese man looked still angry and snorted, I hope so. If you do this again next time, I will definitely fire you without mercy, and I will not pay you this month's salary. Stingy Chinese. When you get the chance, start preparing to deduct wages. Alyssa complained all kinds of things in her heart, but she still kept a smile on her face and promised Ji Chang's, don't worry, sir, I will definitely do a good job. Ji Chang's didn't look very convinced, but he still encouraged him, well, for the sake of your 5 children, oh, it's really pitiful for your children to have such an unreliable mother like you. Alyssa. Why is her mission to follow this Chinese? She would rather go to the battlefield. Ji Chang's fully demonstrated how annoying he is. Because when Alyssa was preparing to cook, he did not forget to say to the figure who was busy in the kitchen, "Oh, by the way, I don't want to eat chicken soup tonight. If you eat chicken soup at night, it will be too supplementary and not good for the body. Okay, I want to eat something light, noodles with small green vegetables or something." Alyssa silently put down the chicken she had prepared. "Take a deep breath, then another deep breath, sir, there seems to be no green vegetables this season." "I don't care, I just want to eat. You can find a way for me." The Chinese scholar seemed to have no idea how to write the word respect for people and said directly, "K country is the most powerful country. Is it possible that we can't even find out of season vegetables? Tonight I just want to eat noodles with small green vegetables. Also, I don't want the bought ones, I want handmade noodles. The kind that are chewy and delicious. Oh, by the way, although I don't drink chicken soup, the noodles must be cooked in water-drained chicken soup. It's not a rich chicken soup, but a milky white chicken soup that tastes good but doesn't have a lot of oil. Ah, and the most important thing is, when you put the noodles in, you should massage the noodles gently first, so that they won't be too strong. Do you know what I mean? It means neither too soft nor too hard. The chicken soup for the noodles should have the flavor of chicken soup but not too much. The green vegetables must have wormholes. I won't eat those without wormholes." Alyssa. Ji Chang's is indeed a genius. He can say so many words without even taking a breath. She answered dryly, "Sir, are your requests too much? In this case, it may take a long time before you can have supper. Don't you feel hungry?" "Of course I feel hungry, so why don't you cut up my fruit quickly and bring it to my study? Really, why did I hire a nanny like you, and you still need someone to help you when I'm doing something?" The Chinese scholar seemed to have not vented the resentment in his heart. Even when he went to the study, he did not forget to talk. "Alyssa, don't forget to insert toothpicks into my fruits. You must insert toothpicks into each piece, and you have to wash the toothpicks for me. If you don't wash them, they will smell like wood. If I taste it, I won't pay for the fruit. Money." Alyssa is cutting fruit in the kitchen. She took a deep breath again, suppressed the anger boiling in her chest, and answered loudly, "Okay, sir." After she cut the fruit and saw Ji Chang's writing furiously in the study, Alyssa felt like she suddenly came to life again. Joy flashed across her eyes, and she tried hard to stay calm and asked, "Sir, are you writing the thing you didn't finish at noon?" "Of course not." Chinese scholars answered, "Of course." As he spoke, he cautiously covered what he was writing. "I am writing a diary. The diary cannot be read by others. Alyssa, go and do your work and don't disturb me again. If you see my diary, even if you can't understand it, I will fire you." In order to be able to better follow this Chinese, Alyssa, who was crazily making up classes every night to learn Chinese, was very sure that the words Alyssa, stupid and never seen before were clearly written on the positions that were not covered by Ji Chang's. So stupid and other Chinese language. Alyssa. She took another deep breath and forced a smile. "Okay, sir, I won't watch it again next time. When I went out and went downstairs to ask for some green vegetables, I also wanted to ask the boss how to make those damn handmade noodles." Someone from the monitoring team contacted her immediately. "How is it? Did the Chinese write something confidential? He has never hidden it from you like he does today." Alyssa. She breathed in countless times, trying to keep her tone calm. "I just saw something. He didn't let me read it because he was writing bad things about me in his diary." Colleague. Other colleagues nearby were listening to the phone call seriously and holding a notebook in their hands to record. There was silence. Time seemed to have stopped for several seconds before Alyssa heard the dry voice of her colleague, "Next time, don't be as impulsive as you were today. Let's not mention today's losses. It took a lot of effort for you to gain the trust of that Chinese man. If he loses trust in you, we have to put people around him again. Yes, I understand, but I really want to know, now where am I going to get the baby greens, and how am I going to make the noodles by hand, and make sure there are bug eyes on the greens, and the noodles are neither soft nor hard. God, he actually asked me to massage the noodles. Colleagues, just be patient, as long as you satisfy him and make him like our K country, you will have done a great job. When this matter was reported, the top leader who even bought mahogany furniture for Ji Chang's fell silent. After a while, he spoke. Green vegetables, I have a special supply here, so that's not a problem. As for Chinese noodles, I can only find out if there is a Chinese restaurant that can serve them. His impression of China has always been very stereotyped. A country that was once powerful but now in decline, the Chinese people are poor and like to read, but they have never paid attention to eating and drinking. But I settled an account today. That Chinese man can eat a lot of money just by eating 3 meals a day. The most outrageous thing is that he eats expensive food and is picky. He won't eat if the food is cold, he won't eat if it's reheated, he won't eat if the chicken is neither old nor tender, and he won't eat if the mushrooms are not fresh. Even if the mattress shrinks after being washed once, he is unwilling to use it again. The noodles must be handmade, the vegetables must be eaten out of season, and the fruits must be cut with toothpicks inserted. The most terrible thing is that if something goes wrong, he starts to talk about wanting to go back to China. Damn it, damn it! Aren't all the Chinese people that poor? How did Huaguo raise such an ancestor-like figure? While the top leader of country K was thinking about China, after receiving the news 3 days later, China quickly began to investigate what had happened in country K recently. The reason was that 2 government-sponsored international students sensed something was wrong and secretly conveyed the information by calling home. The family found that they were talking strangely, and quickly told their teacher. The teacher called and learned through the acronym that a Chinese seemed to be being arrested by country K. This news that was sent back to China after all the troubles quickly attracted attention. Huaguo began to investigate diligently and found that just as the 2 international students said, on that day, the police suddenly started various searches, and they focused particularly on the Chinese. All air tickets to China have been cut off, even the boat tickets. All residences of government-sponsored international students were searched. It is clear that they believe that these government-sponsored overseas students will hide lost Chinese people. At night, everyone evacuated and all tickets returned to normal. In other words, they caught someone. This is not good news. Country K has always thought too highly of itself. To be able to organize such a large-scale battle to arrest people shows that the Chinese is very important to both country K and country China. And since they can arrest people, it means they have escaped. No matter what the reason for running away, since he is Chinese and is hostile to country K, it means that he is on the side of China. But when they learned the news, the Chinese whose name they didn't know had already been taken back. All Chinese people who knew the news looked solemn. They simply could not imagine what kind of cruel events a Chinese captured by such a large force of country K would face after being taken back. Suffering is certain. I just hope that the other party can hold on until the day of national rescue. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 347. International students who refuse to return to China. 4. When China was trying to find out which Chinese compatriot was involved in the accident, the Chinese compatriot they were worried about and thought was suffering was sitting on the sofa with a stinking face. Next to him was a standard K country man, also sitting with an ugly expression. Their boss, Mr. John, had a headache and rubbed his eyebrows. "Gee, Al, what's going on with you two? You two did well in the experiment, why did you suddenly fight?" Al opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he was cut off by Ji Chang's. When the young Chinese opened his mouth, he looked like he had been greatly wronged. "Sir, Al, he is racially discriminating against me." When Al heard this, he became even angrier. "What evidence do you have that I'm racist against you? You just have it." When Ji Chang's heard his roar, he stood up suddenly and hid far away, as if he had grasped some huge handle, and said to John, "Sir, you see, he looks like he's about to hit someone. Not only is he racist, he's also violent." Al almost lost his temper. "Bullshit. It's obviously you who suddenly found trouble." The Chinese man's face was full of disbelief, and he quickly looked at John. "Sir, you heard it, he even scolded me. He dared to scold me in front of you, which shows how much he said about me behind his back." "Fart. Who scolded you? You said shit. You just said shit." That's my mantra. Gentlemen." The Chinese man's emotions became more excited. He stretched out his hand pitifully and angrily, and pointed at Al with a trembling index finger. "He also said he hummed me. He wanted to hum me, sir. Oh my God. I can't bear it anymore. I absolutely can't bear to be a colleague with such a person. I have endured it for too long." As he spoke, the Chinese man seemed to be about to cry. He ran to John's desk and took a piece of paper from him. He picked it up and was about to wipe his tears when he paused and looked at it carefully. Even more aggrieved, "Sir, do you have better quality paper? This paper is too rough and it will scratch my face." "John." He glanced at the listening equipment on the table. It was brought by the Secret Service. Since the agency discovered Ji Chang's value, monitoring equipment has been placed in all places where he hangs out. At this moment, investigators should be listening. Even if he learned clearly from the Secret Service how delicate this Chinese man was, he still couldn't understand that wiping his face with paper would cause pain. But thinking about the value of Representative Ji Chang's and the investigators who were listening in, he still suppressed the complaints in his heart, took out his white pocket towel and handed it to Ji Chang's. "Try to say calmly. Ji, please don't get excited first. We are all colleagues. Let's communicate well, okay? No sir, I have really tolerated Al for a long time. He is a complete racist. From the first day I entered the institute, he looked down on me very much and said bad things about me to others. Do you know? I was doing experiments today, and Al walked past me. I clearly saw him rolling his eyes at me, his eyes filled with contempt and contempt. Sir, I'm really under a lot of pressure. He didn't even touch me on such a narrow road just now. He didn't touch me at all. Sir, do you know what this means? For it." John looked at the Chinese man in front of him who was chattering and wiping his tears with a pocket towel, and asked tentatively, "Does this mean you are all thin?" "No. That means he thinks I'm dirty. It's such a narrow road, if he didn't mean it, how could he not touch it at all? Sir, I really can't stand it anymore. They all discriminate against me. I don't feel the care and love from my colleagues at all, but only contempt and contempt. Do you know? I was sick a few days ago, but none of my colleagues came to visit me. They were so impersonal. When I returned to the laboratory, no one asked me why I wanted to take leave. I suspect that no one except me knowing that I am sick. Do you know how big a blow it is to me who is in a foreign country and in great need of care? John. Investigators who are monitoring. How could no one pay attention? During the time Ji Chang's was at home, the Secret Service transferred almost 1/3 of its agents to his file. But obviously, this matter cannot be known to the Chinese, so John could only tell himself, Think about the value of this Chinese, and this is a Chinese who has been given a death order from above and must be treated well, while perfunctorily comforting. Yes, yes, I understand very well, G, and I promise that nothing like this will happen again in the future. Oh, sir, thank you for your understanding. You are the only warmth I have in this laboratory. Ji Chang's was still chattering. Last time Al was sent to the hospital for flirting with a married woman, I knew everything about it. I also told my colleagues about this and asked them to care about Al, but what about Al? Forget it if he doesn't thank me. He actually racially discriminated against me. John, yes, yes, this is Al, isn't it? Wait. He suddenly reacted, did you tell your colleagues that Al was sent to the hospital by his lover's husband? Ji Chang's obviously didn't feel that he had done anything wrong, and nodded aggrievedly. Yes, I care about him so much, but look at him, sir, you must help me get justice. John. You tell people's embarrassing stories everywhere, and you still expect them to care about you? This is too. Al understood, his eyes widened, and he stood up angrily. It turns out you were the one who spread this story everywhere. Damn yellow man. You piece of shit. You are a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit who has no manners or respect for others. Sir, I really can't stand his racial discrimination anymore. If you don't fire him, then I will resign. As soon as these words came out, the investigators who were quietly listening immediately became nervous. They knew how difficult Ji Chang's was to serve. If John said something wrong at this moment, Ji Chang's might really be so angry that he would resign. Quick, find a way to contact John as soon as possible and tell him to stabilize Ji and stand by Ji's side, otherwise he will definitely be angry. Al didn't know the inside story and sneered. Resign? Who are you threatening? Do you think Mr. John will fire me because of you? You yellow-skinned monkey, you think too highly of yourself. After being insulted by him, the Chinese looked at John with aggrieved eyes. John, Al. Shut up. I don't want to hear you say anything about yellow skin or not. Gee, that's it? Let's calm down first, okay? The investigators who monitored this place said, it's over. The temperament of the Chinese scholars will definitely explode when they hear the sentence that does not provide any guarantee at all. Why is there no phone in his office? Hurry up and arrange for our people nearby to alert John. John didn't feel there was anything wrong with his answer at all. Naturally, he couldn't let Ji Chang's, a treasure like Ji Chang's who was directly stated to be a genius and must be kept, resign. But at the same time, Al is also a good researcher. Although he was usually a bit racist, John still didn't want to fire Al because of this incident. He tried his best to comfort Ji Chang's, Ji, we are all colleagues, can we adjust well? However, his fair attitude was not appreciated by Ji Chang's. Instead, he received a look from the Chinese as if he was betrayed. Sir, do you actually prefer this racist? John, I have no preference. Ji Chang's asked, then are you partial to me? John, of course not, I'm just fair. The Chinese had already interrupted him, you are not biased towards me, aren't you biased towards him? John. He was stunned by Ji Chang's confident look. No, that's not what you said, right? Ji Chang's, then you fire him. John, Ji, I think you should calm down. The gloomy look on the Chinese face suddenly became heavier, you are not even willing to fire him for me, and you said you are not biased towards him. John. God, he hadn't noticed before. Is this Chinese subordinate so glass-hearted? The glass-hearted Ji Chang's continued to accuse them. I knew it. You are all from K country and you all care about each other, only me. Because my skin is different from yours, you ignore my needs and treat me as a transparent person. Now it is clear that Al is at fault, but you are not on my side at all. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something and looked at John with enlightenment. You don't know that I'm sick, you don't care about me at all. Do you also think that I am an outsider and not worthy of being compared with the white-skinned Al? John, that's not the case. G, please listen to my explanation. Ji Changs, I won't listen. John, well, how about we all drink a glass of water quietly together? The Chinese looked at him in disbelief. You really don't want to explain? I knew you were just perfunctory and fooling me. You think I'm a yellow man and it's easy to bully me. John. Don't you want to hear the explanation? God, none of his girlfriends are this hard to deal with. He opened his mouth to say something more, but Ji Changs no longer wanted to hear it. The young scholar from China was full of anger and strode out. Before slamming the door and leaving, he left a message, I don't get any care here. I've had enough. I want to resign. The door slammed shut. John. Investigators. In less than a minute, the door was pushed open again from the outside, and a panting agent came in. Mr. John, can you please take a step to speak? He saw the situation in the house clearly and was stunned. Where is Ji Changs? Not long after Alyssa got the news, Ji Changs came back. The young Chinese was so angry that he kept complaining after he came back. Oh my God, Alyssa, you don't know how wronged I am today. My white boss and my white colleagues joined forces to bully me, a yellow man. This was not the case when they asked me to enter the laboratory. Said. I regard our laboratory as home, do you understand home? But what about them? They treat me like an outsider. The most damning thing is, you know? I've been sick for so many days and they don't know. Alyssa. She carefully followed Ji Changs and comforted him, Sir, maybe you forgot to tell them that you were sick. Ji Chang's face was full of indignation. If I had to take the initiative to tell them before they knew it, wouldn't it further prove that they don't care about me at all? Alyssa. I can't stand it anymore. They don't pay attention to me at all. Oh. That's right. After all, compared with other people in the laboratory, I am as small as dust. It is normal for them to look down on me. Oh my God, why should I suffer here? Such grievance. Alyssa, help me pack my luggage. I'm going back to China now. At least I won't be racially profiled when I go back. Alyssa. Sir, calm down, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. With such a high position and such a lot of salary, it would be a pity to give up like this. Fortunately, the young Chinese was just angry. After being persuaded like this, he seemed to think that what Alyssa said was reasonable, and the expression on his face softened a little. But he was still sulking. In short, I will never endure it like before. If they don't apologize to me, I will never go back. And if I am fired, then I must get this month's salary, because it is their fault. Yes, sir, I think so too. You are so talented, they will definitely apologize to save you. Ji Chang snorted coldly, it's best like this. I have no appetite today. You should be careful when cooking. Alyssa asked tentatively, should I do less? Of course not. Why don't you understand at all? I have no appetite. Of course you have to cook more dishes to make me have an appetite. At least 10 dishes are required. Anyway, the research institute is paying for it. If I were fired, I would have to eat a big meal before I left. I would not leave until I had enough. Alyssa, okay. 10 dishes. God, why did those idiots make Ji Changs angry and ask her to clean up the mess? The slightly offended young Chinese went to the study again. Judging from the way he was gritting his teeth and writing furiously, it was clear that he was writing a diary to scold his colleagues and record his grievances. Alyssa knew it without reading, because after he finished writing, he announced loudly to his nanny. If they don't admit their mistakes and promise that they will take good care of me, and treat me like family, I will never forgive them. Alyssa, yes sir, I support you. After finally placing the 10 dishes she had put in a lot of time and effort on the table, Ji Changs took 2 sips of the soup and then put down his spoon without any appetite. I don't want to eat, but I'm still very angry. I want to go home, Alyssa. I'm in China, and everyone treats me as a treasure, but when I get here, I'm not even as good as a wild cat outside. Oh. I'm so sad. Alyssa, who was almost dead from exhaustion, was hungry and tired. She was staring at the food on the table and drooling. She had to concentrate on comforting her difficult employer. Sir, I believe they will come to apologize to you. No, I don't think they will. They look down on me at all, and they don't like me either. Alyssa, many people like me in China. Why is it that no one seems to like me here? Alyssa, with your glassy heart and hard-to-serve attitude, who would like you? But on her face, she still had to smile. It's your illusion, sir. I like you very much. I believe that people in Country K will like you. Country K welcomes you very much. Alyssa, you are such a good person, are you hungry? Alyssa's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly, hoping that the Chinese would let her sit down and eat. Ji Changs, hey, it's hard for you too. You have to take care of 5 children. As he spoke, he poured the food into the trash can. Alyssa. Ji Changs, you are hungry, and the wild cats downstairs should be hungry too. You can take these dishes down and feed them to them later. The poor wild cats, just like me, can only be rejected by others. Alyssa. Ji Changs, oh, yes, and you. You're hungry too. As he said that, he took out a crumpled 5 yuan and put it on the table. You can use these 5 yuan to buy some food. You're welcome. I'm just so kind. Alyssa. She almost gritted her teeth and said thanks, thank you, sir. What should I do? I'm still sad. I want to go back to China now. I feel like I won't be able to sleep with anyone tonight. I'll lose sleep. Alyssa, why don't you go back with me? I guarantee there's no one in China. It will racially discriminate against you. Alyssa. She forced a smile and said, Sir, I know how to sing a lullaby. Why don't you give it a try? Oh, you have such an ugly voice, can you still sing? Okay, I'll give it a try, but Alyssa, don't sing next to my bed, just stand at the door. I don't like it when I sleep. There was someone next to me. Alyssa. She simply suppressed the complaints in her heart and stood at the door. After working hard to coax the person to sleep, she could go downstairs to make a phone call. What? The institute lost money because of the fight? Do you still expect this Chinese to compensate? If he knew that the institute asked him to compensate for the money, he would definitely run faster. Forget about compensation, let them apologize quickly, tell them to be like family, treat him well, care about him, take care of him, protect him, and don't say a harsh word. The Secret Service responded with something, and Alyssa's emotions immediately broke down. How do I know why I treat this Chinese like a baby? I'm so busy that I haven't even eaten. Okay, stop talking. I'm going to feed the wild cats. Otherwise, if he finds out that the wild cats are not full, or have 1 or 2 missing, he will nag me for a long time. Also, could you please contact the colleagues around you and ask them to bring me some bread? I don't have time to buy bread at all. I have to wash the dishes and clean up after a while. In a few hours, I have to make him stomach soup. He also has to eat peeled shrimps, peeled crabs, etc. to drink scented tea. I also have to buy flowers, wash them and dry them. God, after all, I only have half an hour of free time. As she was thinking about it, a call suddenly came from upstairs. Alyssa, Alyssa. Alyssa quickly hung up the phone and ran out. Sure enough, she saw Ji Chang sticking his head out of the window. Sir. What's the matter? I suddenly woke up again, and now I want to read, but I'm too tired to use my eyes. You know, I'm very fragile, in case my eyes get sick, so after you feed the wildcat, come up and read to me. Oh, and, cut some more fruit for me. After coming up, he read to me and fed me fruits. I need to replenish water and the fruits should be washed. I won't eat them if they are not washed. Alyssa. Okay, the remaining half hour is gone. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 348. Ji Chang's didn't bother Alyssa for too long, and someone came from the research institute. To show their sincerity, they came directly to the door. Because they were acquaintances, the Chinese scholar hesitated for a few seconds, but finally agreed to let them enter his home. He turned around and said to Alyssa, "Anyway, if their apology is not sincere, I will still go back to China, and I won't be able to live here." Alyssa agreed with a smile on her face, turned around and ran to tell her boss. As a result, the apology gifts that John and the others had prepared had to become even more expensive. Al didn't come, he was fired. Ji Chang's did not accuse Al wrongly. This man from country K was a well-known racist in the institute. Unfortunately, Ji Chang's was the only yellow person in the entire institute. After all, this research institute is quite important. If you want to get in, you must first be a genius, and secondly, you must be trusted. Ji Chang's Chinese identity is destined to allow him to enter this research institute, which represents how strong he is. In addition, it is now discovered that the true strength of this Chinese has not been fully explored. They used to think that he was at 100, but now they know that Ji Chang's has already reached 100 million. Nowadays, all countries are developing. Even if country K claims to be the most powerful country in the world, if there is a chance to develop even stronger, who wouldn't want to? Amir Al is nothing compared to Ji Chang's current value. Therefore, Al, who was sure that the institute could not fire him because of a Chinese, actually got fired just like that. Mr. John, who was completely unreasonable, also received criticism from above. For this reason, he had to pinch his nose and follow his boss to bring gifts to visit the glass-hearted Chinese. His boss was not involved in the last incident and did not feel deeply about it, and he did not have the complex emotions of John. In his opinion, this was just a conflict between two subordinates who chose the more valuable one. Just a subordinate. When John knew what his boss was thinking, his expression was very hard to describe. Anyway, if GG becomes unhappy again, please remember to coax him well. Ha ha ha. The boss laughed out loud. John, it's not as scary as you think. With two of our statuses, we have personally come to give gifts and apologize. How can G still find fault? He actually looks down on Chinese people very much, but he relies on not only other things to sit in his current position, but his excellent disguise ability is also a skill. At least no matter what he thinks in his heart, his boss will show a friendly smile every time he comes into contact with people of other skin colors. John saw the smile on his boss's face that was a mix of confidence and disdain. I hope so. God bless you. When they arrived at Ji Chang's house, it was Alyssa who opened the door. Seeing the two people standing outside, she breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to her employer, who was still sulking in the study, "Sir, a guest is here." Although Ji Chang's was still angry, he was not rude and walked out of the study directly. Seeing John and another boss, he was a little stunned. Just when the two of them thought he would feel flattered by such a big battle, they saw the expression on Ji Chang's face suddenly collapse. What about Al? Is that bastard Al still unwilling to apologize to me? I knew it. I knew he would never admit his mistake. He looked down on me at all. No one in the institute looked down upon me. They all rejected me. Be prepared for the boss to say, "Oh, sir, why are you here in person," and other words. The friendly smile on his face froze in place, but he still managed to pull out the corner of his mouth, "Gee, Al has been fired." "What?" The young Chinese looked surprised. "Why do you want to fire Al?" The boss's face showed the look of attaching great importance to the person in front of him. "Gee, didn't you say that we must fire Al? You are a talent we admire very much. If we were asked to choose one between you and Al, we would of course I will choose you." He could have used other reasons, more upright reasons, such as Al's racial discrimination or something. But in order to win over this Chinese man and make him believe in his status in the institute and work hard for the institute, his boss chose to give this answer. It stands to reason that a normal person from a foreign country would be extremely moved when he hears that his countrymen have given up their compatriots for themselves. In particular, this person came from the poor and backward country of China, but he received such good treatment in the most powerful country, K. The boss thought very confidently, "Oh, watch it." Immediately, this Chinese man will hug himself with tears in his eyes, thanking him for having a pair of appreciative eyes. Alyssa brought the water, he took it, and said thank you very gentlemanly. The boss slowly started to drink water, and his every move was full of upper-class etiquette. He was full of confidence. There will be no problem. This is his usual method of winning people's hearts, and he has never made a mistake. Then he heard the Chinese man in front of him say, "Oh my God, sir, you actually fired a subordinate you value so much for me." The sentences and words are all correct. But why is the tone so weird? Just as the boss was thinking about it, he heard Ji Chang say something else, "Talents like Al are expendable. Then if I have a conflict with others in the future, will you sacrifice me too?" Cough cough cough. The boss almost choked to death on the water. Why do you think so? Shouldn't normal people feel grateful at this moment and swear to heaven to repay his kindness? John gave him a very calm look, which probably meant, "Look, I just said he is not a normal person." The young Chinese did not pay attention to the 2K countrymen, and fell into sad thoughts about the possibility of being abandoned in the future. "Al has been with you for 5 years, and you can give up on him for me who has only entered the institute for less than a year. Sir, you are too cold-blooded." "Boss." He forced out a smile, "Isn't this for you? And Al did do something wrong. No one can make mistakes without being a sage. I, the client, cannot forgive him. Sir, you are also Al's mentor after all. Do you actually give up on him like that?" "Boss." He took a deep breath and tried not to lose the friendly expression on his face. Then, "Should I call Al back?" Ji Chang's immediately had rejection written all over his face. "How is this possible? Al is racist." "Boss, then let's fire him." "But you are too indifferent." "Boss. Boss." He gave up arguing with Ji Chang's about this issue and asked directly, "Then what do you think I should do?" Ji Chang's, however, had no intention of giving any advice to the other party. "This is between you and Al, how should I know?" "Boss." He was going crazy. Seeing his collapsed expression, Alyssa was inexplicably comforted. "Ah, it's nice to have someone suffer with me. But her mission is to keep Ji Chang's in China, so she can't continue to gloat about it. After all, she is the one who has taken care of Ji Chang's for these few days. Alyssa thinks that she is more understanding of Chinese employers. She said, "Sir, it seems like a bird is eating the sausages you just exposed outside." "What? Damn bird. My sausage." As expected, the young Chinese man immediately became shocked and headed towards the balcony with an angry face. While he was leaving, Alyssa immediately began to remind the two of them, "Sir, What you mean is that Mr. Al has been with you for 5 years after all, and if you dismiss Mr. Al so happily for him, it will make him feel like a rabbit is dead and a fox is sad. The fox is sad when the rabbit dies. The people in the two research institutes looked confused. Alyssa couldn't explain clearly, so she simply changed her explanation. In short, you want to fire Mr. Al, but you have to show that you are reluctant to let go, and you have to show that you have made a painful decision between Mr. L and Mr. AL, and finally had to give up the students he trained for the sake of the institute and his husband. For this reason, you feel heartbroken and feel so uncomfortable that you can hardly breathe, so that your husband will feel moved. John. Boss. What the hell is wrong with this? But thinking about the death order issued from above, they gritted their teeth and nodded. So when Ji Chang's came back after catching the birds, his boss started to have red eyes and described how difficult it was for him to make this decision, but for the future of the institute and for a good subordinate like Ji Chang's, he still had to exterminate his relatives and send Al to justice. Expelled from the institute. The young Chinese was obviously very impressed by this. He was so moved that he held his boss's hand and said, "Sir, I can understand. I understand that you are willing to make such a sacrifice for me. I am really touched. Gee, don't veto the entire institute just because of one person. Colleagues from other institutes like you very much. We treat you like family." "Really, sir? Do you really treat me like family?" Ji Chang's was extremely excited, his black eyes filled with joy. "Yes. Gee, we are a family." The situation finally went smoothly, and both John and his boss breathed a sigh of relief, finally being able to act according to the plan. They learned from the Secret Service that Ji Chang's was very money-oriented, so he brought a lot of money with him this time. The boss took out a bag of money and handed it to Ji Chang's. "Ji, this is a little bit of our kindness. You have suffered this time." Ji Chang's had rejection written all over his face. "No, I can't take it. Aren't we a family? How can a family talk about money? Ji, just take it." "No, no, how can this be so embarrassing? My salary has already been paid, how can I get extra money?" "Sir, I am very happy that you have this heart. In my heart, you are more like a mentor than my mentor. How can I ask for my mentor's money?" Before he finished speaking, his boss put the money back when he saw that he really didn't want it. "Okay, Ji, you really don't like money." The young Chinese scholar paused as he was speaking. The two of them didn't pay attention to the expression on his face. Since their goal was achieved and this hard-to-please Chinese subordinate was moved, they planned to stand up and leave. "Let's go first. See you at the institute tomorrow." Ji Chang's walked to the door with a decent smile on his face. "See you gentlemen tomorrow. The door is closed." Seeing that the pleasant meeting was over, Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put a happy smile on her face. "Sir, you are really talented. You actually asked your boss to come to apologize in person. They must value you very much. I'm so happy for you. It's so important." As soon as the door closed, Ji Chang's face dropped. "They are not sincerely apologizing at all." Alyssa was stunned, but, I think they seem to be sincere. It's all fake. It's just a show. Didn't you see that they had no intention of giving me any money?" "What do you mean?" "They brought the money and waved it in front of me, deliberately mocking me for being poor." The furious Chinese was so angry that he walked around in the living room. Damn it! Damn it! I have never suffered such a great injustice. Alyssa! Pack my luggage. I am going back to China now." "Alyssa, no, sir, please calm down first. I saw it just now. You really said you didn't want money several times. If I said no, would they really not give it to me?" Ji Chang's was furious. "Have you ever seen anyone give red envelopes during the Chinese New Year? If the younger ones said they didn't want it, then the elders really wouldn't give it to them. They did it on purpose. Deliberately humiliating me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Alyssa, I'm so angry, I can't breathe, hurry. Go and make me some chicken soup to replenish my health. I drank the chicken soup, just hit the road. Ugh, damn it, how could this cold, impersonal institute really treat me like a family member? I'm so sad, I want to go home. Alyssa, sir, please wait. There is no soy sauce at home. I will go downstairs to buy some. She ran downstairs quickly, called her colleagues, and pulled back her two bosses who had not gone far. Hearing that Ji Chang's was out of breath because they didn't really give away the money, the two said. Didn't he want it himself? The gentleman doesn't really want to do it. He is just being polite. You know how polite you are? Chinese people like to be polite. Now the gentleman is very angry and thinks that you are deliberately humiliating him, so you should go up and coax him. Two bosses. Alyssa came back with soy sauce and was making chicken soup when the doorbell rang again. The door opened, revealing the friendly smiles of the two bosses. Gee, we think you should take the money. Ji Chang's came over, frowned, and waved his hands. Hey, I even said I didn't want it. Why do you insist on giving it? Take it? No. I can't have it. This is the compensation given to you by the Institute, and you deserve it. Then why are you so embarrassed? No, no, no. Two people. They had no choice but to quickly throw the money on the table. Ji Chang's immediately pretended to be angry. I told you I don't want you to give it back. It's true. As he spoke, he pushed the bag of money inside and complained. Hey, you guys are so difficult to take care of. Two people. Who is difficult to maintain? When they walked out from downstairs of Ji Chang's house, the wind blew and they realized that they had just broken into a sweat. He wiped the sweat from his head in a neat movement. John, I always feel that life at our institute will be difficult in the future. Such a coincidence, sir, I think so too. In that era, how did China raise him? God, it's so tortured. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 349. Country K is still studying how to completely calm down Ji Chang's. The file that the Secret Service had previously established for him came into play at this moment. This Chinese was born in a small mountain village in China. He has 4 relatives in his family, his parents, his grandmother, and his sister. It stands to reason that Hua is already poor enough, and since he was born in such an even poorer mountain village, he should be less squeamish. But in China, especially in small mountain villages, men are very important, especially when he is the only man in the family. So it is very reasonable that Ji Chang's has been treated as a baby by his family since he was a child. And when he entered school, he was a genius at a young age, and the teachers around him also liked him very much. It can be said that although his family is poor, he has never been wronged at all. After coming to study in Country K, Ji Chang's was well cared for by his peers because of his young age. In addition, because of his outstanding talent, he was able to enter the laboratory at school, so he never suffered much. After graduation, K Country usually extended an olive branch to those outstanding Chinese students, but most of these Chinese students refused to choose to return to the country. It was at that time that Ji Chang's accepted the invitation they offered. Then, it was a matter of course to enter the institute and participate in the project. Al, who was rejected by Ji Chang's, was indeed a racist. From the first day Ji Chang's entered the institute, he disliked the Chinese. Ji Chang's had never had a head-on conflict with Al before. The turning point was when he went to the doctor for an illness. During treatment, he was verbally abused by a racist doctor. Ji Chang's didn't say anything in person, but maybe he got angrier the more he thought about it, so he resigned from the institute and wanted to return to China. After being rejected, he didn't do anything drastic. On the surface, it still looks normal, but because the Secret Service arranged for Enlisha to work next to Ji Chang's, coupled with various monitoring, maybe it is because the racists are dissatisfied in their hearts, maybe because they finally have someone to talk to. This young but very talented Chinese scholar gradually began to lose his patience. He even wanted to return to China several times, but each time he only proposed it out of anger, but quickly gave up the idea after being appeased. This is very embarrassing. He didn't have to go back to China, he just said angry words. If he was forced to stay by coercion and inducement like he did with other people, Ji Chang's, who originally had a good impression of country K, might turn into a bad impression. Moreover, no matter what he said, Ji Chang's was always conscientious at work. As soon as the sick leave was over, I returned to the research institute and started working hard. After I finished doing my own things, I started to do my own imaginary experiments. It was almost done, but after a fight with Al, most of other people's experimental results and test equipment were destroyed, not to mention the experimental results. In this case, it's normal to be angry, right? So there was nothing wrong with Al being fired. After the results of this incident came out, Al's dismissal was completely confirmed. The institute has nothing to hesitate. Today's K country is indeed developing rapidly, but it is precisely because of this that it is normal to sacrifice some people or affairs for the sake of development. In order to gain the favor of a super genius towards country K, Al, an ordinary genius, is not very impressive. As soon as the news spread, the entire institute was in an uproar. To be able to enter this research institute, I am somewhat arrogant in nature. Even if there is no racial discrimination, because I know the backwardness of China, I will have a sense of condescension towards the Chinese people. After Ji Chang's entered the institute, no one had gotten close to him. The one who had the deepest contact with him was Al, who often found trouble. Regarding the impression of this Chinese, they only have a Chinese and don't like to talk and that's it. And now, the research institute actually fired Al because of this Chinese man. At the same time, the institute held a meeting and asked everyone to pay attention to the colleagues around them while sorting out the project, so as to get along with each other like a family. To sum it up in one sentence, are you nice to Ji Chang's? Why? Aren't they just a yellow race from a backward country? Why should we have to accommodate him? However, even if they are unwilling, they have to do it for the sake of salary and bonus. After all, they are indeed good talents, but they are not talented enough to get the green light from the superiors. They have gone through many levels of competition to enter this research institute. Yes, they can indeed find a decent job very smoothly after going out, but it is difficult for them to get a job with a lot of money and good treatment like this one. Radical racists like Al have been fired without mercy. Others don't want to follow in this footsteps, so they can only hold their noses and promise that they will treat Ji Chang's as friendly as they treat family members. Of course, in order to get this result, the institute had to bite the bullet and pay out a large bonus as money for their cooperation. My heart aches, my heart aches. Even for them, the money was still extremely distressing. When the research institute was completed, John personally came to invite Ji Chang's back. In his original words, everyone in the institute is looking forward to your return. The young Chinese didn't seem to believe it, but he couldn't help showing a look of expectation on his face, and he half convinced he agreed to go to the research institute in the afternoon. When he entered, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere inside had stagnated for a few seconds. Then, many people who had not even looked at him before looked at him with friendly smiles as if their mouths were cramped. Ji, you're back. Oh my dear Ji, I heard that you are sick. How pitiful you are. Ji, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together later? John stood next to Ji Chang's, looking at the Chinese next to him with a face full of surprise or surprise. Happy. Ji Chang's held his chest. Oh. I can't survive. There are too many of them surrounding me. I can't breathe. John. Colleagues trying to show off in front of Mr. John. The smiles on their faces froze for a moment, and they had to move out of the way as Ji Chang seemed to be breathing hard, so that this fragile Chinese could breathe well. John, Ji, are you feeling better? Much better, sir. Ji Chang's covered his chest and took small sips to help him breathe. As he breathed slowly, he suddenly sneezed. Sneeze. Oh my God, whose body odor is this? It's killing me. Oh. And there's bad breath. Who is wearing perfume? Don't you know that the institute can't wear perfume? I want to report it. John. God, why does this Chinese have such an unpleasant temper? If he goes on, no matter how much bonus the research institute gives him, someone will probably be able to beat him up. There was no choice but to take Ji Chang's away from the battlefield. Before the friendly faces pretended by his subordinates cracked, he hurriedly pulled Ji Chang's to the office. Ji, you need to rest, come to my place to rest. The squeamish Chinese scholar was being pulled away while murmuring, I don't want to go to your place, Mr. John, your office is really too narrow, and, although I don't really want to say it, sir, there are always people in your room. It smells like stinky socks, gosh, you don't wash your feet often. John. He must have done a lot of things wrong for God to give him such a subordinate. When he arrived at the office, Ji Chang still had an expression on his face that he was still out of breath. John could only open the window for ventilation, poured water and handed it to the young Chinese man, and then tried his best to reach out and put his hand on his back to help him calm down. Are you okay? Are you okay, Ji? Much better, thank you, sir. The Chinese held the water without drinking it. He sniffed it and gave it to John. He politely said, Sir, do you have lemonade? John, oh, of course. He gritted his teeth and carried the cup out, grabbing a random person and asking them to pour lemonade. Ji, how's it going? Are you satisfied with our current office atmosphere? It has been completely in accordance with Ji Chang's request. This guy should be satisfied, right? Honestly, they were so enthusiastic. However, what he heard was a series of complaints from Chinese scholars. You know, sir, we Chinese are very reserved and tactful. God knows how scared I was when I opened the door just now and saw such a group of people coming towards me. I almost thought they were going to crush me to death. And their smiles are not pretty at all. They look like tigers with their mouths open to eat people. The best smile should have the corners of the mouth slightly upward by 20 degrees, without exposing the teeth, and the curvature of the eyes is like a crescent moon. It seems to be me. Ji Chang smiled at John, who had a blank face. Hey, sir, are your eyes sick? Are they twitching? Ah, Connie, hello, just give me the lemonade, it's mine. He took the lemonade handed over by the secretary who had just walked in, lowered his head and took a sip, and gave it back to the secretary. I want ice, please add 2 ice cubes for me. Thank you, Connie, you are still better than Mr. John today. Hair is thick. Sir, why don't you speak? Ah. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to reveal that you have a wig in front of Connie. It's just that the quality of your wig is really poor. You can tell it at a glance when compared with real hair. John, I'm not wearing a wig. Oh. Ji Chang's covered his mouth in surprise and was very surprised. Isn't that a wig? Is there actually real hair that can grow into such a look that only takes less than 3 hairs in total? I thought this was some kind of fashion in country K. John. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists and stood up suddenly. Just when he was about to break out, he saw the monitoring equipment under the table. John. Forget it, bear with it. The monitoring equipment was a good reminder of what important tasks he had today. It's like this. You know, many media are very interested in you. They want to interview you about your views on country K. Are you willing to accept an interview today? Wow. I'm honored. Ji Chang's was obviously happy and asked, by the way, sir, if I agree to the interview, in return, they will be willing to put my paper in the newspaper, right? We used to do that, and you can get a lot of remuneration for a paper. Woolen cloth. John slowly squeezed out a smile. Of course, my dear G, you are the rising star of our institute. Even if there is no interview, they will be willing to put your paper in the newspaper. The young Chinese suddenly became more excited. Seeing that he was so happy to be interviewed by the K country media, John felt relieved in his heart. Very good. As expected, this Chinese still prefers country K. Just guide him to say how good country K is, and then use spies to influence public opinion in China, so that China will reject Ji Chang's existence. By then, even if Ji Chang wants to return to China, he is afraid that China will no longer be willing to accept him. The plan goes through. The media from country K came very quickly. Without any guidance from them, Ji Chang started boasting about country K. I really like country K. This country is so powerful. Life in country K is very smooth. Every breath I take is happiness. After finishing speaking, he immediately took out 10 folders. I have prepared 10 papers for backup. Which one do you think is better? Let's talk about it first. I have increased the price and the remuneration has increased by 1/3. Media. They looked at John, who took a deep breath and nodded vaguely. A media member picked one up at random. Let's take this one. No, 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 this one has the most words. Ji Chang's pulled out the one and replaced it with the one he liked. Then he quickly started to do mental arithmetic. 1 word, the total number of words is, so you have to give me a total. Okay, give me the money, give it now, so that you don't have the trouble of running around. Media. Money-grubbing Chinese. Just like that, the superiors actually asked them to guide the other party to stay. Do you still need guidance? Give him money and he will definitely keep it. They took out a large amount of money and left with complaints in their hearts. Soon, Ji Chang's degradation was published in the largest newspaper in country K along with the interview. Country K is running up and down, and they are touting the geniuses of China for voluntarily giving up China and staying in their country K. Country K is so powerful. Thanks to their efforts, ordinary people in China also got the news. The Chinese team that quietly came to China to investigate which Chinese was captured and imprisoned was faced with the whole K country's great praise for a Chinese. From the bottom of their hearts, they strongly reject the compatriot who betrayed the motherland and blatantly trampled on the country of China and praised the country of K. But now almost every newspaper has this information. Until one day, a Chinese investigator accidentally saw the paper attached to it. The first sentence, the first letter of each word, when connected, is exactly a dialect. This dialect sentence has 3 words, but if it is explained in Chinese Mandarin, it is 2 words. Help me. Bei free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 350. As we all know, even though China seems very poor now, its number of citizens is definitely among the highest in the world. In particular, China has a vast territory and rich resources. At present, if a northerner meets a southerner, both of them speak their own dialects, and no one will understand what the other person is saying. Therefore, when the investigator said that the paper used an encrypted method to convey a dialect message, and the dialect message was still "Save me," Many people thought it was a bit unlikely. After all, the owner of this paper is Ji Chang's. He is the only one among the last batch of government-sponsored overseas students who chose to stay in Country K and serve for Country K. The irony is that he comes from a poor family. From elementary school onwards, he benefited from national policies every time he enrolled in school, and he spent no money until he went to college. Even if you study abroad, it is a government-sponsored study abroad program, and all expenses are covered by the state. The result is that this talent, who can be said to have been cultivated by the country, chose to stay and work in the United States after completing his studies and never returned to the country. In the blink of an eye, Ji Chang's has stayed in Country K for so long. For such a long time, he not only praised Country K in newspapers, but also criticized China in various ways. His family was ostracized by the village because of him. His teacher never saw anyone again because of him. The principal who had vouched for him was also deeply implicated. But he was living at ease in Country K. He never called home or wrote a letter. A Chinese student who had studied abroad at the same time did not believe that he would make such a decision and came to question him in person, but was directly humiliated by Ji Chang's and sent him back. In addition, Ji Chang's has been praising the powerful Country K in the public. People in Country K may not be happy because of his praise, but the Chinese people will definitely turn down the Chinese people because he is a Chinese. Feet and full of anger. It's fine nationwide, but in Ji Chang's hometown, his name is almost always associated with a traitor. In addition, after they arrived in Country K, they received the news that Ji Chang's was very proud of himself. Not only did he enter the very important research institute of Country K, he also received good treatment. The impression has been deeply ingrained, and it is a bit magical to suddenly ask them to believe that Ji Chang's, who should be living a free and easy life, is actually asking for help in Chinese dialect. Besides this sentence, can you make up any other words? If there are only these two words, the possibility of coincidence is too high. The investigator who recognized the dialect looked carefully up and down. No more, just this sentence. Could it be a coincidence? Didn't Ji Chang's already join the research institute and live a good life? And I remember that you are not from the same hometown. Yes, but it is indeed the dialect of my hometown. All the initial letters are combined to form the pinyin. But because it is a dialect, it does not look like the pinyin of any Chinese character. The investigator was also very puzzled. He spelled out this sentence in pinyin in dialect. You see, when you spell it out, you can't use pinyin to create the word, but when you pronounce it in dialect, it means save me. The most important thing is the last sentence. This is a modal particle. When we pronounce these two words in dialect, we will unconsciously bring this modal particle, but it is not there when writing. As he spoke, he also read it in dialect for demonstration. Others always think that this may be a simple coincidence, but if it is really a Chinese seeking help from the country, then it must be taken seriously. Moreover, this timing is too coincidental. They came to Country K just to investigate which Chinese was captured. As soon as they arrived, they got the news that Ji Chang's may ask for help. The combination of the two things is really hard not to think about. But you can't report it to the country before you have a thorough investigation. In this way, let's find Ji Chang's past papers and take a closer look. It is very simple to find such papers published in the public. Just buy past issues of the newspapers of Country K. This kind of old newspaper is still very easy to buy. After buying it, they lived in Chinatown and carefully screened the information on it. Finally, I found all the information about Ji Chang's previous public speeches, and finally found a sentence in a paper written more than half a year ago. It was also the dialect of the investigator's hometown, and it was also Save Me. However, this Save Me is more like a coincidence. It is not the sum of the initial letters. Instead, you have to read the newspaper sideways to spell out the dialect version of Save Me in pinyin. If it weren't for the current team, this would almost be a hard fight. However, this time there is not only the message save me, maybe Ji Chang's gave up the more difficult decryption method like the first version in order to allow people to decipher it faster, and not only simply and crudely chose to put the message in the first letter of the first line. In order to attract attention, these words and sentences are made to appear very stiff. Similar to, the original first sentence is the weather very good today? He just changed the order and wrote the weather is nice, isn't it, just today? It's so stiff. Their sentences are fluent compared with the first version. It's a coincidence no matter how you look at it. Looking at the current version again, you feel that this is intentional by the owner of the paper. If this is true, more than half a year ago, if I remember correctly, classmate Ji Chang's was looking for him at about that time, right? Ji Chang's, as a traitor who betrayed his motherland and stayed in K country to serve, also has his own file in China, which mainly describes the first half of his life and eliminates the possibility of him bringing China's confidential information to K country. It contains remarks that he once publicly expressed his disdain for China to his classmates. Wait a minute, let me check the newspaper for the exact time. The team member with the best memory picked up the newspaper and looked at the various events and times recorded on it. After a while, he raised his head with a solemn expression, yes, that's the time. Everyone looked at each other. In other words, at that point in time, Ji Chang's publicly expressed his intention to stay and serve in country K, while at the same time using encrypted methods in newspapers to convey a distress message. Obviously, he is not a good person. In other words, he was asking for help at that time. Oh my God, if it's true, this would be really shocking. What happened to Ji Chang's that made him seek help in this way? The most experienced team leader first interrupted the team members' various speculations. Stop guessing now. Since we have only found these two newspapers to hide the distress information, let's take a closer look. These two newspapers, apart from the distress message, what else do they have in common? If this is really asking for help and he sent a distress message, we have to confirm whether we have received the message, right? The way to confirm that we have received the message may still be in these two papers. It is impossible to just send messages without connecting. Everyone thought about it and started studying it seriously. Yes. On the first page, he used the park opposite his residence as an example, saying that when he looked at the park over there, he could always see a park sculpture. The second page also has this park sculpture. They had been separated for over half a year, but there was such a coincidence that there was a sculpture in the park. Even if they were told that it was a coincidence, they no longer believed it. Read the part about the park sculptures again. Ji Chang's must have hidden something in it. Several people read almost word for word. The first version said that he could clearly see the park sculpture from the window of his study room. Every morning he would open the window, breathe in the fresh air of country K, and look at the sculpture at the same time. The second version also said that he would open the window in the early morning to breathe the fresh air of country K, but in the middle it said that the flowers under the sculpture were very red and beautiful, and at the end it said that they were as beautiful as stars. The team leader's expression became more and more serious. He read the two newspapers steadily for several minutes before finally putting them down. If the guess is correct, regardless of whether this Ji Chang's is the one we are looking for, the Chinese captured by country K are definitely being controlled by country K and can only seek help from us in this obscure form. Even more than half a year ago, he was already sending out distress signals. What exactly happened to make Ji Chang's openly support China and support K-State in such a big way, and at the same time ask for help in such a subtle way that it is almost invisible? He may not have committed treason at all, but his speech was controlled by country K. We all know that he never wrote a letter or called his family. In the past, we thought he was cold-hearted because of his public remarks. But now it seems that if he has really been sending distress messages, he is probably being monitored, otherwise he would not ask for help in such a subtle way. No matter what the situation is, report it first. If the superiors agree, we will contact him immediately. Connector. Ji Chang's didn't know yet that Huaguo had seen the information he had released. He was admiring the various old newspapers that Alyssa bought after running away in the study room, because the Chinese employer said that he could not remember which newspaper or journal his paper was published in, so Alyssa had to pick them out one by one. Then he looked at Ji Chang sitting on a chair with a numb face, putting his long legs on the table without any image, holding a newspaper in his hand and boasting. "Oh, I'm such a genius, Alyssa, help me contact someone. I will frame every one of my newspaper articles and hang them on the wall, so that every friend who comes to my house can fully appreciate my talent." Alyssa. But come on, how can you, a stingy businessman like you, have any friends? Look, how well I wrote this paper, but the initial remuneration was still less, there's nothing I can do about it. Compared to those famous people, I still need to learn, Alyssa, don't you think so? Alyssa quickly came back to her senses and echoed, "Yes sir, you are right." However, as soon as she said this, the expression on the face of the Chinese employer who was still happy just now suddenly became less happy. He twitched the corners of his mouth and his tone became cold. "Really? Do you think so too? Do you think I'm not qualified enough to compare with those celebrities?" Alyssa. Damn, I forgot that sometimes she couldn't just agree to whatever Ji Chang said. She regained her intelligence and quickly changed her words. No, sir, I mean, your remuneration is indeed less. As for not being able to compare with celebrities, my God, sir, how could you have such an idea? You are such a genius, of course you can get the same remuneration as them. Oh. Alyssa, you are always exaggerating like this, how can I compare with celebrities? Ji Chang said this, but the smile on his face could not go away. Seeing that the person was coaxed, Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief and made a note in her heart, next time this damn Chinese says something bad about him, she must not agree. He simply wants people to say of course not, sir, you very good. Then, he would say two more words, Alyssa, you have met too few people, and I'm actually not that good and so on. Chinese employers call this behavior humility. God. Humility be damned. Alyssa complained in her heart, but Ji Chang's was looking for a coincidence that could be regarded as a secret word from the original papers in previous issues. Previously, he only found a newspaper from half a year ago in the study room, and barely spelled out "save me" in the dialect of City L, China. Thanks to the original owner's college roommate, that rough guy from City L usually liked to speak in dialect when he was in a hurry. Although the original owner didn't listen to much, it was enough for Ji Chang's. After that, it was a smooth process and I added the sentence to the latest published paper. Many of the things he wanted before were only owned by China. In order to get them for him, Country K would definitely go to China to purchase them. Coupled with the previous sleeping under the bed to lead the people of K country to think he escaped, it is relatively easy to do this. Just open the window wide, and then calculate the angle of the entire bedroom from the door, plus a few times from time to time. I want to go back to China. Alyssa, a spy with rough hands and feet who could tell she was not a professional nanny, would immediately assume that he wanted to escape. And a Chinese who has no friends or acquaintances in Country K escapes. Once all the places leaving Country K are blocked, where else can he hide? Of course it is the residence of compatriots who are also Chinese, especially government-sponsored international students like Ji Chang's. How stupid can Chinese people who come to Country K be as government-sponsored students? China is poor and backward, but China will definitely protect its shortcomings. Once they realize that Country K is arresting Chinese, they will definitely find a way to arrest them. The message is passed back. The purchasing of goods by Country K will attract the attention of China, and the existence of arrests and searches of Chinese in Country K will attract China, which is protecting its shortcomings, to want to find out. Because of Ji Chang's homesick words and the conflict with Al, Country K will only be more eager to keep him. The best way to keep him was a no-brainer. Let him be abandoned by his motherland forever and be unable to return home even if he wants to. In the end, he can only choose Country K as his support. Ji Chang's only needed to wait for media interviews and hand over the paper he had prepared long ago. Once people from the motherland come to Country K's massive reporting and publicity in order to force China to completely abandon Ji Chang's will become the best link to deliver information to the people of China. This version of dialect is just a test. If the Chinese people who come to Country K do not receive the message, or do not understand the dialect at all, it doesn't matter. This is just Plan 1, Plan 2, and Plan 3 are still to come. If possible, plans such as 456,789 can also be used as backup. Alyssa watched helplessly as Ji Chang's randomly pulled out a piece of white paper and started writing and drawing on it. Ji Chang's painted very quickly. Of course, the price of being fast was that the painting was so crude that no one could even recognize it. Alyssa, sir, is this a snake with legs you drew? The Chinese employer glared at his stupid nanny. Alyssa, you really need to study more. How can you be so uneducated? This is a dragon. Don't you know the dragon? Alyssa looked at a long crooked strip on the paper. She knew what the Chinese dragon looked like, but it looked more like an earthworm. The snake she just mentioned was just to please the other party. Yes, sir, you are right. I am too uneducated. I can't recognize your painting so well. I am really stupid. Don't be discouraged, Alyssa. It's better to be able to clearly understand that you are stupid than not knowing. Alyssa. Hum. Seeing that Ji Chang's was about to put down his pen, she took a deep breath and reminded. Sir, you forgot to add eyes to this dragon. The Chinese employer waved his hand in disgust. Oh Alyssa, if you don't understand, just stop talking. This is called the finishing touch. It means, because my painting is so good, if I add the eyes, it will turn into a real dragon and fly away. Alyssa, you are quite confident. Okay, it's time to get some fresh air again. Alyssa, open my window. Alyssa cursed in her heart, but walked over with great respect on her face and opened the window. Ji Chang stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. In the park not far away, he could clearly see a sculpture. At this moment, a small red star is lying quietly on the lawn in front of the sculpture. Ji Chang suddenly laughed. He returned to the desk, picked up the pen again, and added pupils to Long's blank eyes. After finishing the painting, he said to Alyssa, this is really a perfect painting. It's not in vain that I have spent so long painting it. Alyssa looked at the eyes painted by her Chinese employer. Sir, the eyes you painted are quite unique. You don't understand. Only with eyes like this is it called a dragon. After speaking, Ji Chang's folded the paper into a paper airplane, blew the front end, and threw it out the window. Look, our dragon is flying. Alyssa watched the little paper plane fall to the ground in the park downstairs without flying twice. Who follows you and us? Sir, I went downstairs to buy groceries. She was afraid that if she stayed with this Chinese man again, her brain would be infected and damaged. After going downstairs, Alyssa went on the phone as usual and complained a lot. Did you hear that, right? Oh my God. This Chinese is so crazy. You didn't see the dragon. What he drew is like a 3-year-old child, not even a child. And he actually had the nerve to fold the dragon into a paper airplane and throw it out. Oh, God. He called this the finishing touch. What are the eyes he painted? When I grow up, I have never seen an animal with eyes like that. While Alyssa kept complaining, a pair of shoes stopped in front of the paper airplane. After the team members from China got the paper airplane, they walked for a few steps as if nothing had happened, and then pretended to open it accidentally. The paper opened wide, and inside was a dragon in flight. For the eyes, a pair of small 5-pointed stars were drawn. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 351. Ji Chang stood by the window and watched the little paper airplane being taken away. Although I didn't recognize the other person's face, I could tell he was Asian. He felt much better, took out a piece of paper and continued to write and draw. When Alyssa came back, she saw that the old man was finally willing to work, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, are you working?" "Yes, I have a new idea." The Chinese employer seemed to be in a good mood. This time he did not write half of the letter and then throw it away like the previous times. Instead, he wrote it in one breath, then put it on the table, with a proud face. "Alyssa, I am really a genius." Alyssa was trying hard to hold back her excitement. She has been with Ji Chang's for so many days, and she has finally achieved some results. As long as this Chinese has contributed to country K, then her mission has been completed. "Yes sir, of course you are a genius." She asked, "Are you going to give these to where you work? Maybe they'll give you a reward." "Of course, although I don't like the environment in the institute, this idea still needs to be perfected and truly tested." After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he sighed. He looked at the scenery downstairs, feeling homesick again. "Alyssa, I miss China again. In my hometown, today is the winter solstice, so we should eat dumplings." Alyssa. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Ji Chang's turned to look at her. "I want to eat dumplings stuffed with pork and chives. I want to eat pork and leeks from China. I won't eat them if they are not from China." Alyssa. Oh. She smiled tentatively at Ji Chang's. "Sir, pork from China may be difficult to buy in country K." All right. The Chinese employer, who had always been difficult to deal with, seemed to have a good temper today. He was not angry because Alyssa didn't agree. He just leaned against the window with a gloomy face, looking at the sky outside and not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that he was not angry, Alyssa actually became more uneasy than before. After being tossed for a long time, I always felt that Ji Chang's would not agree so easily. Isn't he holding back some ultimate move? Alyssa tried to please. "Sir, how about I make chicken stuffing for you? Chicken stuffing dumplings also taste very good." Ji Chang still looked gloomy. "I have never eaten dumplings stuffed with chicken." Alyssa hurriedly said, "You can try it today. I will shave off all the bones and you only need to eat the meat." "No, I don't like eating things I haven't eaten before." The young Chinese refused very simply. Moreover, pork, green onions, pork leeks, pork and cabbage are the most delicious dumplings. No matter how good the chicken-flavored dumplings are, you still have to eat pork-flavored dumplings. "Ah, since you can make chicken-flavored dumplings, make some more and give them to the wildcats downstairs." Poor wildcats, I can understand their wandering mood. After all, I feel the same way. Alyssa. So why did she ask so many questions? She went out to make dumplings with a depressed look on her face. Downstairs, members of the Huaguo team, who seemed to be just passing by, squinted hard and looked up. After seeing it clearly, he communicated with his companion in Chinese. "The person sitting against the window is Ji Chang's, right?" The other person with better vision also looked up and nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it's Ji Chang's. He was indeed imprisoned." The team member who spoke still held the dragon drawn by Ji Chang's in his hand. As long as they think of their Chinese students not only being forcibly left behind, but also being propagandized by country K that Ji Chang stayed on his own initiative, making the whole country regard him as an enemy and insult him like a traitor. They are filled with anger. He was always looking at the sky. Ji Chang's has good looks, and he looks like a polite scholar. When he sits by the window and looks up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, from the perspective of the Chinese team members downstairs, he looks like a poor Chinese. Like a bird imprisoned in a cage, it longs for freedom. If Ji Chang's has really been controlling his speech, then he would be in a terrible state. Report it first. This matter needs to be investigated carefully, as well as this picture. The more stable team member lowered his head and looked at the drawing in his hand. There may be some information in it. Before retreating, both of them couldn't help but look up and take one last look at Ji Chang's. The Chinese man sitting by the window has a fair face and looks like he hasn't been exposed to the sun much. It can be seen that he doesn't go out much on weekdays. His face is gloomy and his eyes are always looking towards the sky. It's too awful. So pathetic. Which Chinese person wouldn't feel sorry for him when he saw this scene? Country K has always been domineering, and it has always maintained a condescending attitude when it comes to contact with China. Since Ji Chang's is imprisoned, it can be seen that even if he is valuable in the minds of the people of K country, he cannot get a lot of respect here. Maybe he would have to endure verbal insults from people in country K every day. And he was not only in this situation in country K, but also at home. He was yelled at and beaten by everyone, and was not understood by his relatives and elders. The two of them looked determined and decided in their hearts to continue checking the past information after going back. Ji Chang's has really suffered too many grievances. Ji Chang's did not know about the departure of the Huaguo team members. He was still staring at the sky. Blue sky, white clouds. Alyssa. I want to eat marshmallows. Go and buy them for me. I want the sweetest one. If it's not sweet, I won't eat it. Alyssa, who was busy in the kitchen, okay sir, please wait a moment. After being abused a lot, she actually didn't feel angry at all because of Ji Chang's thoughts. She even said, he didn't eat the pork dumplings. Now he just wants to eat a marshmallow. I have to hurry up, go downstairs with the thought of buying it for him. I felt a little lucky when I went downstairs. Ji Chang's did this, and as a result, he was so easy to talk to today, and he could be coaxed with just a marshmallow. After a long trip, I went out to get marshmallows and was stopped by my colleagues downstairs when I came back. Ji just called the institute and wanted to resign and return to China. The reason is that today is the winter solstice and he wants to eat Chinese pork and leek dumplings. Alyssa. She knew it. She took a deep breath. I understand. When will the pork and leeks arrive? It's too late to take a flight, so we can only use a private plane. According to the fastest speed, we should be able to bring these ingredients back from China tonight. Chinese people pay attention to eating dumplings during the winter solstice, so you must prepare them in advance and let him eat them at 12 o'clock in the evening. Got it before ordering. But you know, even if pork and leeks are not expensive, the amount of money it costs to fly a round trip on a private jet is not a small amount. Not to mention, according to Ji Chang's temperament of eating something every day if he likes it, buying pork just once is definitely not enough. They also have to buy another batch of pigs from China and raise them in country K for ready use. After the colleague finished speaking, he specifically criticized Alyssa. Next time he wants something, don't refuse it yourself. Ji has always been unstable. There are only 2 months left until the Chinese New Year. Chinese people pay attention to going home for reunions during the Spring Festival. If he wants to eat something, he can't get it. If you are satisfied, you will definitely be more excited to return to China. He continued. Ji has briefly told the institute about his idea, and the news from the institute is that he must be stabilized. Once this idea is made, it will be much more valuable than the research we are doing now. Let alone Ji just wants pork at this time. Even if he wants golden pork, We must satisfy him. Alyssa took a deep breath. Yes, I understand. I will inform my superiors next time he wants something. She went upstairs with heavy steps. As soon as he went up, he saw Ji Chang's reading a book on the sofa with his legs crossed. When Alyssa came back, she immediately started complaining. Alyssa, you don't know how troublesome our institute is. I just want to resign, but you actually said that I can't leave until I finish the project in hand. I won't let you ask for leave. I want to go back to China directly. Anyway, when I return to China, the institute will have to approve me for leave even if it is unhappy. Alyssa immediately became vigilant in her heart, thinking that she would confirm whether Ji Chang's was on the list of those prohibited from leaving the country tonight, while trying her best to put a smile on her face. Sir, don't be upset. When I just went downstairs to buy marshmallows, I found that you can still buy Chinese pork and Chinese leeks. I will make pork and leek dumplings for you tonight, okay? Oh. Alyssa, you are really omnipotent, the young Chinese who didn't know the inside story vigorously praised his nanny. Although you are stupid, not careful, have a bad memory, have no talent in cooking, and are very tedious in your work. You are so busy every day that I don't even know what you are doing, but you can always get me what I want to eat. Food. Fortunately, I didn't fire you because you were too slow. You are a really good nanny. Obviously, Alyssa, who was used to Ji Chang's way of speaking, also thought that this was a compliment to her. There was a little complacency in her eyes. Sir, I have already said that you will not suffer any loss if you hire me. She has the entire Secret Service and even the entire country K behind her. No matter how outrageous this Chinese request is, she can still do it. Ji Chang's, yes, I think so now. Oh my God, this Chinese guy actually praised her so much. Alyssa was about to feel elated. However, before she could be happy, she heard Ji Chang's ask, do you know the brand of breast milk in China? Alyssa. Seeing that she didn't understand, Ji Chang's explained in a good temper, it's a brand of milk, a very famous brand in China. They put milk in glass bottles, and people who order milk can receive it every morning. I've been drinking it every day since I was in high school. He recalled, this business didn't exist when I was a kid. After I entered high school, the school would order milk for the top 10 students in grade. At that time, I heard from my classmates that they could order it themselves, and someone would deliver milk to their homes every morning. Recycle the empty bottles the next day. Alyssa suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Ji Chang said, Alyssa, you are so good. You can buy Huaguo chicken and Huaguo pork, so you must be able to buy milk for lactation. The young Chinese enjoys it. I really want to receive fresh milk every morning like I did in high school. Alyssa. She forced a smile with difficulty. Sir, is the milk from country K okay? I can buy you the freshest milk every morning. No, I only want milk from the brand Jiannai. He reiterated, the kind of fresh milk that comes out every day, with the date on each glass bottle, is the best. Alyssa. This is country K. How the hell do we let you drink fresh milk from country K every day? Do you want to buy the cow back? Ji Chang's, if you want to say that you can buy a cow and milk it yourself, forget it. What I drink is not milk, but feelings. Do you understand feelings? Alyssa, damn feelings. But because of the previous lesson, she did not refuse. Instead, she took a deep breath and smiled under Ji Chang's expectant gaze. I will find a way. Sir, can you wait a moment? Oh Alyssa. You are great. If I can drink milk from China every day, my brain will be clearer and my work will go more smoothly. If my work goes smoothly, so will your work. It's as smooth as before. Alyssa. No. She felt that since she came to Ji Chang's, her work had never gone smoothly. Making an excuse to go downstairs, she immediately started talking on the phone. The people who were monitoring the whole process were also shocked. What does he mean? It's not what we think, is it? Alyssa said sadly, that's what you think, he wants to drink fresh milk sent by Huguo every day. Other people. Then wouldn't they have to send people to China to buy milk every day, and then fly back and quickly deliver it to Ji Chang's after buying it? Why don't you get this brand of glass bottle and put it in other milk to trick him into saying it's Chinese milk? Alyssa was very moved, but still rejected the proposal. No, he has a very picky mouth. Maybe we can't drink it, but he can drink the milk in one sip, right? She gave an example. Last time I stewed a hen that was under 2 years old for him, and he ate it in one bite. Not only was he angry, but he also refused to pay for the chicken. When he is angry, he will not work. You must not make him angry. Other people. Even though he has been monitoring for so long and knows how stupid Ji Chang's is, he still drinks fresh milk from other countries every day. We will explain this matter. Ji Chang's had just submitted a complete idea. At this moment, everyone was looking after him carefully, hoping that he could complete the idea quickly. Don't tell me he wants to drink fresh milk every day. Even if he wants fresh cows every day, no problem. So, an agent from the Secret Service received the mission. I fly to China every night, and the earliest delivery time for Jian milk is 6 in the morning. After I get the milk, I have to use ice cubes to keep it fresh in order to prevent it from going stale. After arriving in country K, he was cremated with lightning all the way and handed the milk to Alyssa as quickly as possible. During this period, we must ensure that no minute is wasted, the ice cubes must be kept fresh, and the milk must not spoil even if the person spoils it. And the date on the glass bottle must not be removed, because Ji Chang's thinks it is a kind of sentiment. Even at the fastest speed, Ji Chang's fresh milk was delivered in the evening. Fortunately, the young Chinese did not criticize this point anymore, but said to Alyssa in a very generous tone, "It doesn't matter. I can forgive this little flaw. Although it's a bit regretful, I'm not a person who can't tolerate sand in my eyes. Oh. Of course, this is also because you have been a nanny by my side for a while. Alyssa. I thank you." Ji Chang's was not only generous, he also said very generously, "Don't worry, Alyssa. I'm not the kind of person who just makes people work without paying them. I remember that a bottle of milk for milk building costs 80 cents. I'll give it to you at the price of $2. Alyssa. Seeing that she had no reaction, the Chinese employer said dissatisfied, "Don't you should thank me? You know, I only gave you extra money for the sake of your 5 children. It's an extra 1.5 yuan a day. This is more expensive than the bottle of milk itself. $1.02. The round-trip air ticket alone is enough to buy a carton of milk." But facing Ji Chang's dissatisfaction with her reaction, Alyssa had to try to smile. "Yes, sir, thank you for your generosity. I am so surprised that I am speechless. It's good that you know. You know, not everyone can be so lucky to find an easy-to-talk employer like me." After the Chinese employer finished speaking very confidently, he yawned, "Okay, I'm going to bed. Alyssa, come and sing me a lullaby. Don't be lazy and sit at the door and sing like last night. Stand up. Sing." If you were sitting down, I would think the sound was coming from under the bed, and that was scary. Alyssa. That night, Ji Chang's lay comfortably on the bed, listening to his spy nanny singing a lullaby while standing at the door with a numb face. In the distant country of China, a group of people were having a meeting with solemn expressions. It has been confirmed. The latest news is that the picture Ji Chang sent only cut out the dragon and put it on the new paper he published yesterday. According to the curve of the dragon's body, each letter on that curve point is combined. It's pinyin. It's also in dialect, and the spelled out content is Fine Fang He, The first book. Someone put several pieces of information on the table and distributed them to everyone. Fang He is Ji Chang's first teacher. Ji Chang's was taught by him until he entered high school. The meaning of the first book has not yet been figured out. Maybe Fang He will know. Others opened the documents in their hands, which contained various information about Fang He. The village where Ji Chang's was born is Xiaoliu village. Fang He had been teaching in Xiaoliu village before. When the news of Ji Chang's treason came back, Fang He was shocked and resigned from the school. After that, he returned to his hometown and became a primary school teacher. Teacher. Someone said, find Fang He first and determine what the first book means. The door knocked from outside, and everyone stopped talking. Come in. A soldier walked in. There is news again from the 13th group of K country. Someone asked, how about it? Can I approach Comrade Ji Chang's directly? They detected that there were many K-state agents around the small building where Comrade Ji Chang's lived. The number was at least 10. The same happened when Comrade Ji Chang's went out. The research institute where he works is heavily guarded and outsiders are not allowed to enter or exit. The monitoring equipment was detected in the small building. According to judgment, there are no less than 5 monitoring equipment in the small building, but because they did not dare to get closer, they were unable to obtain more information. However, we have obtained a list of persons prohibited from leaving the country. Comrade Ji Chang's is indeed prohibited from leaving the country. Spies, monitoring, prohibited from leaving the country, asking for help. Putting these things together, it can be said that Ji Chang's house arrest is the absolute truth. Everyone's expressions turned ugly, and one grumpy man slapped the table and cursed, damn it. Country K is addicted to bullying, right? Can't get along with a student? Why does he have us Chinese citizens under house arrest? This is not the first time. Wasn't there a young comrade who was forced to stay by Country K before? It took so much effort to get him back safely. Is there no one in Country K? His conscience was eaten by a dog. He imprisons our Chinese citizens and publishes the news he voluntarily left outside. If he hadn't found a way to spread the message himself, I'm afraid he would have been scolded for the rest of his life. It's a traitor. Some are so angry that they want to go to Country K to fight with their guns, while others are thinking calmly. Calm down first, something is very strange. Although Comrade Ji Chang's has always been very outstanding in our country, it should not be enough for K country to spend so much effort. It not only puts him under house arrest, but also controls his speech and spreads propaganda everywhere. Is it because of the news that he betrayed China? He didn't seem to have done anything outstanding in Country K. I'm afraid that even if he does it, he will be suppressed by Country K, and since Comrade Ji Chang's is devoted to the country, how can he be willing to help Country K? We have to rescue him. We don't know how he will endure hardship outside. There was endless discussion. Finally, the leader sitting at the head of the table knocked on the table. This matter is our mistake. Comrade Ji Chang's is an overseas student sent by our country. He was threatened, placed under house arrest, and his speech was controlled, but we knew nothing about it. We even made him bear the burden of a traitor infamy. Now, the first thing is to find Fang He and find out what the first book this little comrade under house arrest means, and what his current situation is. Others had no objections. They must be trying to find a way to get Ji Chang's back. If it was really voluntary, they wouldn't say anything. But K-State does not care about human affairs. Who knows whether Ji Chang's was tortured or what kind of threats he received, so he had to cooperate with K-State and pretend that he yearned for K-State wholeheartedly. This matter has been classified as a secret. The fewer people who know about it at this moment, the better. Otherwise, what if the news leaks out? What will Ji Chang's, who is still in the tiger and wolf den, do? The person sent to find Fang He wore casual clothes and told the school guard that he was a friend of Fang He's classmate and was asked to give something to Fang He. The guard had no doubts. After confirming that the person they were looking for was Fang He, he led two plainclothes men to the classroom door. Fang He was in class when they arrived, and the guard called out, "Teacher Fang, someone is here." When the gentle middle-aged man writing on the blackboard heard this, he looked at the two strangers in confusion, put down the chalk, and said to the little beans below, "You guys first review what you just said." The two plainclothes men looked at each other habitually. Fang He looks very gentle, wearing glasses, his face is a little pale, and there are fine lines at the corners of his eyes, but it does not make him look older, but makes him more approachable. What surprised them was that Fang He was only less than 40 years old this year, but his hair was already gray. "Teacher Fang, let's talk." "I'll go back first." The guard brought the person in and went downstairs. Fang He looked carefully at the two strangers in front of him and was very sure that he didn't know them at all. "Hello, what do you want from me?" After he asked politely, the two plainclothes men looked around and took out their IDs after confirming that it was safe. "Comrade Fang He, there are some things that require your cooperation. Can you talk to us?" When Fang He saw the certificate, he frowned slightly and opened his mouth to ask something, but in the end he didn't ask. He simply nodded, "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll ask my colleagues to take over the get out of class." After he took a leave of absence and found a teacher to teach on his behalf, he followed two plainclothes men into the car. When we got to the car, he asked, "Comrade from the police, if you need my cooperation in anything, just ask." The two plainclothes men looked at each other and said, "Let's talk about it when we get to the place. Sorry to bother you." After hearing their answers, Fang He nodded and said nothing more. He was not as calm in his heart as he showed on his face. After all, he has simple interpersonal relationships, has been working as a teacher, and has not encountered anything strange recently. There is only one reason why the government came to him. Ji Chang's. The student he was once most proud of, the person he regarded as his half-son. He has been mentioned a lot in the domestic news recently, and many of the remarks he made in Country K are simply wolf-hearted. Colleagues in the office didn't know that he knew Ji Chang's. Every time they read a new newspaper, they would curse him as a traitor, so shameless that he even gave up his motherland in order to please Country K. Fang He participated every time, and he scolded them even more harshly than them. Some teachers even thought he was too excited. But Fang He still followed the scolding every time. He undoubtedly had a deep affection for this student. He taught him how to read, and sent him to college. Although he graduated from a good college, he did not have any deeper talents. The only thing he could do was cultivate talents for the country. As a result, he raised a traitor. For Fang He, this blow was too big. He is middle-aged and has gray hair. Part of the reason was due to the hard work in the early years, and part of it was due to the fact that he knew that the student he taught had become seriously ill after staying in K country. In addition, he was still unable to get over that test, and he felt depressed. When the news came back that Ji Chang stayed in Country K and was unwilling to return, Fang He was just angry. When Ji Chang's classmates brought back the words Ji Chang's insulted him, they heard the contempt and disdain for the motherland in those words, and he felt disdain for Country K after yearning for it. Fang He became completely decadent. He smoked packs of cigarettes and locked himself in his room for 3 full months. When he came out 3 months later, his hair had turned from lush black hair to gray. How did that happen? This teacher who once came to the small mountain village with passion and tried hard to teach the children what he had learned could not figure it out even if he smoked for 3 months. Yes, our country, China, has not developed yet. But this is our home. Everyone is working hard, and so is the country. We are getting better little by little, aren't we? At the beginning, Everyone put in so much effort to become what we are today. China is not perfect yet. But she is already trying her best to give the Chinese people the best. Huiguo is working hard to cultivate talents. In order to allow students to learn better knowledge, it has spent a lot of resources in exchange for these young students to learn. Afraid that they would be bullied in a foreign country, the embassy told them countless times that they must go to the embassy if anything happened. When Fang He knew that the student was going abroad, he was so worried that he would be bullied abroad. There were his classmates in the embassy, and they smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, we are here, and anyone who wants to bully us Chinese citizens must step over us first." Then, his students refused to become Chinese citizens. Fang He thought and thought, but couldn't figure it out. How could his favorite student, a child he regarded as his own son, a person with extremely high talents and who had enjoyed various welfare benefits since childhood, choose to turn his back on the country and step on him in return? Obviously, China is better than before. Just wait a little longer and work harder. If Ji Chang's just doesn't want to return to China, Fang He is not so desperate. But the students he taught with his own hands turned their backs on their motherland and, in order to please Country K, the country that had trampled and humiliated China, went around preaching about what was bad about China and what was good about Country K. Whenever he saw such remarks, Fang He would be so angry and ashamed that he would not go out. He was ashamed to meet people, and he actually taught him such a person. Fang He coughed several times because he recalled the past, and subconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette to smoke, but then he remembered that he was in someone's car, so he put his hand down again. When he arrived at the place, he was treated well. A young policeman poured him a cup of hot water and asked him if he wanted cold medicine. "No, it's my old habit. I always cough when the weather is like this." Fang He declined warmly and took a sip of water. The water was hot, but his heart felt chilly because he remembered those past events. He asked directly, "Are you coming to me because of Ji Chang's? I will answer any questions, but please don't call me his teacher, I have no such students." The police officers in the room looked at each other. "Comrade Fang, we are indeed here because of Comrade Ji Chang's, but we have one thing to clarify with you regarding this matter." Fang He raised his eyes and looked at them, and then he heard them say, "Comrade Ji Chang's did not stay in Country K voluntarily." The middle-aged teacher was stunned. His hand holding the cup trembled. What are you talking about? He didn't do it voluntarily. Didn't he say that he would never return to the country? Didn't he want to stay in Country K and work for the people of Country K?" Fang He's voice trembled. It was hard to describe how he felt at this moment. It was as if there was a buzzing sound in his ears all of a sudden. Pictures flashed through his mind, and finally they were fixed on the face of the police officer in front of him. He stood up suddenly and grabbed the police officer's arm. Comrade, what's going on? My student didn't treason, did he?" "He didn't treason." "He didn't treason, right? Comrade, tell me, right?" Yes, please calm down first, sit down first, and we will talk slowly." Fang He was so excited. His long suppressed emotions exploded, and his eyes were red, filled with hope. The news that the child he regarded as his own was traitorous to the country gave him too much pressure and guilt. The police had to calm him down before telling him what they had recently discovered. That's how it is now. Comrade Ji Chang's is surrounded by agents. We don't know his true situation yet, but we can be sure that he is always under surveillance and can only seek help through this roundabout way. Comrade Fang, do you know what the first book means? The first book. Fang He felt as if he was in a dream at this moment, drifting and full of illusions. The combination of excitement, distress, guilt, and confusion made him unable to think clearly. Finally, he forced himself to calm down. The first book, the first book. Finally, He thought of something and suddenly raised his head. There is a book called 5,000 Years of China. That book was given to me by my teacher. Nagasawa's family was poor and had no money to buy the book. At that time, I saw that he liked my book, so I gave it to him. That was the first book he ever owned, the first book I ever gave him, and that's all I could think about. After spreading this information, the police poured another glass of water for Fang He. Comrade Fang, I still have to trouble you to wait a moment. We need to verify whether Comrade Ji Changs wants to write this book. Fang He nodded quickly. At this moment, even if the police comrades wanted to send him back to school, he didn't want to go back. He really wanted to confirm whether his students were really not treasonous. The investigators who got the news immediately called 5,000 Years of China. Based on the numbers in Ji Chang's paper, we began to find out what he wanted to express. This method of communication is not very new, using numbers to find the words on that page of the code book. Page 15, 4 lines, 7th and 12th words. 28 pages, 16 lines, 32. Surprisingly smooth. After all the numbers were matched, the person responsible for writing the information changed his expression when looking at the contents on the paper, and hurriedly handed it over to the leader. This seems to be K country's deployment plan for our country. After the leader saw it clearly, his expression changed and he strode out. Of course, it is impossible for country K to tell Ji Changs their deployment plan. But the project he participated in was aimed at China. Wanting to confirm the time and some information was not a problem for Ji Changs. Many people in China were busy that day because of the news delivered by Ji Changs, and Fang He also waited for the answer. Comrade Fang, you guessed it right, it's that book. Fang He breathed a sigh of relief and asked quickly, did I help? Has Nagasawa done something beneficial to the country? Is he safe now? Are you sure he didn't treason? The police comrade nodded affirmatively. He is currently safe, and we will definitely work hard to bring him back to China. This information is still confidential at the moment, so you still have to sign a confidentiality agreement and cannot disclose all the information about this matter to anyone. And, although I can't tell you the details, Comrade Ji Changs did send back very useful information. Thank you for your help. Fang He could no longer hear the rest of the words. He just sat there blankly for a while, then burst into tears while crying and laughing. Great, great. It's great to be able to help. Lily free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.